Hello, you guys. Long time no see. Smug, what the hell are you doing? Smug, what the fuck are you doing?
I was just hanging around. What's the sorry, look, listen, I got kicked out of my apartment, okay? The waiting room is the last place I can sleep. Are you using it? Are you using this?
This job is already filled. It wasn't an open position. The DVD logo is not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, I killed that guy. That guy's dead. I killed him.
You could never live up to the bouncing DVD logo. Who do you think you are?
He didn't live up to it. He died. I killed him. I stabbed him. He's dead. He's dead now.
In a video game, because I'm on Twitch. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone.
You can't say... The DVD logo shall not have violence inflicted upon it.
DVD logo.
I unalived. Sorry, let's be TikTok safe, gang. I unalived.
Okay,
the
wait,
DVD
really
logo,
quick. You saw that like leaked Maga Nazi group chat thing, right?
Yeah, dude, I was in it.
Obviously. Okay, so you know all 20,000 messages. You're very familiar with it. You're intimately familiar.
Absolutely.
Can you explain to me why there were people talking about how like Hitler rocks, women should be like sexually assaulted? That's based in Epic, but why they said unalive? Like TikTok TOS
because they're
like
TikTok Zoomers.
Like,
because
coming for them.
Their brains were broken by TikTok originally, and they continue to be broken every single day. It's just who they're appealing to. They were trying to appeal to the 7 girls in that chat. That's all that was happening in there.
There were 7 girls in there?
There were a few women in there, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
there were a few,
7
yeah.
Ava Bronze.
They were, I mean, look, there weren't enough to go around, okay?
Okay, enough of this bullshit. You really need to stop fucking around. I really want you to be just in the right place, okay?
All right, I'm heading out.
We have things to do.
All right, hold on. All right, I'm going.
Do you see what I have to work with around here, people?
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, skip. I need to skip this bullshit, Smug.
All right. I'm coming.
Did you know?
All right, hold on.
No, I'm not going to hold on. It's my show. Nick Fuentes, Red Scare. I'm the first person on Twitch to cover this. You're going to cover it with me. This definitely didn't come out like 10 days ago, and no one's seen it except us and people that happen to be watching this stream, you guys. Exclusive content.
Holy shit, are we the only people in the entire world to have seen this?
I think so. This is like an early preview.
I mean, that's a 2K view, 12 subscriber account. So actually, on an unlisted video, I think we've done pretty good here there, actually.
We're ahead of the curve for sure. And I don't think I don't know how many people have actually watched this in its entirety. It seems like people only consumed it on clips and on Twitter. From what I saw, there wasn't actually people clipping too much of the discussion. They were just clipping like the intro, and that was it.
Yeah, I think we're unironically becoming some of the foremost Nicholas J. Fuentes documentarians on Twitch now. This is a commitment to the bit.
Heavy as the head.
Yeah.
Every single time I do some sort of analysis of Nick Fuentes, I always get a comment that's along the iteration. Like, obviously, people accusing us of being Jews, but like secretly and not disclosing this, of course. But on top of it, it's like, oh shit, the e-thoughts are now covering Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, it's part of the Fuentes thirst trap agenda. That's a whole thing that's happening on TikTok now. Have you? I don't know if you've seen that. No, I have been. That's crazy. I've been having like women use. Okay, you've seen Uncut Gems, right? Yeah, the Adam Sandler, yeah. Okay, then the song at the end, I don't know what it's called, but that song is like, I can't play it, it'll be copyright, but like, there's a song at the end of that movie that plays, and every time a TikTok with women or like girls doing like dances to it or whatever come across my feed, and they're white girls, all of the comments are a bunch of neo-Nazis and groypers posting images of Fuentes like saluting and like simping over them. Hell yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. What just happened? That's sick. LMC Fig, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. You're on a 4-month streak, and I hope to keep it going. Thank you so much. But yeah, I see like those sorts of. I don't know that those women are intentionally pandering to it, but they don't ban it, so. They are, yeah. I haven't quite figured out what the dynamic there is. There's definitely like a. Okay. Well, actually, no. I have a grand theory, which is basically can be summarized as women have a better sense of the looming incoming violence that is coming to America, and they're preparing their men on both sides to enact that violence, and particularly on the right, because they're
more sensitive to the way the wind's blowing than the left is generally. That's my big vibes-based analysis. Don't play it. Are you gonna play it?
I'm not gonna play it. I'm just pulling this up so people know it's this track specifically, as well as
you insane.
Lucky Twice. This song, like this song I hear played on like, and people put, I guess you can't put #Blackpill on TikTok because it bans it or shadow bans it, so they put #BP. And if you even engage with a single one of these, it will give you a bunch of like incel content of like of just compilations. Like one that I saw, it was like it had this song and it was a guy being like, looks don't really matter, like they're secondary to personality, just be funny, just be yourself. And then it like a thing flashed over his eyes that said mogged, and then it showed all of these like chiseled like chads or whatever as it like played this song even more loudly. And then all of the comments would say it was like more Fuentes stuff or whatever. So
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Sick.
Let's get into this.
Okay, are we gaming? God, I'm so excited. It's been a long time since I've listened to Red Scare. I'm obviously a huge Red Scare fan because Charlie XCX is a Red Scare fan, which means I have to be just to stay an angel.
Yeah.
But they don't do video podcasts. This is like genuinely strange for them. They do not do this for obvious reasons that will become clear sooner rather than later.
I wonder if it was like a requirement from Fuentes that he's like, if there's no video, like I can't do it. I have to be on screen. Because I've never heard, I can't think of like a radio interview that he did or a time that like he did an interview where he wasn't on video.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I wonder if they might have also been happy to do it because like Fuentes is a big deal to them and their movement specifically.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big.
Do you feel like you have a good read on what Red Scare is, like before we get into this?
I used to listen to them like religiously when they were only like semi-brain dead and not entirely.
It's not completely brain dead.
When it got to the point that I was like, okay, even like the pop culture analysis is starting to suffer and the brain dead takes in between are getting worse and worse. That's when I stopped. That was around like a little like probably 2022. So it's been like 3 years since I like regularly consumed it. But yeah.
Do you know that some of our top researchers have developed a cure to Red Scare, by the way? If anyone's still listening to this and needs a way out.
I thought they outlawed the lobotomy.
No, no, that's the gateway in. That's the pipeline you have to go down to start listening to it now. If you go watch the Doom Scroll episode with Joshua Cinderella and Dasher, that will cure you of any.
Brutal.
It's so brutal. That'll cure you. If you are intellectually infatuated with Dasher, you need to go watch that episode. That'll cure you right quick.
Joshua Cinderella, the man he is, and again, like we've talked about it, the people that like post left watch account on Twitter that like soys the fuck out over every single interview that he did because he's like not pushing back. It's like, dude, these people hang themselves, they make themselves look terrible. If they're a terrible person, they're gonna make themselves look terrible. He doesn't need to push back.
Yeah. No, he's great. He recently started doing a like a theory plus workout. Well, not recently, he's been doing it for a few years, but he put out the latest one for free as well. So like he basically has I think it's like a 5x5 reading group. So like the idea is it's like a fitness program plus a theory reading group for like, commie literature. It's kind of like a crew Mark Fisher thing. It's very, very cute. He's been doing it for a few years. I maybe check out his Substack. I like Joshua Cinderella. I think he's decent.
Okay. The video cuts to audio like 30 minutes in. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll see.
Cringe.
I guess they didn't charge a camera for 2.5 hours or didn't think it would go this long because a lot of their episodes are really not that long.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. All right. Okay, we can't do that because it's copyright, but it's All the Things You Said by Tattoo playing.
Yippee! That's like, I love that song. I grew up with that song. What a banger. No, it's not the original Russian version.
No, it is.
It's not the original. Oh, it is? Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
We're good.
I thought I heard the English version. Flash looks terrible with headphones.
I think, yeah. Okay.
It's hard, okay?
Yeah, we're live.
It's tough out there.
We're live. We've got a great back.
You get away with it. They blend into your hair. You need to get headphones the same color as your hair. That must be the thing.
Maybe.
It's Jay Fuentes.
Also, she kind of just stuck them on over her ears like earmuffs, and I do actually take time to like pull my hair out so it doesn't look like that.
Scared.
Yeah, good to be here.
You're saying that Dash is effortless? Yeah.
Congratulations on your generational run.
Performative?
Thank you.
The performative female.
Your generational run.
What does that mean?
It means I'm on a generational run. I'm making things happen. I'm blowing up.
Oh, yeah. Your star is ascendant. You're becoming a household name. Gotcha, yeah.
When I tried to...
If people think that my voice is insufferable, get ready to listen to actual voices that are insufferable, okay?
Oh my god, I feel like I'm just overlaying Aaron's audio 5 times at the same time, you know what I mean? When you accidentally stack too many audio sources of the same source, I'm getting that amount of vocal fry.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to listen to any commentary from you unless it's laden with vocal fry, so try again, please.
I wish I could, but I can't, okay? I'm too
Don't want to damage those precious vocal cords.
I got to sing later, alright? Okay, I'm a singy guy.
A couple months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were already ascended.
Let's see if Fuentes is code switches into vocal fry.
Yeah.
I feel like it'll happen.
It's contagious.
I'm gonna like fully read my
it's hard not
questions
to.
off of the phone because
I'm gonna do this.
I
stopped listening to these young ladies with their response to the Vanity Fair Vogue article on the teal-funded hip neo-right when Anna Khachiyan, I think that's how you say her name, straight up used blood libel against Soros. Wow. That was the point that you like jump ship.
a Zoomer, and so I don't have the total recall.
I jumped ship when they were too mean to my boy Soros.
Yeah, it's a Soros.
That was it. That was the final straw.
In the Vanity Fair article. I thought it was going to be something that they said on the podcast.
They
were mean, but like Jewishly.
I can't remember exactly what episode it was, but I remember listening to them, and all of a sudden Anna is like, it's normal for people to want to maintain like the racial demographics and majority of the country and like that kind of thing. I was like, oh, okay. And then it's
normalized.
There.
Yeah, it's normalized. Sure. Yeah,
and then
I agree,
she was
actually.
like, if you don't, like, there's going to be a bunch of crime or something like that. She also like dovetailed it with that. And so I was like, okay, the first part of that's like already highly questionable. But then when she added that comment, I was like, okay, we're done here.
Like have a hard time memorizing lines, but I have a question about that. Okay. If you want to go first.
Well, I'm such a fan, honestly, that I'm like,
cool.
My questions and shit is like always gonna feel like I'm like they're like super chat tier. Like, what should I read? No,
This is like a 40-year-old woman, by the way.
Yeah, honestly, I can't really tell if she's declined, but it does feel like some kind of Jordan Peterson level coma event must have hit her in the last few years, because she really did have like a sudden dip in like cognitive ability. I don't know what happened. Which is funny because
she's more mainstream than ever at like post-Succession.
Yeah, but that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, the closer you get to Trump, the more mainstream you get, honestly.
Question about that maybe I'll just start with, because
let's go.
So I watched your
Chat to remind, she is an R word. Okay.
I was true. Chill.
I'm surprised. Okay, we're like 24 minutes in, and that's barely the first time somebody's put that in chat. Thank you.
Comments about the Hassan Piker Ross Douthat interview, and you were talking about what an astonishing, mind-boggling retard.
Did you watch that? The Hassan Piker Ross Douthat interview?
No.
Okay,
what was this?
He really struggled in that, to be honest. Hold on. We're not going to watch it. We're not going to do a detour. I'm just going to pull it up so people can know.
My boy. What's he done? What's he done now? First he's shocking dogs, now this? This is crazy.
Well, one, he does this and so does Vosh. This is called Hassan is Flirting with the Revolution. Interesting times.
I think
Ross Douthat, who is actually, despite this hairline, the youngest op-ed writer at the New York Times, but he manages to look like the oldest one. Because
that's a lie. You just lied to me.
No, this is entirely true. He's only like 40 something. Even though if you just saw this image, you would think he's like at least in his 50s, but whatever.
Jesus Christ. It's like every story he gets, he has to pluck one hair off his head in some kind of devil's bargain.
Okay, you didn't play Neopets. Hold on, if I put. This is what he looks like to me.
How have you tangented?
It's relevant. Okay,
you're not usually this bad. What's happened? We went from Fuentes 2 minutes into the podcast. You're now showing me a Neopet.
Dude,
do you understand what's happened here?
I have to make this observation. It's important. It's critical to the viewers. Okay, look. Tell me you don't see what I'm seeing. This is like an evil Kachik. And it's always what I think of when I see him. Especially from this angle. This man could not, like, his hairline is like barely hanging on. It's as far back as it could possibly go while still being in sight. And then he's also angled his headphones to be even further back, so it exaggerates it. And then, like,
I think to me it looks like the frame of his head is like getting larger over time. You know what I mean? Because like he's got a clean line all around his head, so you could eventually get to like a Charlie Kirk situation. If he shaved a little lower, he could get to like a tiny face on a giant, giant head situation. I feel like he's going for the Charlie Kirk thing.
I've also seen The Green Lantern with Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively exactly one time at a dollar theater when it came out. And I don't remember anything about that movie, except I remember the villain. And if I put like, what year did that movie come out? villain antagonist. I don't even like see Ryan Reynolds. No, we also have to
We're now,
make this observation.
Chat, count it. Okay, we're on level 4 of the tangent. Count it, chat. Keep track. 4th level with 4 layers deep.
If I put villain, I don't even know
4
what
layers deep, chat.
Okay. No, see, this is also relevant. Track. Yeah, I'm pretty on track here. I think this is not too crazy.
Time moves slower every layer deeper you go. Remember the rules. Okay, all right. Every minute in this tangent is 4 hours of the podcast.
I literally have not looked up this movie since then, but it just occurred to me, and I think I'm onto something. Okay, so fuck you.
I think you need to be on something. Are you medicated today? What's happening?
Yes, I'm definitely I'm ready for this.
Oh no,
all medications have been consumed. This is
lock in.
This is me locked in.
They're consumed. They're not kicked in. Let's get some. Let's get some.
Okay, back to the original tangent. So he
oh my God, I forgot.
Okay, stop, Smug, stop. This is important.
Sorry.
He went on this, and he I cannot believe he lost to Ross Douthat, who literally just brought up some of it wasn't even the 9/11 comments. It was the comments he made about Rick Scott, and it was if you actually cared about healthcare in this country, you would blank Rick Scott, and then that got him banned for a day or something like that. It was these sorts of comments, and Hasan just seemed totally unprepared to one, articulate his worldview, because Ross was kind of give a background and summary of what you believe in, and then he brought up this, and he was are you interested in using violence to bring about the the means, the ends that you want to achieve? And then Hasan actually sounded very, very liberal, because he was well, no, of course not, but there's a lot of violence in society already.
Hasan is a liberal, let's not lie. He's a he's a
fashion streamer.
He's a fashion streamer. His politics is fashion. I don't think it's useless to have a guy like Hasan, but let's be honest, he's fundamentally his brain is liberal shaped, right? You don't buy the shit he's buying without a lib shaped brain. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the other thing that's unforgivable is Hasan, like Vosh, when they do interviews, they feel the need to artificially lower their voice, which is so insufferable. Listen to this.
Oh no!
Conservatives have a really great way of designing a narrative that makes sense to as broad of an audience as possible.
That is not how he sounds in any other clip of him that I've ever seen. It's exclusively he whips his voice out for prepared content, and I don't know why he does it. I don't know why men do this. Vosh's not the only person, but it's the first person that comes to mind.
I kind of understand it, to be honest. I don't do it, but there is a higher energy. I think the way they would probably perceive it is they're higher energy on stream, which means they're yapping and screaming at chat and whatever, and then they're lower energy, more professional on a podcast or on a show. I mean, Fuentes, I think similar, right? You see him go high pitched on streams, but then when he goes on a podcast, he's usually a bit
more distinguished. But I think because his voice is so much, it's kind of higher than the normal register to begin with that you would expect for a man his age, that him lowering it just brings it down to kind of a normal sounding voice.
Silly.
Hasan already has a deep voice, so him doing that just sounds so LARPy. So I don't know why he does it.
Yeah, you're right.
Hasan was, he's my worldview is about the distribution of wealth and the distribution of power. Or what did he say? Something violence is a scary concept. It's a concept. It's conceptual. And there was a pretty classic tweet that was something to the effect of the problem with the left is that they pretend to not understand anything, making all discourse impossible. And so my first question is, do they
true or false? Do you rate that statement true or false? The left pretends to not know what they're talking about. So
liberals, yes. I'm sorry. I do need to make the distinction between I think she was being overly broad there, but I think that most liberals I speak to, I have this really frustrating situation. I think they probably any anti-liberal, someone who opposes liberalism, genuine leftists or genuine kind of fascists, I feel like they will run into this tendency where a liberal will deliberately misunderstand you or deliberately pretend they're not getting. And it's not that they're doing it consciously, but it's almost if you use words in the wrong ways that don't fit a liberal frame, they'll start to act they don't understand what you're talking about, even though that if they were not playing politics right now, they don't smile I'm talking about Pisco. I'm talking about Pisco.
I'm actually thinking about Ezra Klein. I'm actually thinking about Ezra Klein because him writing the thing about Charlie Kirk, you could only arrive at that conclusion that Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way and just kind of talk abstractly about the concept of a man going to a college and debating college students. If you completely divorce it from the actual things that he said, believed, and advocated for, and you literally just focus on the act itself.
Right. Okay. So, like, I guess that's a more. I suppose that's like sort of the New York Times form of that phenomenon. But I think you will run into it when you're talking to any liberal, where like they will get like pedantic around definitions or pretend to not understand a chain of logic that you're presenting because it just doesn't fit in the liberal frame and nothing can really exist outside of the liberal frame in their mind. So it's almost like they have to pretend to be confused, or rather it's not even that it's like they're performing it. They perform confusion, they perform misunderstanding, they perform not getting what you're trying to get at, because to get it would require them to start incorporating a like antagonism to their own worldview, which they're unwilling to engage with. Right. I mean, you see this with like veganism a lot as well, right? Like it's a pretty common phenomenon in anything that induces cognitive dissonance.
And like they have to do that with Charlie Kirk, because if you've already disavowed the like blue sky users and TikTok teens that were valorizing or making fun of his death or whatever, or at least they didn't care about it and they were making light of it, if you've already closed off the possibility of that being part of acceptable mainstream discourse, then what does it leave you with? You can either meet Charlie Kirk where he was at, or you can apply this sort of antiseptic analysis to try to find something good about it, right? To say, because what else could you say about Charlie Kirk? Because again, if you critically engage with the things that he said and the things that he believed, it was like constant advocacy for violence and destruction against anybody who wasn't just exactly like him. Or he didn't perceive to be a threat to the type of like racial order and Christian order that he was trying to instill in this country. So if you again critically engage, you should be closer to where those blue sky and TikTok teens were, even if you don't outwardly want to express it the exact same way. But you should be sympathizing with them far more than you should be sympathizing with Charlie Kirk. But again, he has to pretend like we're just talking about free speech here, or we're just talking about this. It's like, again, like you're saying, like they're playing dumb. I can't, like, Ezra Klein, again, for all of his faults, I don't think he's stupid. So I'm like, you have to, or maybe he just didn't know much about Charlie Kirk, which is also stupid on his part to pen a whole op-ed about a man, valorizing him without really engaging with this content before you did that, even though there's plenty of it out there. So I definitely do see this as a liberal tendency, but on this show, of course, they're at the point where like the liberals and the left, like that's all just like one big thing. They're not going to make a distinction between like anti-capitalists and like liberals and Democrats.
Which I think is fair. You know, I would kind of lump Hassan into that group vaguely. Obviously, his rhetoric's very different, but fundamentally, the way he goes about things doesn't really differ all that much from any other liberal influencer, other than he's willing to take bigger Democrat Party signaling costs in exchange for appealing to his audience better.
Are they pretending, or are they just truly retarded and don't understand how things work? And then my second question was, in that clip you talk about how you read a lot of stuff on both the right and the left, and I'm curious, what are you reading from the left, and who do you think is like smart, energetic, worthwhile? Who are you looking at?
Okay, yeah.
Let's see.
I think they lie. Like when Hassan was asked, what is your cause? He gave like such a vague answer. It was like, well, I want, it was something like we want the poor to have more stuff or something like that. Yeah. And Ross kept asking him, well, what does that mean? And eventually got him to like, okay, so eventually the cops are going to come to the rich and take their stuff at gunpoint. Yeah. And Hassan was like, well, yeah, we're not going to shoot them, but there's the implied threat of force. And Mamdani said the same thing. He was on The View and he said, I'm a democratic socialist. And they said, what does that mean? And he said, well, as Dr. King said, he said, you can call whatever you want, but, we want a more equitable distribution of wealth. And, of course, the implication is they want to kill the kulaks. They want to take their stuff.
Holy fuck. Oh, my God.
Fuck yeah. Holy.
Quotes MLK. Well, naturally, you see the implication of this is advocacy for global despotism and mass death.
Okay, but directionally, he's kind of correct in a way most liberals aren't in terms of MLK's radicalism. So,
like,
I don't know if he's completely
if you said that about Malcolm X,
totally wrong,
I would still think it was a very vulgar assessment of what Malcolm X really stood for, even though obviously he was more radical than MLK. But the idea that MLK, who again was like a staunch believer in like civil disobedience, nonviolence, saying that like emphasizing that you need to exhaust every single peaceful or passively resistant means before like directly engaging or resorting to violence. Like,
did you really not read any of MLK's letters about the kulaks? That's crazy.
No.
You really missed those?
I guess I really maybe
there was a whole B plot to that movement. You must have missed.
Conspired to take that part out, I guess, to sanitize him, of course.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say that because they don't want to spook the professional managerial.
So they say the bus will be
deal
free.
breaker. Yeah.
I'm a socialist. I just want the bus
to
be free.
We're instituting.
I read all his speeches. He never once mentioned kulaks. I'm not so sure about that LMC figs. Nick Fuentes here is saying that really
already.
is what MLK stood for. Whether you knew it or not, it's more obscure, I realize. But yeah, sorry, I think you're wrong on that.
Like free.
Wait, hold on. By the way, MLK was not a pacifist. MLK was a pragmatist. Okay, the reason that he was a pacifist was because he thought that was the most effective means to. I wouldn't even call him a pacifist, but he believed that non-violent resistance, an appeal to white power, by the way, a kind of a groveling, sniveling appeal to bureaucrats. Self-sacrificing to demonstrate how oppressive the system is. That was the best way to achieve his end goals. And he was very much disappointed in the outcomes for all the good that he did. He himself was not super happy that was the way he had to go about things. So, while he deployed that strategy, that doesn't mean that in his heart of hearts, I think he was a pacifist. I think he just believed the things he was doing was the best strategy.
Yeah, I don't know. When I think, to my understanding, MLK was influenced by Gandhi, but when I think pacifist, I don't think MLK.
Nah.
Because I do, again, there are other writings of his that signal that, he's sympathetic to radicalism, and it's not that he doesn't have those same end goals in mind. It was literally just a pragmatic thing of, how best do you bring about this outcome and this sort of, direct engagement. The agitation that, the Black Panthers or whatever, he just saw that as, counter-revolutionary for going that route, right?
Yeah.
Or just counterproductive, right? He understood that, like you were saying, try to work within the systems and the confines set by the white man, and then you resort to that.
Yeah, free child
he never completely closed off the possibility. Whereas I think you can find other realist, pacifists who are pretty staunch about no, you should really try to close off. You shouldn't ever resort to that.
Where we're doing away with the gifted and talented programs, that sort of thing. Yeah, he said, I'm like a Scandinavian, but more brown.
Yeah. Which sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds great.
I remember that Mamdani soundbite. Played it all over Fox News. Remember when he said that?
I mean, it was
also this just tells me he's so mad that Mamdani is pragmatic and effective and knows what it's like to try to effectively mainstream more radical politics into American media without having to break through all of these barriers first of again, he was an assemblyman and now he probably will be the mayor of New York City. He didn't work his way up from his own show. And then, I was able to get on
basement.
Yeah, and then he went on Chapo, and then he went on Hassan Piker, and then he tried to break major. No, he has a political project, and he is demonstrating that it's actually possible to amass some political capital in this country, even with the types of politics that he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they lie. I think that it's a lot of euphemistic stuff, and I think that's a recognition that the left is not popular anymore. 10 years ago, I think they were maybe more open about how radical they were.
Oh, this broadness is going to drive me crazy.
That they were communist.
This broadness is going to drive me fucking crazy. And they're just going to say the left over and over to oh god, oh no, oh that's going to drive me fucking. It's useful to them and very unuseful to me.
Who they believe that they're talking to, because they obviously don't think anybody on the left will actually consume this in its entirety. It's a thing made for an almost exclusively consumed by people on the right.
Or far left, and now they're
rather
kind
than
of
the
afraid,
left. I'm just going to hear not us. I'm just going to hear not us. That's how I'm going to cope for the rest of this.
Or at the very least, I don't know, r/stupid poll types that are economically left but truly socially conservative, to the point that that's more important to them than the left, the kind of economic populist agenda.
Even to be super woke or super communist. So I think they hide that.
Well, now, when questioned about whether they're socialists or communists, they'll be like, oh, I'm a social democrat or a democratic socialist or whatever. But do you really think that they're lying, and do they know that they're lying?
Yes, I think it's intentional. I think they're obscuring it.
But to what end?
But do you think,
what does Hassan Piker really
do you
want?
think
I think Fuentes is actually right about this. People like Mamdani are totally hiding their power level when it comes to how left they are. They are, but the fact that they are willing to kind of blunt their politics so much to still be accepted by mainstream political discourse in the country, that functionally means that is the lane that you're going to operate in. This idea that, like, see, the right can actually mainstream themselves by dog whistling, hiding their power level, lying, but then when they get into power, they institute a far-right radical agenda. With the left, it's not the case. Like, that actually will be stopped by institutional barriers and other people that prevent you from instilling those changes. And we're just talking about, like, rearrangements of the budget. This man is trying to, like, one of the cornerstones of his platform is literally free busing, and that's seen as, like, radical.
Yeah. I think so. If you believe in running as a Democrat, you literally can't be that radical. I am more radical than Mamdani. I'm more radical than any of you. I'm probably I am more radical than Aaron, let's be honest. Let's be real. And I would run for fucking Reform or Labour or the Democrats or whoever the fuck, right? Because I would just try and directionally push things in. Like, if you're not willing to take a position of power as a radical, then your radical politics are never going to come to fruition in on any time frame. But you still have to push directionally, and probably that would mean that I would end up being in a fucking Bernie Sanders coalition where I'd be like, yeah, fine, whatever. This is the best thing that can be done practically, realistically in the moment. But yeah, you still have to like join parties and participate in politics if you want to be useful. Otherwise, you can only do like on the ground activism, which is only one half of the story.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things. Like, do you think that radicalism is mutually exclusive with participation in like mainstream electoral politics and parties? Because if you think that is already curbing your radical politics to the point that you're no longer radical, then I guess it's like, sure, if you define it that way, then no one radical has ever like entered mainstream politics. But
actually want to reappropriate the wealth of like middle class white people at gunpoint.
I do, yeah. Okay. I think that, well, I mean, Hassan, he is a Marxist, and I think Zoran is a Democratic. So
no, he's been doing this lefty economics.
To reappropriate the wealth of white people at the end of a gun.
Well, I mean,
if we're being
are they technically incorrect?
Literally the the status quo, like forced doctrine or whatever, like everything is monopoly on violence. Like that is like the inverse is what's happening right now. You just don't think of it that way because it's the status quo. So she thinks it's kind of just like a neutral state of affairs that we live in, even though all of that is also enforced by the end of the gun. But yeah, the upheaval of that and the idea that he's going to like do that just seems so histrionic to me. Like what?
I wish communists could get away with sounding this retarded. I really do.
Socialist. He said there shouldn't be billionaires. So it's like, what's the implication? There's going to be like a
do you want billionaires, Fuentes?
A taxation policy that's confiscation, and they. I think
taxation is confiscation. This idea that like you're going to be, especially according to somebody like this, right? Like that's somehow more totalitarian than like, again, just saying that by saying that we're not talking about like again. Expropriation the way that we're talking about. You're talking about using existing mechanisms and changing like how much like the percentages of things if he can even get that off the ground.
That's sort of like what
it's very important. Okay, so we're back on the Fuentes code switching memes. It's very important right now that he is mentioning billionaires and not attacking billionaires, because actually he regularly attacks billionaires. He's very much in the Steve Bannon camp of like anti-oligarchy. He's had shit fits about Elon Musk. His vague cluster of a faction has generally been anti-billionaire, anti-oligarchy. They've been against they were on the other side of the H-1B scandal, which was another kind of like wedge in the conservative line. So I think it's interesting that he's talking to the the tech class, I guess like libertarian shitters. These, the girls who are dating, tech bros,
Curtis
and
Yarvin.
Not mentioning, the Curtis Yarvin types. I forget the Dark Enlightenment types,
right?
And he's not talking about taxing billionaires, or he doesn't usually say taxing, but like, he's not talking about like getting money back into the middle class in the way that he often would to appeal to like the trad, kind of good old fashioned America stuff. But he is willing to be anti-billionaire a lot of the time. And I think it's notable that it doesn't seem like he's going to be in this podcast.
Yeah, the emphasis is on the fact that like he wants to use violence to achieve his ends, not that the goal itself is not noble. He's just saying that like he's dog whistling about like expropriation or whatever.
Far right do. Mm-hmm. On the far right, there's this insinuation, and even like conservatives that don't know they're far right, it's like, well, we're against illegal immigration, or and what they're implying is like we want like a white country, we want a more white, but they don't want to say it. I think the communists do for retail politics. They do a similar thing. They don't want to scare everybody.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. What time do you wake up? I know you're Night Owl.
Oh my god.
She's so empty. What a hollow creature. It's
Look
incredible.
At her smile as she asked him that. Holy fuck.
What time do you wake up? What time do you wake up?
So yeah, Zohar Mamdani pretty much has a plan that's unprecedented in American politics. He's calling for the expropriation of capital at the end of a gun, and he wants to like forcibly make billionaires like redistribute their wealth. Yeah, so anyway, what time do you wake up? Like, what the fuck?
What's your ideal Sunday like?
Well, it's all over the place. I mean, my sleep schedule kind of like migrates throughout the day. Like sometimes I go to bed at 9 a.m. and wake up at 5 p.m. Sometimes,
so you're that, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes I go to bed at like 6 a.m. and wake up but it's all over the place.
So you like get your day started at night?
Yes.
What is this?
It's really just totally random. Yeah. It's just kind of when I get exhausted, I go to bed.
But you don't drink and you don't smoke.
No.
And I don't know if this is like established Fuentes lore, but I guess like a lot of our listeners are not like groypers or whatever.
Okay. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Anna.
Why don't you drink?
I never did when I was a kid, and I really just hate the idea of being an altered state of mind. It like gives me a lot of anxiety. So I don't do drugs. And
have you ever tried?
Never, no.
Wow.
How do you know?
Because I think
like,
about,
do you want to try right now?
They're like a hive mind.
Something.
The way that they both said it at the same time, like the Shining twins.
They've definitely both taken a boy and corrupted him at the same time. I don't like how readily they moved to that. They both reached into a handbag at the same time.
The idea of being an altered state of mind, it like gives me a lot of anxiety. So I don't do drugs. And
have you ever tried?
Never, no. Because I think about like the physiological effects, and I get like a weird anxiety about that. You know,
are you afraid of like, losing control?
I mean, this is like Trump's a teetotaler as well, because he's not really talking about like being straight edge or whatever. Even though he's saying like he's not just talking about drinking, he's talking about drugs specifically. Yeah. But that is common among like. I mean, he did say that he basically is nocturnal, and I've noticed that these types, because Trump also has bragged about getting like very, very little sleep, which is insane given his job and his age. And the fact that like he's obese, like I don't know how he's on an early grave already, given those three like comorbidities, or like that's two comorbidities. If he's like overweight and like old, like geriatric, but still, that is for that to be coming from like this Zoomer or whatever. Like it kind of, I don't know. This seems like a Trump skinwalking almost.
No, I think people who are straight edge are very, very untrustworthy.
On the right, like, again, they won't align themselves with being straight edge because that overlaps too much with, like, punk culture and, like, veganism and, like left subcultures that they're not interested in.
I've only ever seen... I see straight edge in the gym bros. That's where I see it crop up the most.
I see teetotalers. Teetotal, like, they won't talk about being straight edge, just teetotalers.
Okay, come up with a different word that slices the subgroup to feel slightly cooler to be a part of. Go ahead, Aaron. You do what you need to do. Okay, your disgusting, degenerate existence, refusing alcohol, will eventually come back to bite you in the ass.
Of yourself, or
that's a big part of it.
Is this your reason for being straight edge? Yeah, correct. So that was just to be like Trump. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, closest Trump.
We're conservative streamers after all.
Too, I don't like because I see people get drunk and they act like idiots.
Yeah,
so that's part of it too.
You've never smoked a cigarette?
Never, no.
Wow.
Damn. And you don't have any curiosity.
Oh, they're really struggling with that one.
Never. I mean, I guess it's easy, like if you haven't done it, to like not lose sleep over the fact that you haven't.
Yeah, no, I never had any inclination for it.
Do you?
You never thought it was cool?
I think it is cool. Like smoking cigarettes is cool.
You think it's cool?
It is cool.
It is definitely cool. Yeah.
I actually quit, but I miss it.
Sort of.
Sort of.
No, you're vaping.
I smoke cigarettes and vape. I vape,
in the
home.
vaping scares me. Don't you think that's gonna like?
Oh my god! Yeah,
it is fucking gross and evil and scary, but we still do it.
Oh my god, she's smoking the lead one. She's smoking the one that has like the most lead. Wasn't that way? I recognized that. Oh no.
Like, oh my god! Yeah,
it is fucking gross and evil and scary, but we still do it. And
Chinese, gross, evil, scary. What does this refer to?
So this refers to the fact. Yeah, so so basically most of there were a few studies that came out that showed that the metals, the alloys in the coils of a lot of disposable vapes were leaching heavy metals into people in like noticeable quantities. It was like nickel, lead. Like some alloys and were like leaching heavy metals that just do not get processed very well by your body. So there was like a bit of a scare about that, and it was specifically like the cheap Chinese crap disposable ones, rather than like the hipster, big fat vape, kind of American ones.
Oh, weird. Okay.
And I think vaping is one of those things like SSRIs or birth control that it's going to come out years later that it's actually far worse for you than cigarettes.
God.
Oh yeah, the elf bar isn't in China.
SSRIs, this is like a color worse for you than cigarettes.
No, there's no evidence for this.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Tropical flavors.
Yeah,
that's a very common right-wing woman talking point though. Like I've seen a lot of like the Twitter heads talk about how like SSRIs, like they fuck up women's brain. Oh, the blood clots meme, obviously, which is the thing. Like there are sorry, not SSRIs, birth control. How it like changes your mate selection so that you select worse mates, that you're attracted to different things, that it like triggers depressive. Like obviously there's a bunch of negative side effects, but to say that it's worse than cigarettes is fucking crazy. Like
also birth control, you should see the instructions that come with like the pills or whatever. It is like huge like manual practically, but it's also one of the most studied drugs. So when they're talking about this like it's secret, I'm like, it's not secret. They disclose it to you. I'm not pretending like people are reading through all of that bullshit, but you can imagine like, again, if you get your prescription and it comes with all of that, oh shit, there's a lot of side effects. I could choose to educate myself on what exactly it is, but that's not like something that's been hidden from view or anything like that. You could know all of this. It's well studied, well documented. It's not inaccessible information whatsoever.
There's this backlash to there is and again, like with everything else, every fucking hole in liberalism gets filled by fascists. But like it's a backlash towards like the implicit coercive element of putting women on SSRIs or putting women on birth control. Like there is a pressure, and that pressure is generally coming from men. Or male institutions like
what pressure?
Like
I wish there was a pressure.
What to get on? Are you maybe? Wait, are you serious? There's no pressure to get on SSRIs or to get on. Okay, so maybe this is a UK thing, but like there is a very women tend to get pipeline towards
birth control and SSRI in the same conversation. But if you're just talking about birth control, I wish there was more of a push for women to be on birth control. I don't know. I think birth control, I don't just necessarily mean like the oral contraceptive or whatever.
Oh, you mean like IUDs or whatever?
Any single device that is going to help you with family planning, whether that be like the IUD or a pill or like the shots or like what, like the things that then like Nexplanon shit that goes in your arm or whatever, like something.
Yeah, okay, so maybe this is a UK experience thing, but like from my experience, I've definitely seen a pressure first of all, there is a pressure for women to get on birth control, I think, or rather for women to be responsible, because obviously they will receive the negative impact of not being on it, and men don't want to. Have you really not experienced this like or seen this like cultural phenomenon of like men being like, oh, condoms are a pain in the ass, oh, it sucks. And they're constantly like trying to get women to be the ones to take responsibility and take
America,
all of the
what men
medical.
Do is beg you to like pull and pray, not to not to actually
maybe this is a
get
different
on
thing.
it.
Okay, I mean in the UK, I think that women tend to be pressured to kind of take responsibility, and it's good to do so, but it also sucks that like it's always the responsibility is always on the woman, right? It's always a man wants sex to be better for them generally. And so they are pressuring a woman to get a medical insert.
I'm going to be so much more enthusiastic. It's going to feel so much better. So really, I'm doing this for you.
I promise. Then I'll spend the time on you, baby. I promise. All right. Just, I gotta feel like there's something at the end for me. A little treat for me. Yeah, but SSRIs are similar. Like if you go into the GP in the UK and you go, I'm not feeling too good, they will dump you on sertraline like instantly. So there is like they are very, very quick to just put you on a low risk, low impact SSRI in this. I think it's an SSRI in this country. So I think there is a pressure in certain environments, and women tend to get pipelined towards those things more readily than men do. Men, you're more likely. You're more likely to get checked for like a hormonal imbalance, maybe you're low T or whatever. Maybe there's some other thing going on, whereas women tends to be assumed that there's like more likely to be psychosomatic, therefore more likely to require an intervention that is a psychiatric one rather than a
or like all these studies that show like how much more women need to advocate for themselves for doctors to take their pain seriously.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
That like you're saying like they are far more likely when it's a female patient reporting the same sorts of symptoms as like a male patient for them to assume or like begin a differential diagnosis that almost starts from the premise that the pain is a psychosomatic manifestation of something else or is like mentally pathological, not that it could be some physical ailment.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that you agree with my statement that women are pressured towards both of those things more than men.
Not yet. I'm not willing to co-sign that. I'm not closed off to the idea of it. That's definitely not my experience.
No, I think I'm remembering that like abstinence is like an option in like the sort of abstinence education of like just like no condoms, no birth control at all is like kind of a thing in the US in a way where in the UK. Obviously, pull and pray is still probably a thing, but people are mostly using condoms. Like, we didn't have any kind of anti-condom stuff at all in my country.
I don't know that I told you this. So I went to public school in Texas, and my sex ed, the start and finish of it, was my speech teacher, who also did, like, I didn't actually have, like, health class, but he did health class. And so one day he decided to, like, give us a lecture on that, and he drew 3 cans of paint on the whiteboard, and then a paintbrush. And then he said, having sex with multiple people, like without protection, but really just in general, is like the equivalent of like if you take a clean paintbrush, you dip it in this paint can, and then you go to this other paint can and you dip it in there before you've cleaned it off, and you're gonna get all the colors mixed up, so you don't want to do that.
So what if I wash my paintbrushes in between each session?
No.
Oh.
Or wear a condom? No.
Never wash my paintbrush. Got it.
Because then I think he also alluded to the fact that like men won't do that, which he probably descriptively he's not wrong that men don't want to wear protection.
What do you mean descriptively is not? I'm not co-signing that. Right? Okay, we're just on opposite ends of this issue.
I will also. Oh, somebody asked in chat, are IUDs painful? So I have an IUD. I have a copper IUD. It's it existing in my body. You don't even notice it. You would never know. It's not painful. The insertion was one of the most painful things I have ever experienced, and I have an incredibly high pain tolerance and threshold. You're not anesthetized. You don't get any sort of numbing agent or whatever.
It's so fun.
And they use forceps and like I can't remember what it's called, like a speculum to open you up. And they do come in contact directly with your cervix, which can be very traumatizing. And it was like this really, really excruciating, like this super, super sharp pain as they insert it. But then it was done really quickly. And then I've never passed out. I almost passed out after. All of a sudden, like my blood pressure just like plummeted. There was a mirror in there. I remember seeing my face. I looked like white, like a ghost. And I tried to stand up, and then I had to like sit back down. And then on top of it, they were like, eat this or whatever. And I was vegan. So I was like, I can't eat that because it was like milk chocolate. I was like, I can't eat it because it's not vegan. But it was so
anyway,
painful. There's nothing for it. There's no sort of like that's performed without any like numbing agent or anything like that. They told me take 2 Advil.
Yeah, so while I'd like to apologize on behalf of the patriarchy for forcing you through that, again, I feel like that just reinforces my statement earlier. I think I'm pretty confident.
Okay, how about this? This same my gyno was amazing. He was like really, really experienced. He was awesome back in Texas. But yeah, it was man. But also I talked to him about getting my tube side because I wasn't interested in kids, and he wouldn't do it. It was like a not. He was like no. He was like, you're very young and like you're not married. So he was like, if you became married and then you had a conversation, you still don't want to, maybe we could talk from there. But he just said no. I was an adult, by the way, like not just like 18, like I was like 20.
That's a pretty typical thing that happens. I feel like men do get that with vasectomies, but also not as much. Like I know there have been studies, but that is a thing that men looking for sterilization do run into as well. This was the patriarchy's fault, Sir Simps a lot. How fucking dare you? How dare you?
Somebody asked me in YouTube chat, was my gynecologist a looker? Holy fuck. You guys are demented.
He better not have fucking looked. Maybe that's why it was so painful. He was like covering his eyes, chastely.
To remain
and just kind of fumbling around. Yeah.
There was a chaperone, so like he had like everybody working for him was like, it was like a lot of female nurses and stuff like that. He was the only man. He owns a practice. He was the only man in the practice, and every single time he performed any procedure and any intake, a woman was present. So no sorts of funny business. He was like, check out
how good I am at this, babe. Have a look at this.
Were you in the room with me? Okay, I'm pressing play.
I wish. I wish I didn't, but what are you gonna do at this point?
Do you have like
He's showing
a
off the
daily health or beauty routine? Do you care about that? I asked you before we started rolling the footage.
They're trying to. Okay, I know what's happening. They're trying. They have Fuentes in front of them. They really want to turn Fuentes into a sex icon. I know exactly what's going through their heads. They want
gay
to
sex icon, maybe.
Unironically, yes, of course, these bitches will only fall in love with a gay man. Absolutely, that is like their archetype to a fucking T. But yeah, they want to turn Fuentes. They want to do the thirst trap thing. But Fuentes is going to have to counter signal in order to maintain his incel credentials because they are valuable to him for his Groiper army, and him being never being distracted by a woman is actually like a really strong basis for his ideology. He needs to prove that he's not doing it for personal gain. If you're not doing it for money, which he isn't really, in my opinion, he could be making a lot more money than he does, and then he's doing it for bitches. And if he's not doing it for bitches, then he can only be doing it for ideology. So I think this is why he has to keep a really clean slate when it comes to taking money and taking women. I genuinely think that that's part of his like thinking behind that. Is it makes him look more serious about his ideological project than someone like Hassan, who forget the money. Even if he lived in a fucking like little apartment, the what he gets in clout in terms of access to women is enough to justify a lot of the work, if you can call it that, he puts in. Hardest job in the world. His labor. So I think it's important that Fuentes rejects both of these, right? Because it actually would damage the perception of his like genuine ideological project, which is why I think he has more of an ideological project than most leftists.
It's also why he's going to be ass mad that he's like sidelined and marginalized, even like can't even like break onto like Fox News or whatever, the same way like Mamdani can like get himself onto political programs. And it's because, dude, like you're saying, he has a stake in maintaining his reputation as like Lord of the Incels, but by definition, inceldom is something that defines itself by being the out group. So how are you supposed to ever mainstream an ideology that you feel that you're pretty much like a representative of, when there's this tension of always having to be on the outskirts of society, right? It like precludes you from even being mainstream.
Yeah, but is Bannon in group? Is Miller really in group? No, they get into positions of power in the hierarchy. You never need to be a part of the mainstream in group if you can just get into power and then enforce your ideology. This is like a luxury of fascism. You never actually have to genuinely win over the population. You just need to get into a unaccountable position of power from which you can enact your policies. You don't need a mandate from the people. You are the will of the people. Your will is the mandate of the people. So that there's like a difference in ideology here even from communists, even from socialists, from the furthest leftists. Like they are, I guess the closest thing you can imagine is like people vanguardists who are like, oh, the people are too stupid to know what the people need. I will represent the people with my superior understanding of theory. Like you would see the equivalent of like a communist on the left saying stuff like that. So that's why they don't need to do this mainstreaming in the same way. It's valuable to them to do it a bit, but they don't win when 51% of the country agrees with them. That wasn't true in Nazi Germany either.
Don't lump communists and socialists, lol. Marx lumped those two. Only fact, I promise you. Go read through anything that he wrote. He pretty much used them interchangeably.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to make your own little distinctions between them that are useful to you. But yeah, I mean, whatever.
Or more about your looks or weight, that sort of thing, now that you have more exposure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I wish I looked better, but I just
He'd love to be asked on Fox News. He'd love to turn them down. Why do people think that he would turn? Why do you think that he would turn them? I don't think he would turn down Fox News.
No. But I don't know. I could see. Well, I could see him making a
narrative.
Play.
That would be so stupid.
Yeah.
What he wants his narrative to be is that he was censored, or that the powers that be, wink, are keeping him down, right? So I think that like if Fox News is like letting him on or whatever, I think that he would jump at the opportunity.
Yeah.
Don't have the discipline to like, because I go on and off of like diets and things like that. Like I'll say I'm only going to eat 1 meal a day or 2 meals a day or something, but then I get really miserable.
Hey, I do OMAD, okay?
Intermittent fasting over here.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that he does like keto.
Not constantly
bullshit. But
eating things I like.
Intermittent fasting's fine.
Intermittent fasting is just skipping breakfast. And what's wrong with that?
Basically. Well, I mean, also skipping lunch sometimes. It depends on what you're...
Well, if you're doing that is you skipping breakfast, lunch, and then just having dinner or whatever and like consuming all your calories at once. But if you're
I don't know.
intermittent fasting is usually just skipping breakfast.
I can't go to the gym on three meals a day. I just can't do it. Like it's just I'm just like I need to only eat like I'll have like a little bit of protein before the gym and then like a big meal at the end of the day and then that's it.
Are you on Ozempic? Chatter wants to know.
Absolutely not. I don't even know if you can really get that easily in this country.
It's at Costco now in the United States. It's still really expensive, but you can get Costco or you can get Ozempic and Wegovy there.
How do you feel about Ozempic?
I think
like casually used, like imagine, like just like it's, over the counter, everyone's using it, whatever. Like, the sort of casual version. Obviously not, it's genuinely useful medical. So it's not
been recalled and it's not dangerous, but it seems like it's falling into the hands of people that are not pre-diabetic or diabetic, which it's intended for. So it's effective, but they're already doing longitudinal studies about the efficacy of it as a weight loss agent. And if you try to use Ozempic to lose weight, you are probably going to regain the weight because you've not actually made like a lifestyle change. But
I feel like I can't
know the conversations that people had between themselves and their doctors. So like, I don't want to just say like more people than they like are abusing it or that that's what I suspect, but I really don't know because people can be, like it's also very likely that people who say that they're not pre-diabetic or diabetic are just telling the public that. And then but it's like, well, how do you have this drug or whatever? So you have to be showing some sort of indication because that would make it far more likely for your physician to prescribe it. And the other thing is like these sorts of drugs that have the side effect of like helping you lose weight, they almost always get pulled off the market. So I wouldn't be surprised, even though nothing's been reported, I wouldn't be surprised if like one day it does.
That's not a fair comparison.
Well, no, because it's not. Its primary purpose is not to help you lose weight.
No, of course. Well, yeah, but sure. But like, fuck, there's a million drugs where we found alternative purposes. Not to
like off-label usages and stuff like that.
Sure. But like, I mean, fuck, like what hormone blockers were originally designed for precocious puberty, and now they're fundamental to like trans healthcare. So like, it's not like that's a terrible thing. I think that.
Oh wait, so it's approved by the FDA for weight loss.
For weight loss, yeah. No, it is. But like, I'm talking about sort of the casual, kind of like, I suppose cosmetic usage, right? Like someone trying to lose 20 pounds so they look and feel better. Wait, I mean, losing 20 pounds is still good for you in nearly any situation. If you're 20 pounds overweight.
Now I saw contradictory information. Maybe this has been changed recently. I'll have to look into it.
I think it depends on the amount of weight you have. Like you still need, approval by a doctor, right? It still needs to be prescribed. It's not like over the counter, I'm fat, give me it. Like you still have to like, your doctor has to say, oh yeah, you need to lose 50 pounds because you're in danger of XYZ.
So this says Ozempic. This is an article from July 10th, 2024. So like a year ago.
I think look.
Ozempic, BMI, which has become synonymous with weight loss medication, is FDA approved only for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. It is important for us to communicate this to our patients as there have been a great deal of misinformation on what is an FDA-approved drug for obesity. We've seen patients requesting their provider to start them on Ozempic, and it gets rejected by their insurance plan for coverage because the patient did not have T2GM, which is type 2 diabetes. Popular culture has contributed to this kind of misunderstanding that Ozempic is a weight loss medication. Both Wegovy and Ozempic are semaglutide, but at different dose, with Wegovy being approved by the FDA for the treatment of obesity. So it's Wegovy, but they use the same active ingredient, which is that semaglutide or whatever. The same is true for Mounjaro and Zepbound. Both are the anti-diabetic medication tirzepatide, but Zepbound is only approved for obesity treatment.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is the next line, which is basically if you have an overweight body mass index and one comorbid condition related to it, even like hypertension, which nearly everyone who's overweight has hypertension. Yeah, to some extent, I think. So like it's, I guess it seems like it is pretty easy.
Yeah, because it's not hard to qualify as pre-diabetic, with that being the case, because those are usually like precursors to diabetes. So
I'm just like I'm very worried about
when you're young.
It's fine. Forget it.
Yeah, you should do like an intuitive. If it makes you feel good.
Not even. You can just do whatever the fuck you want.
Not now. Now I'm getting a little gaining weight.
Nick,
now.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Your metabolism is gonna
about
slow
10
down.
years before you hit rock bottom and regret all your decisions and want to make some like real like dietary and health moves. But you're lucky
I don't
because
like
you never got into the drinking or drugs.
I feel like there's something wrong in the universe. I don't appreciate it. I need to believe that Fuentes does not have a good relationship with his mother. That's the only way that fascism makes sense.
Because they're smoking, so you're already like ahead of the curve.
It's going to keep you well preserved.
They are 37-year-olds, my guy.
Fluctuate in weight?
Older even.
I do, yeah. I do. Well, because I go through periods of just like uncontrolled binge eating, and then I notice my face getting chubby, and people tell me, they say, you're looking fat, and then I scale it back.
Who's telling you that?
The viewers on my show.
Oh.
Is this okay?
That's what I'm thinking.
Just making sure.
Should I check?
Do you want to like, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
There's a big learning curve for me. It's
just for
really
your
the
sake, I don't wanna-
gaffing and stuff.
I'm
is
just a silly
insane.
girl.
Well, I mean, if something's wrong with it, we like lose the footage, but
We'll still have the audio.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we should.
Oh no, is this
Which is better for us. Anyway,
foreshadowing?
because,
Foreshadowing.
people are always like picking up part.
Oh no, is she gonna fuck it up right now?
I almost prefer that we don't have the video.
It's working.
Cool. I think it's probably safe to, whatever. I think it's
no
okay.
cuts, nothing.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are they talking about metabolism? Because they're like obsessed with weight. So is our community.
That's all they think about.
You pulled it off.
These were going to be like my end of the episode softball questions, but I'm going to front load them.
Why?
No, I don't know. They just happened organically. That I was
Naturally,
curious about his like weight loss regimen. Would you ever go on like Ozempic or Retarditude?
No, I don't trust all that stuff. I feel like it's not proven, and it's also just there's something.
Okay, all right, chill. Now this whole like it's not proven thing, or like what are you talking about?
I get to know. I know what he's gonna say next. Is because he's got the same fucking opinion as me, and it's a based opinion. Okay, all right. I was on the meth for a year. Okay, all right. The fucking Vyvanse, whatever the fuck, whichever one. All right. I had my ADHD fucking treated for a year, and you know what? All it did was it made me better at capitalism. Okay, that shit's bullshit. All right, all it does is it makes you better at conforming to the fucking system. Okay, all these. Exactly. You need to self-actualize, and you will not self-actualize with meth or with fucking Ozempic. All right, bin all of your drugs. I don't care what. Your medication is. Bin everything. Throw it all away in a video game. Wait, you lads? I think you can say that on Twitch. Yeah, throw all your all your medication away.
R-worditude, like she meant like semaglutide, but was replacing it with the R word, but she didn't get the word right.
This word spiritually does like a lot of heavy lifting on Twitter these days, but I feel like spiritually there's something wrong about like a fat reduction drug.
Yeah.
Like if you can't control your eating, I feel like that's a problem.
I agree.
Right,
it feels like cheating.
Yeah, right.
Suppressing your appetite seems bad.
Yeah, and unless you have like a you need a serious like genetic anomaly or food addiction, it really is like a matter of discipline and you feel better and are prouder of yourself if you do it the hard way.
I also think it's going to devalue thinness, and that's my issue with it.
It'll exactly.
I forgot what this is called, but there's a phenomenon that describes this where it's basically like the anti-bandwagon phenomenon, where once the proles and something becomes accessible to lower class people, then effectively you see the inverse become the thing that's chic because it's now become oversaturated and you can no longer be unique on it. So you will see like kind of this, like the same way that you saw this huge fad with like all of these celebrity women getting BBLs, getting lip injections, filler, having this like ridiculous hourglass body. Now so many of them are having that reverse. They're getting their lip fillers dissolved. They're getting their fucking butt implants removed and shit like that. And opting for, kind of a return to like more like 90s, like more athletic, skinny look or whatever. Because then when you saw like a bunch of like, it became effectively like seen as like ghetto, quote unquote, or like, oh no, now this is becoming a thing that like cheap, like cheap, lower class, broke
there's
people
a word for it. It's kitsch. It becomes kitsch. It becomes kitschy, right? Like the thing that was originally had like cultural status, ends up becoming overly accessible to the working class, and then they have to shift the goalposts over and over and over again. This is just like the flow of fashion. But it's crazy to me that Dasher is just explicitly saying, oh yeah, I don't want weight loss to become kitsch. I don't want being thin to become kitsch. Like, that's so fucking crazy.
Yeah. I
what
mean,
incredible
and with stuff like, again, like the mainstreaming of like Ozempic, Wegovy, these drugs that help like aid with weight loss or whatever, that is now you're making weight loss accessible, which is so funny because all in the same breath they're like, all it takes is a little bit of self-control and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. They make it sound like, oh, it's so easy, and all of these people dealing with this like personal failure of like not being able to keep the weight off, when it's like, well, if it were like, obviously it wasn't ever that easy, right? If it wasn't until these drugs that you actually saw people be able to really lose the weight. Like, there's more that goes into it than just discipline.
Yeah, but I do think you're making a sacrifice by not building the other parts of your selfhood that grow alongside solving a difficult problem like that. Like, I do think it's okay to solve it. If you really have no other options, it's okay to do it. But I do think you end up losing out on a lot by not engaging with the difficulty and friction of something like that. I think that is a broadly dangerous trend.
Well, that's why, again, you see those studies, and I need to pull them up, where they show that people that use these to lose weight quickly or whatever, they can't keep it off because you didn't actually learn sustainable habits. You took a thing that it will depress your appetite and it will help you lose weight, but as soon as you stop taking it, if in that time you didn't learn how to consume less calories, exercise more, etc., keep it off, then of course you're just gonna slowly regain all of the weight if you eat exactly the same.
And that's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Because being naturally thin is really one of the only things I have going for me.
Yeah.
But the thing is, more people could become skinny, and I think they're so in love with the aesthetic that they would not, as a rebellion, attempt to gain more weight so they could stand out or whatever. They wouldn't do that.
I don't know. I want to live near thin people, though, too. People are too fat, so...
Are people pretty fat in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Maybe in New York, people are
This
skinnier,
whole country, people are fat.
but everywhere else, it's just fat city.
Well, the problem is if you want to live around fat...
Everyone in America is fat except for my city, of course, or like where I am. What?
For thin people, you have to live in historically liberal cities like Boston or San Francisco,
Right.
Where everybody is like fit and looks great well into their 40s or 50s. But there's a lot
All
of
the
like
rich people.
LGBT crap, and they're all libtarded, which is great. Like, it's a higher quality of life. People have a higher taste level, but then you have to like, when you go out, you have to like humor them and not like piss them off.
Oh God, are they gonna?
Fun. I mean, I don't.
You
It's
have to,
not
like, vaccinate your
kids.
I'm actually surprised that they're saying that like you see thinness in these liberal cities or whatever, because I've heard the opposite narrative propagated by right-wing pundits and political commentators that the left is so rebellious against like mainstream forms, like standards of beauty, that they emphasize like the fat acceptance movement. They try to make it sound like that's a bigger thing than it actually is, and that people glamorize like obesity or like, you know, gaining weight, and that liberals, like, you know, they fucking stick a bunch of shit in their face and get a bunch of piercings and dye their hair, and they don't care. They'll wear midriff tops even though they're overweight and have a fucking muffin top. Like, I usually hear that. And that it's like conservative women that conform to traditional standards of beauty and are not trying to reject these, like being thin, being blonde, being like skinny and like, you know, athletic or whatever. So it's interesting for them to say that.
Are you vaxxed?
No, absolutely. Are you guys? You are?
I am. Yeah.
Why? What happened
To
there?
do it for work.
Yeah.
Don't you work here? Like,
No, but not only.
I was on HBO.
I don't know what Anna does. I know that like Dasha, obviously, if she's like going on
Is a failed
Hollywood
actress,
sets and stuff like that, then at some point I wouldn't be surprised if they did want to see proof of vaccinations.
show.
oh, that's right. Yeah.
And they didn't technically mandate it, but they kind of made me feel like I wouldn't get to go to Italy. I wouldn't get to, you know,
That's
and
crazy.
I regret it. But
Which one'd you get?
Pfizer?
It's over for you, man.
No,
Spike
don't
proteins.
lie.
Isn't
got it.
Pfizer the like elite one? That was seen as like the elite vaccine to have gotten. And it was the Moderna
then I
one
think
that was seen as like, oh, you got the Moderna.
Yes. Yeah, but then Pfizer. Well, yeah, because it was more convenient. It was better in the moment. But I think the studies ended up coming out that like the side effect chances were slightly higher for Pfizer than Moderna. So now it's become the like, oh, you're over, bro. You're over. You're dead.
Yeah. So Pfizer
was
the
premium
premium one. Yeah, exactly.
It's because Pfizer had a more convenient schedule, I think.
Something like that. Or like you with
Or something
Pfizer,
like that, yeah.
I could be totally misremembering, but I thought it was that you were more likely to only need one shot, but Moderna you needed two or something.
Oh, really? Okay.
Cow disease incoming.
But what's the difference? But if you
fine.
had COVID, aren't you exposed to the same? Like, you're fucked either way, right?
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
My buddy told me that.
They
my
were both 2 doses. Okay, that was like a false memory on my part then. I swear I remember one of them only needing 1 dose. Maybe that there was like a third vaccine that came out where later you only needed 1 dose. Am I crazy? There was something there. I feel like I'm not
There was a
entirely
thing there.
making this up.
Yeah.
J&J was the one shot. That's what it
J&J.
was.
pro-vax friend said that the COVID is what's killing everybody. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that
I
makes
don't
sense.
buy
I mean, yeah, totally. I didn't get vaccinated. I almost died. But I think
Really?
had I
From
vaxxed,
COVID?
I would have. Well, I had a freak autoimmune reaction because I had given birth recently, and my immune system was not back to normal, and I have like rheumatoid arthritis in my family, and people really piled on me at the time and were like wishing death on me. And now, if you go back and look at the medical literature, a lot of people who got vaxxed had the same reaction. So I was just like, but it was kind of beautiful and poetic because I was known as this like racist fascist.
I have no idea if that correlation actually was found to have been like causation or whatever. It sounds like she's kind of just like erroneously assuming that whatever issue she struggled with was like necessarily related to it, but
what a lot of people like, I mean, but this is how they always function, right? It's just, which is why stats are all pointless and bullshit, and there's no reason to cite a study ever for the rest of your life. Like, yeah, this also happened to a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people. What's a lot of people? I don't know.
By a lot of people, it means she Googled her symptoms and she was able to find other people talking about it on a forum. And was like, I'm not alone. Or like this is a lot of people.
Or like a fucking 12 participant set of case studies at best, you know, where it's like, oh, there's a weird comorbidity between rheumatoid arthritis and a bad negative reaction to the vaccine. You know, like, what the fuck.
Anti-vaxxer who got what she deserved.
Even though like the claim has never been, as far as like the efficacy of these vaccines, is that it could prevent COVID or anything like that. It lowers the likelihood that you get it, and if you do, it's far less likely to be fatal. It was never going to completely inoculate or prevent you from getting it in the first place.
And
you felt vindicated.
I mean, it's not even that. Like, I'm giving it to them. They won because they got to feel like a moral high ground because I was talking all this shit, and
you're just desserts.
I paid for it. Yeah.
What do you feel the most vindicated about?
Where to start? Everything.
Recently,
Trump, definitely on Trump, and on Trump, on Elon. I mean, the biggest thing was like Iran. Because I feel like that wasn't
pregnancy depresses a person's immune system. I was just thinking that on top of the fact that, like, dude, like, I mean, this is an incredibly low, like, she looks very, very thin for someone who is this far along in their pregnancy. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if, like, she was underweight throughout this, and that can cause issues not only for the baby, but for the mom. So, I don't know, girl. I don't know.
I can possibly comment.
On anybody's radar last year.
That's a little like out of our league, I think, but you can explain it.
Well,
you know, Trump bombing Iran. Because a year ago, like, no one was thinking we would be on the edge of a war with them, because it just wasn't. The war was in Gaza, the war was in Lebanon, and Iran did not seem like an imminent threat. It wasn't in the news. And I remember telling people, like, we're going to war with Iran. It's going to happen. Take it to the bank. And people said, yeah, I just don't see it happening. And then in June, we went to war. So I think we're going to go back to
it. Why did you have the intuition that would happen?
I think that everything in Gaza was basically building toward that. If you read between the lines, it was clear that their ambitions were far greater than just Gaza. It was regional. And the head of the snake is Iran, behind all of their local adversaries. And so I just knew Israel was...
I love how his answer is like simultaneously explanatory, but also still like... Again, when he's like, if you read between the lines of this conflict that he's presupposing that they're intimately familiar with, it's like, okay, but you're not saying exactly like what lines to read between and what you gleaned from them. So that's still kind of like a nothing statement.
Do you not understand how men are coded to explain things to women in this kind of environment, Aaron? This is actually how you're supposed to do it.
No
you're
woman not supposed in to this get call or on this screen understands that.
It's true. I think Fuentes genuinely understands that you're not meant to go into too much detail when you're like yapping to the ladies about foreign policy. Everyone knows that this is a male faux pas,
and it's
you're just supposed to give
anyway.
like a general.
Like what he could do all of that. You think that they're going to retain or be able to engage with it in that moment? They won't.
He just needs to look like a smart guy who understands foreign policy and can predict it accurately. And fair enough, he was on the right track here, but only because he read leftist understandings of, you know, the Middle East and didn't just completely buy into the Conservative Party line like all of his, you know, compatriots.
Taking it there. I think they all went very pro-Trump. These guys like Bill Ackman, who was a lifelong Democrat, that signaled to me that they gave approval to him, and kind of the quid pro quo was he was going to deliver their war for them, what they wanted.
But I guess to push back a little on that, it was kind of a brief engagement and didn't turn into a forever war, right? So
we're not at war.
Yes.
No?
I think we've been in a state of war.
We done
is my hot take. Yes.
There we go.
And I know what you mean. You are technically right.
Because that's what people say, is that we deterred the war by bombing the bunker.
Right.
Yes.
But I think that only... I think it made us get further invested
Holy
into
shit.
it.
Yeah.
It made diplomacy impossible because the Iranians will not come back to the table with us. And I think to me, there's like a 10-year escalation ladder with Iran, and that was just the pinnacle up to this point. But I think we're going back. If I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong. But I do think it's not over yet.
You're probably right.
But also, just to circle back, you forgot to answer my question about what you're reading on the left. Speaking of Gaza and Iran and all that stuff.
Well, my
this
favorite.
Should be good. This
is actually exclusive. I don't like to put people on to this because I like to gatekeep a little.
I really got upset when I found out I read the same shit as
blog is Naked Capitalism. Do you know them?
No, never heard of it.
Really?
Do you know this person? Who's this?
A little bit, yeah.
So is it a Substack?
I think it used to be. I think they, or maybe they cross post. It's a really like old school fucking garbage. Let me see if I can. I read a couple of their articles ages ago.
I have this pulled up.
They had some stuff on
Ronan Shaw. This has so little engagement. It leads me to think this is not what he's talking about.
No. You want the website? Yeah, not Substack. No, I think these guys used to cross post to a different thing. It was nakedcapitalism.com, I think. I assume this is the one that he was talking about.
Oh wait, this.
Yeah, it looks like Russia slop. It's great. They had a lot of stuff on Brexit that was kind of interesting a very, very long time ago when that was still relevant. And then I never really kind of paid attention to them ever again. But they had a lot of like UK articles.
What the hell? Okay. How a Bush-era green solution made climate change worse. The Sunday movie presents Charade 1963, runtime 2 hours practically. Commodities, why they're a challenge for investors. FEMA buyouts versus risky real estate. New maps reveal post-flood migration patterns across the U.S. What is this?
It's socialism
commentary
swap. It's like...
on finance, economics, politics, and power. Okay. Thank you, Fuentes.
Putting you on. It's Eves is her name. She's the main writer. And she is, I don't know what you would describe her, but they're very about the ecology. They're very critical of neoliberalism.
So her most recent article, AI is coming for your doctor. Medical systems using Epic are planning to turn most patient care decisions over to AI. Commodities, why they're a challenge for investors. Uncertainty is pushing investors to consider commodities, but playing them is not as easy as you think. Protein powders and shakes contain high amounts of lead. New report says a pharmacologist explains the data. A book review, the mixed blessings of antibiotics. We're not going to forget. Pritzker warns Trump enforcers Miller, Homan, Bavino that immunity not forever. Interesting. I wonder how you even found this.
Critical of war, and they've got a lot of really exceptional writers there. I think it's in the cluster
that includes Gary Stevenson. The kind of like there's like a small cluster of like advocates for usually inequality politics that came from like banking or finance or whatever. There's a group in the UK called what's it called? Is it just called Millionaires for Wealth Tax or something like that? There's a millionaire group of people who are like millionaire for tax increases, something like that. But I think they all have like a clustering around this sort of I guess people who probably got mentally ill doing banking and made a bunch of money and then left and then got all fucked up and were like, oh, this is horrible. We should probably do something about it.
Was that your
So I think a lot of these guys are ex-bankers. No, I got fired. That was very different. Right. I didn't get mentally ill. I started off mentally ill. It's one of my greatest advantages.
And now? Cured.
Well, only while live.
Oil. They talk about the New Monroe Doctrine.
Put me back in the DVD box.
The Middle East. It's like they're really solid. That's my favorite thing.
And who do you like on the right? Because it seems like you don't like anybody, and they don't like you.
You're right. Yeah, I like Alex Jones. I like Gavin McInnes. I like Sam Hyde. I don't like any of the politicians, though. Really.
Yeah, you don't see yourself voting probably in the next election.
Sam Hyde, another anti-billionaire.
Well, it depends on if anybody runs that's interesting.
But is there any like prospective candidate even?
Not in the back of my mind. It would have to be somebody that we don't know about.
Dark horse.
Who is your favorite person?
Really quick. Give me a second. Ryan, thank you for the £5. Meds. I'm with Aaron, not a fan of the die, try, and mindset published by Red Pillars. If a problem becomes medically significant, use the best meds. LOL. That was something that you said, and then we moved on from, even though I saw some chatter about it in both of my YouTube chat and Twitch chat, when you were saying that, like, oh, weight loss, if it comes too easy or whatever, and, like, you didn't actually earn it, that's not good. People are like, what's the issue with having something that, like, aids you with, like, there's no glory in, like, suffering to...
It's not about glory. This is not a conservative position, but it looks a lot like a conservative position. There are skills, and there are you can think about it. There's a bunch of extra things that you get by going on like a weight loss journey, regardless of like even the success of the weight loss journey. You know, like going to the gym is like a thing that gets you out of your house and helps you build a skill set. Totally parallel and useful for weight loss, but ultimately different for weight loss, right? You meet people, you build strength, you build confidence in your body, you get more connected to your body. You by engaging in like the discipline of dieting, you learn more about nutrition. You may even like learn more about how to cook. You find yourself able to delay gratification, which is a generally useful skill to develop in all areas of life, especially in a world that is constantly trying to pummel you with instant frictionless gratification. So I find it worrisome that one of the few vectors that exist in the modern day towards helping you build like a broad, very human, very, very self-actualized set of skills is potentially replaceable by an instant gratification medicine, even if it works flawlessly with no side effects. I'm talking about the ideal form of Ozempic. I feel like there are unregarded risks to that, and this is indicative of my general anti-transhumanism. I don't think that people who have severe mental illnesses or physical problems should not be taking medicine. If you have bipolar, you should be taking medicine, sure, if that works for you. But I do think that there are ways to build coping mechanisms or to build a version of yourself that can exist comfortably in your neurodivergence, in your incompatibility with like the existing societal frame. And I think that we lose out somewhat when people take a immediate and encouraged option like medicine, when they could have maybe got there by building out more of their selfhood and becoming a more kind of like whole person, engaging in their what they felt were flaws. I have presumably, I mean, I'm diagnosed. I'm a bit iffy on medical diagnosis, but I have like crippling ADHD, right? And I was medicated for a year, and it was very helpful for me to understand what parts of my brain were that and what parts of my brain were my personality. But after a year, I jumped off of it, and I just decided to embrace like certain parts of it that made sense for my life and build coping strategies for the rest of it. And I think ultimately that made me better than when I was on the medication. And I don't think everyone can do that. And it's a luxury, it's a privilege, it's ableist, yada, yada, yada. But I do think that is a valuable thing to consider when looking at medication.
I will say two things.
Sorry, that's retarded.
That.
That's fair enough.
I will say, well, that same chatter that just called you that said that it's not mutually exclusive, like Ozempic and these drugs can aid in weight loss while you're also building those healthy habits. It's just a matter of making sure you do them simultaneously, which I agree with. Sure. The other thing is like, it feels like it comes
TikTok
out of left field for you to put Ozempic and like Wegovy in the same conversation as transhumanism. And like a rejection of it.
Ultimately, you reject. I was just explaining that I have a general anti-transhuman vibe, and that falls under my general sensibility, right? I'm not claiming that I have like an authority on this. I'm just saying that me personally,
no, but like, how do you see it as part of the same, like in the same sphere? I guess
you're modifying your body with external inputs, like steroids is transhumanism as well, for sure. Like I don't think it's that different to. Obviously they're all interventions that change your body, like ADHD medication is transhumanism, right? Glasses are fucking transhumanism to a much, much, much lesser extent.
I was going to say, if you're going to include things that have been like, peer reviewed, FDA approved, et cetera, whatever, in that as like an external aid. Because I was like, when you said steroids, I was like, but do you mean things that people are taking like without a therapeutic dosage or without the supervision of a physician and like just self-prescribing? Then like, yeah. I could see that a little bit more. But
I'm hugely distrustful of like medical institutions, right? Like while I agree that like obviously it's better to have medicine than not. I do think that there are a lot of ways that we engage with self-improvement or try and solve problems this is to a lesser, I guess I'm going back to like the sertraline thing, right? The idea that if you're low mood, the first instinct in this country is to throw you on sertraline and throw you on cognitive behavioral therapy, to sort of broad spectrum solutions that have like a population level improving effect, but ultimately amount to a mood stabilizer, which may not be what you need, and a therapeutic process that mostly just is there to make you feel better about your current state of existence, rather than looking at like lifestyle intervention, rather than looking at whether there are elements of your life that are contributing to a low mood, that are, like a shitty job or a shitty relationship. These are things that like are just totally ignored, even though they are way more likely to be causing your low mood than a fucking emotional
so you're saying
chemical
maybe
imbalance.
You don't need lithium, you just need to break up with your like shitty boyfriend.
Yes. Flush your lithium down the toilet and get a divorce. That is my one for all prescription. Everyone should believe that is my exact position. Yes.
This guy sounds a little bonkers. Why do you think I have him on?
Yeah. What? I'm sorry.
Did you want commentary in comparison? Of course.
Yeah. Did you want a second milquetoast liberal? Really?
Which is what I am, of course.
Of course.
Classical, because I am a conservative streamer.
Yeah, I am to Aaron what Aaron is to Pisco.
In the Trump administration, and you can't say Trump.
If you had to pick.
If I had to pick, I would say that's a good question, actually. Tom Homan is actually doing a good job. As much as I'm, because he's pushing.
Vaccines,
Tom Homan just took $50,000 in a paper bag. And then like he was found to have, he didn't take that recently. It was discovered that he did that and then didn't disclose it to anybody. And now the administration is scrambling because he is actually not in his post anymore. Hold on. Like Tom Homan retired or resigned like a month ago. Give me a second.
The people that are holding them back, it's Susie Wiles. Uh-huh. She shut down the workplace raids with ICE. Mm-hmm. And Stephen Miller, contrary to what everybody thinks, he's pushing really hard for H-2A visas for farmers. There was like a little deal when they did the big, beautiful bill where they said, in order to let the farmers stay, we're going to give them visas, and Stephen Miller's behind that. So I don't even think he's doing a great job. I think it's really
in the paint.
The amnesty.
He's throwing Miller under the bus.
For like farm workers?
Yeah. Right.
Tom Homan,
I think there's a reason for that. I have a theory about the Miller thing. Part of the reason... Oh, sorry, you want to look at this first?
Yeah, this Homan thing is... Trump officials shut down bribery probe of border czar Tom Homan. Homan was caught on tape accepting a bag filled with $50,000 in cash from an undercover FBI agent in September 2024, according to people familiar with the matter and a government document.
That's so fucking sick.
And then okay. Hold on. And then there was also Reuters talking about why he even did this. So this was a year ago. Trump aide Homan accepted $50,000 in bribery sting operations. Sources
it's all in the headline.
So they shut it down.
I would accept $50,000.
Acting AG Bove criticized Homan probe as a deep state operation. Okay. In undercover sting, Homan allegedly promised government contracts for bribe.
Fuck yeah.
So love that.
That's so sick. I love these guys.
So of course, naturally Fuentes loves this guy.
Yeah, makes sense. On the Miller being disappointing thing, I think Fuentes has a bad read. I don't know whether Fuentes dislikes this outcome, but my read on the Miller faction that's currently in power for what their ideal state of affairs is in America is not actually to remove all immigration, but to create an illegal immigrant class of essentially sharecroppers, almost slaves. I mean, to be honest, they would probably
admit that is the true neoliberal position. That was Reagan's position when he talked to when you look back and you see where the discourse was as far as how Pelosi sounded like the right a little bit, not now, but the right 5 years ago, 10 years ago on immigration. And Reagan sounded like the leftist, but he was not talking about an embrace of immigrants into this country and the United States as a melting pot. It was no, there should be the free flow of labor because it's advantageous to the American economy and business owners, obviously. So these people can come here, they can work, spend their dollars here, stimulate the economy, then they can go back. But he was on board with that. And any true neoliberal is supposed to be on board with that. Trump doing this, the mass deportation program, it's completely ideological. It literally makes no sense. It's incredibly expensive. It's incredibly unpopular. And it's not even beneficial to the United States economy. It will be a detriment to it because we are a service-based economy. So what are you going to do when you get rid of all of these people? They're integral to the function of the United States.
I think it's step one of a multi-phase program where they essentially will start to, again, if they can stay in power, where they will, Miller in particular, where they will basically just deliberately create not even like an implicit second class citizen, but a very explicit like 2-tier system where citizenship is something that entitles you to near free labor, essentially slave labor from non-citizens. I think that is, Miller is very much on board with that ideologically, and I think this is where Fuentes disagrees. I don't think Fuentes' paradise includes like Mexicans working in the fields as slaves like nearby. I think he's of the sort of like pure white ideological fascism of I hear him say way more often, I don't know if he believes it, but I hear him say way more often that like he wants an ethno-state for the white guys and an ethno-state for the Africans. They can just all go back to and make their own ethno-state with their own rules.
Japan for Japanese people. Yeah, like everybody's gonna get their own ethno-state.
Homogeneity. Yeah, like I do genuinely think he believes that like cultural homogeneity leads to better cultural outcomes more broadly. He just is white, and so he thinks that the best thing he should be doing is advocating for white interests.
Fuentes is white.
Yes, Fuentes is white, and so are you, motherfucker. Okay, as you know, you are the nuevo white.
I'm castizo.
You have all become nuevo. You've all become nuevo white. Okay, all right. Like the Irish and the Italians before you. You are on the right. You are on the way. You're practically voting for Trump in majority nearly now, so you'll get there soon enough.
Really quick, Ryan in YouTube chat. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. They put, "I appreciate the discourse." So,
let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Like really red-faced and drunk, but is actually, if you can get past the
is straight Irish or Italian. I'm neither, you guys. I'm Mexican. I'm Hispanic.
Slurring of his speech, like pretty articulate and on the ball, and is right about everything, and is very good at shutting down the maneuver, the tactic that the left loves, which is doing the empathy and compassion thing. And that's very important.
The left's tactic of using those things like empathy and emotion to communicate their ideas or to base them off of.
Because that's like their number one.
Why would you even like cede that to the left? Because does that even sound bad? That's not even true, but do you even sound that? Does that sound so bad?
Well, it's anti-rational. It's like, oh, these silly idiots, they care more about random people they've never heard of than their own families. Society can't work like that. That's a very common conservative talking point, right?
Yeah.
And like card that they love to play.
Right.
Who's your least favorite person in the Trump administration?
Vance. It's got to be Vance.
Damn.
Yeah.
You guys love
probably
him.
because he's married to a brown woman. So let's see if he touches on that.
It's his Teal. Fuentes hates Peter Thiel probably more than fucking you do. Like he despises Peter Thiel, and he's constantly calling Vance. He does more anti-Vance propaganda to more effect than any leftist because he's appealing within conservative circles to like torch Vance's chances of being president. He absolutely fucking despises the guy. It's not the brown white thing.
We don't. Actually.
You're always defending
it as a joke.
That might not be the main thing, but I would be shocked if that's not factoring in at all.
It's the oligarchical backing. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that Fuentes doesn't actually care if you marry a brown girl. The way he talks about it, like when his own super chats come in and they're like, hey, like, I realized yesterday that my wife is Filipino. He's like, look, I mean, it's not what I would recommend, but like, love is love, and you fucked up, but everyone fucks up. Like that's the way he talks about interracial marriage these days. It's kind of interesting that he's like kind of soft on, the individual thing. It's almost like he wants to apply the systemic racism, but not like interpersonal racism, if that makes sense.
Oh,
me?
No.
Yeah.
Dasha specifically?
On my Twitter. You've replied to my tweets. Caping for Vance. It's disgusting.
Oh no.
The Blaze is mythical. I don't know. I said something really nasty about him, and you came in and you're like, no, he's good, actually.
What? Okay, but what's your beef with
don't
Charlie Kirk and JD Vance?
Well,
I feel like they have to be in the camp for JD Vance because he is actually more online than the average Trump admin, which is saying something like person, so just saying something. But he like follows Shoe on Head on Twitter. He is replying to people, so like they know that if they do that, there's a chance he'll go on Red Scare. So I think that's why they're in the camp for him. I don't think it has anything to do with his politics.
I also think that it's he's in the techno-capitalist camp in a way that Trump just isn't, right? Like he's truly a techno-capitalist, whereas like Trump is absolutely not really aligned with that, except by the people he's aligned with. It's like second order for him. He doesn't give a fuck about tech companies, but Vance is very, very, very much obsessed with that.
Like all the Israel stuff aside, and all the miscegenation stuff aside,
putting aside the race mix.
Could there be, Nick, honestly, could there be a narcissism of small differences in the sense that you're all nice hometown Midwestern boys, and they have like an institutional establishment come up, and you, I think, probably have always felt like misunderstood and like you're an outsider?
That's actually a really good question. And it's not that. It's that if he were sincere in his beliefs, I would probably think he's one of the better people in the GOP right now. But the problem is I think he's a fake. I think that he's an artifice. I think that he was groomed into this position. And what I really hate is that he called Trump a Nazi. And it's
back in the day when he was a Never Trumper, right?
Yeah, and he voted for Evan McMullin in 2016. And it's like, if you're not on the ball with that, it's like your intuition's wrong. So,
but couldn't people say the same thing about you in the sense of like, you know, when we
oh my god,
what the fuck is happening?
Okay, somebody said about 30 minutes in, there's no more audio, and I think this person no. Okay, I think this person has decided to just replay clips of them speaking to act like it was like this the entire time. I guess they literally only had a camera working for like 20 minutes. So they didn't even make it half an hour. It's 21 minutes and 48 seconds, and I'm already noticing that it's doing that.
You know what? I'll let it trick my brain. Let's see. It's no different to my animation, honestly. I'm pretty much right on point here.
Conspired to do this interview. I was way more on the fence about it than Dasha.
Oh my god, it's so schizophrenic.
You know, I'm shocked.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm shocked.
Well, hold on, hear me out. and it, like, I don't really care about
this was your choice.
People saying that you're like racist or sexist or an anti-Semite. I don't care if people call you like gay or Mexican or a Fed. I don't care that you've personally roasted me and called me a Jew.
Okay, so brave. Hold on. I have another link to this, and I want to see if it's as bad at this point, because this is like visually off-putting. Let me see. Yeah, like I keep thinking it's about to like start skipping.
Well, yeah, I was.
It's like unwatchable.
What?
70?
70?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you need?
Oh my god! I guess this is their upload. Jeez.
There's no way they decided to do this. There's no way.
Ugh, I don't like that at all. But okay.
That's fucking horrendous. Yeah.
Which, by the way,
that was an editorial choice on their part. I thought somebody who uploaded it was just making sure that it's like that. But that was like a separate link that I just pulled up, and it was the same thing.
Wait, look at the description. Read the description.
Sorry about the video. There were technical problems, so I made some experimental choices, but I'm learning and we'll do better next time. Dasha.
Oh my god, Dasha!
So Dasha. Okay, so oh my god.
She did this!
She did this. Got it.
This is why people like this are valuable, because this is a thing that could not exist in any other context. No one else in the world would have decided this was the choice. This is incredible. This is actually kind of art now. We'll get to look at this for 2 hours. Let's try and do a little more of it.
Why not just a still image then? That would actually be less infuriating than this bullshit.
Or like a GIF.
It's a compliment.
Just find a looping GIF of them yapping or something. I don't fucking know.
I don't understand why it needed to be these like quick cuts between like replays or whatever. Why not just let it keep going? That's weird.
She was just fucking around on the editing timeline. It's incredible. She truly is
doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Can we just? I just want to try and lock in and figure out if I can like vibe in with the video. Can we try? Can we try for a few minutes just to see if it works?
Oh my god. Okay.
Maybe
what does that even mean?
Give her a chance. Give her experimental art a chance,
okay.
Aaron, okay? All right, don't be a prude.
Less Jewish than you are Mexican. FYI.
I heard you say that, yeah. Mm-hmm. But Jewish is worse, so no.
Well, it's kidding. You're right about that.
It is true. You know, it's the Jews are just.
I think what really throws it off is the pace of their conversation is not that fast, but the way that like jump cuts between it makes you think that like there's this like visual dissonance between what you're hearing and what you're seeing that is really disorienting.
Oh my god!
Because they're still speaking really slowly.
I'm learning so much about art through this, honestly. This is kind of big. I kind of get it. I'm starting to get it.
They are, yeah. Well, I actually have a question I have a lot of questions, actually. I'm doing a great job.
Oh god, she disappears off the chair?
But when I told my friends and family that we were going to do this interview, a lot of them were like really excited, some of our girls, and a lot of them were not so happy with me and registered some misgivings and concerns. And people like, oh, well, aren't you worried about like the reputational damage or the damage to your career? Which like I have to scoff at because like what reputation and like what career? And we've been pretty good, I think, at like...
well, even a year ago, I would have, broken taint.
Do you think that's a humble brag on their part to be like, what reputation, what career? Or do you think that that's them having some self-awareness that like it's still a relatively small podcast?
No, it's the like if you're a big deal, you know we're not a big deal. But that means that she's a big deal because she can recognize they're not a big deal. I think she's performing like, yeah, we're not. This is like a silly side thing, you know.
But we've been pretty good about like doing what we want, running who we want, and like getting away with it. But I think like my biggest, I guess, sense of suspicion or skepticism is that I often feel like I don't know where your head is at. You know, what's in your heart, and of course, like that's very intuitive and tangible. And you know, obviously, when your main experience of somebody is online,
new footage found or whatever.
yeah. I feel like I'm learning slightly more about the backgrounding of this video setup. That's incredible.
You can project all sorts
of... Is it small? It's like one of the top podcasts on Patreon. That can be the case, and it can still be relatively small in the grander like media ecosystem.
Stuff
they got into Brat, okay.
All right. Has been done to us, and you know, all of that kind of stuff. But I'm curious, like, just like point blank, what do you want? What do you want for yourself? What do you want for the nation?
If you listen to her voice, but look at Fuentes, it kind of seems like he's a very sweet trans man.
That's a deep question. Well, you mean politically what I want for the country, and also personally
obviously. What you want for yourself. As I don't know how you would define yourself, an entertainer or an influencer.
Well, I want influence. I'm a big believer that, of course, politics is all about power. I'm a political person. I have a political agenda, and I want to become as influential, whether that's through fame, money, political influence as possible.
Real ideologue.
And what I want for the country is, I want the country to just be better. I think that America's like going down the tubes. I think that in every measurable way, the economy, the demographics, the crime, the culture. And so I basically want to do everything in my power to get myself to a position of influence, empower other people so they could get in government and literally turn it all around.
But you don't yourself want to be in government.
I might. I would never rule that out, but I don't think I'm disciplined enough for that. I think I'm...
I said the same thing about myself. I'm like too lazy and too much of a layabout. So always like run. But you wouldn't rule out running for office.
I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think it's in the cards.
I mean, I think there's maybe in your life there's going to come a time where shit gets so real that you
10 years
you have to step
have no choice but to step in and do it because no one else will. I think that goes for like everyone. I was thinking about also, you've spoken about how you've made certain mistakes and have certain regrets, and I'm wondering if you...
I have never heard Nick Fuentes ever back down from anything, apologize for anything, or talk about a mistake that he's made in any serious capacity, so I'm really curious what she's talking about.
What? Really? I think he's pretty good at neutralizing things in a way that makes him look, thoughtful and like he cares about theory.
Different than an apology. That's so different than saying like, I made this was an error of mine.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Yeah. He'll say I made a mistake, but he'll do like, I made a mistake, but like based on the information I had at the time, that made sense to me, and I wouldn't, I don't think I did it wrong.
Like not something, with pretty much like either the same amount of the same information that you had, you draw a different conclusion from it, and you're like, I was wrong to have analyzed it that way, or you've come into some slightly new information that you could have had at the time that has changed your perspective on it. I've never heard him do that sort of self-reflection, but I also don't listen to him, so.
Your biggest mistakes, what do you regret the most?
It's really just a lot of very careless remarks. I mean, when I started, I was 18, and when I started, my idea of what I was doing is that it doesn't really matter what you say very much because you're going to get canceled anyway. Right. And I was already canceled. So I said, how could it get any worse? Everyone already hates me. So I was just very flippant and very careless. And I said a lot of stuff that now I have to explain myself constantly. Especially anything having to do with violence. Any gesture towards violence really bites you in the ass. I don't know if you can swear on here, but okay. I don't know what kind of show if it's a family show, but that really. And I'm not in favor of violence, but you know how super careful you have to be even suggesting anything like that. So it's
okay. Remember at the beginning of this, he was chastising Hassan and Zoran Mamdani for having ideas that will have to be enforced using state power that has a monopoly on violence, but now suddenly he's like, well, I try not to like bring up these things because I'm against it, but also it scares people. So even though he's listening, I
think almost everyone who is listening to Fuentes knows that he himself is generally pro-violence. where needed. It's just that he also knows. But this is true of every movement. Every movement has had violent factions that are often useful to the movement in some respects, who get disavowed by the main arm of the movement. There's always a look at the where was the revolution? Shit. Where was it? Philippines? No. Where was the revolution? Fuck.
Argentina.
Was it in the Philippines? No. It was the really recent one where they overthrew the government. I think it was the Philippines.
Fuck. I know you're talking. It was Nepal. Yeah, it was Nepal.
Nepal, thank you. Yes. So, like, in Nepal, exact same thing happened, right? Like, very, very violent stuff occurred. They burned down the fucking presidential palace. They, like, fucking lynched people. They beat the shit out of the finance minister, whatever, right? They did a bunch of really violent stuff, all very, very useful to the cause. Unfortunately, because violence is bad. I do not like violence, but it was fundamental to the cause to burn the fucking government down.
It was effective in that case.
And then literally... Yes, effective in that case. And then literally the next day, first thing that happens, the sort of quote-unquote peaceful arm of the movement was disavowing all the violence and saying that they were just agitators and they weren't real and that wasn't representative of the... Of course, in a violent revolution, the violence was representative of the revolution, but you now need to reestablish, okay, we're back to normal now, let's chill the fuck out, guys. We disavow all of that stuff. And Fuentes is very much in the same position, I think.
That is what Zizek talks about being like a necessary component for any movement that is going to involve violence, that you need to somebody inevitably will break windows. I think that's like I can't remember if that's the example that he used, but it's like break the minimum amount of windows and then you have to immediately disavow it because you don't want your political movement to be like it defined by that, because it very quickly will be if you don't make moves to make sure people refocus back on the actual political cause.
Yes.
Yeah, he differentiates between like there's subjective violence and then there's systemic violence or whatever, and that's an example. Breaking a glass window at a Starbucks location, like that's subjective violence.
Yeah, what's the the base of violence necessary for change?
What do you mean?
That's an episode title of Arcane.
Okay.
But I think it comes from the minimum violence necessary for change. It's just unfortunately that's replaced the actual quote in my head. Very unfortunate.
Wait, what is this? Or is this a game?
Huh? It's the fucking Netflix series. No, don't worry about it. It's not worth watching.
Is it an anime?
It's a French anime, which means it's okay.
Wow.
Although same issues with pedophilia.
If I was a gigantic weeb, I'd probably be impressed by what you just said.
It's not a weeb. It's not weeb. It's French. French animation's good. Okay. Scavenger's Reign. Arcane was decent. I forget the other one. It's an anime. It's good. There's not an anime. It's French. I hate Japan.
Little stuff like that. But for the most part, I do a talk show, so I don't have deep regrets. Like I never kill anybody.
When you're young, you're 18. Yeah, you are using rhetoric that can be a little spicy.
Weeb.
Sometimes
I'm not
you
a
really
weeb. I'm a
want
weeb.
somebody to get punched or get pushed into a locker and for their own good, and you register.
It's an anime about Bridget McCrone.
True.
And it comes back to bite you. Do you regret burning through any relationships or connections?
Not particularly, because in most cases I get attacked first.
I can't listen to the Daily Wire story again.
They
Can we skip the Daily Wire story this time, Aaron?
It's true.
Please?
Wait, let's see how long he does this, because that was were watching a very special episode where he was engaging with a very special person of the name PBD.
He did it twice.
Who literally?
He did it twice, Aaron.
I know, but
he did it to Candace Owens as well.
With Candace Owens, he was able to get through it very, very quickly. So, and with PBD, it literally took him 2 hours to get through like 1/10 of it. So let's see how much he feels the need to share here and gets out. And if we can't get past it, we will skip.
Okay, fine.
In many cases, that's how it goes down. And for the most part, no, I don't like most people in the space. So it's not really a lot of love lost when I burn a bridge.
Do you have, a lot of friends?
I do. I have a pretty small core group of friends, but not a lot of people in Chicago. I don't see people.
I love how he said, yes, I have a small group of friends in response to the question, do you have a lot of friends?
Yeah.
So no, but you have a small group that's
Oh my god, you're so autistic. She was asking, are you high value on the friendship index? And he was like, yes, I'm high value on the friendship index. I have a small group of high value friends rather than a large group of low value friends. Do you not understand how to have regular conversations with regular people?
You would not say yes to that. You would say no, but
yes, you would. She's just asking.
A lot of friends.
I'll translate it even easier for you. Okay, I'm gonna autism mode this to the maximum possible extent. She's asking, do you pass the normalcy friendship test? And he goes, yes, I have a small group of close friends rather than a large group of not that close friends. He passes the test. Next question, please.
Very often, I'm mostly by myself all the time.
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask. Sometimes it seems like you allude to there being like a team around you, or how often are you like streaming alone? And how big is your like team? This kind of
does he have a team? I always assume that he's in his parents' basement and it's just him and that fucking green screen and that he's doing all of the work.
Of course, he has a team. He has a little.
Maybe it's one guy helping him with production, but it doesn't seem like it's that involved that it needs anybody else. It's a one-person show in the same way you can run a stream by yourself, and I don't need like a producer to do any like switching. I can just do it manually.
Yeah, fair enough.
Audio visual.
Yeah. Well, it's I have a team of like 70 interns.
What?
Wait, sorry, what?
70.
70?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you need 70 interns?
Down from like 100, but like
Why? For what?
We do
running
I mean, why does he need a cult of personality? But he has one of those as well.
Shop? Do you have merch?
We do have merch, yeah.
He sells hats.
We do hats. We used to do like shirts and stuff, but I mean, we have people that are lawyers, accountants, people that do like business stuff, people
And
that
they're
do.
all interns?
They're all interns.
Do you pay them?
No. It's a great deal.
They do, yeah.
We're visible kinds.
God, I wish there was video for that reaction from her.
But
yeah, that would have been a good
them
taste.
because
But how do you
they work
trust- how
less.
do
Only her mouth, her jaw would unhinge,
what?
and the rest of her face wouldn't move.
What you pay for? I mean, they do
So
a
they're not
great
like
job.
on
but-
full time.
Right, they're all part-time.
Why don't you pay them?
Why don't I?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have a bank account.
The better question is why would he? Because he will do free labor
Yeah.
for him gladly, and he doesn't need to.
Got loyalists.
The
Well, I'm going to
Jews took
start
it.
paying them because I'm making
Why
more.
is the video choppy? Okay, for people who just joined, it's choppy because
Oh,
there
God.
was some sort of visual, like there were technical problems. So Dasha here
It's art. God damn it!
made the choice
It's just art.
to
It's
just
an artistic choice.
include a reel of jump cuts from the like 20-something minutes that they caught.
more money now, so I feel
I think it's
bad.
brilliant.
You got to do it. You got
But
to
for a
do it.
long
your own
time, I
sake.
was
Not
making
for
no
this
money.
method
I was-
now.
Right.
I love how she's like, this is I made experimental choices when it's like you made Michael Bay choices. This is literally the most like mainstream choice you could have made to include this many jump cuts for something that's not action heavy at all. It's literally just a conversation.
It's like a Jason Bourne
Do
action
you
scene.
still not have a bank
It's just so crazy. I don't know why she did this.
account?
It's
I have
awesome.
been able to get a checking account over the past like year and a half, but they chase me around. Like I get banned, I make a new one, I get banned.
That's crazy. Because of the Israel stuff?
I think I'm on some kind of a list
Uh-oh.
with like Visa, MasterCard. The thing,
That sucks.
yeah, because they don't tell you how, but
How do you like fly or stay in hotels or?
well, now I'm able to fly on planes and hotels, but for a year I wasn't. I was on the
yeah.
fly list.
So how did you get around?
That was awesome.
did it.
Stayed in your
you submit a form,
fortress in
actually.
Chicago.
There are people that
I
were
raised
very
his profile
triggered
so
by
high.
me pointing out that him being put on that list had nothing to do with political ideology and far more to do with the way that he interacted with flight attendants and the fact that he made threats towards them. They were like, it was still over masks. That's political. It was a political designation. Okay.
He's a genius. It makes him sound like he was literally being cancelled by the Jews, but really he's just a dick. Like being put on the no-fly list sounds badass, especially a few years ago. Now, obviously, we've seen enough videos of belligerence on airplanes that we're kind of unimpressed. But back then, it was a big deal. The government was trying to stop him.
What's that?
You stayed in your weird fortress in Chicago.
I just drove.
Damn.
Yeah, I just drove everywhere, which sucked.
Yeah, American Airlines really trying to keep the Groyper movement down.
Damn. So a guy tried to kill you, came to your house with a crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you like after what happened to Charlie Kirk? Do you
Of course.
fear for your life a little bit more?
Yeah, totally. Because there's just this culture. I'm sure you guys do as well. Ever since
my
Luigi,
husband was like, you can't make public appearances anymore.
Yeah,
stopped, like,
seriously.
I actually told you this. I stopped like reading the comments on our subreddit, on our Patreon, because people are just like, so
Incoherent Voter, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. And anybody else who is interested in following suit, if you do so, you will get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. So everybody should be like Incoherent Voter. Thank you.
Yeah, and most importantly, I'll do a fun little wiggle. Whoa! I do that. If you donate, I do this. Sometimes I do this. Maybe I'll do this. Very exciting.
All HD. All in HD, you guys.
All in HD. Put the money in the bag. Put the money in the fucking bag. Let's go. Let's go. Money in the bag. Let's go.
So mean to me specifically.
Why? Why are they mean to you?
Probably because I'm less
nerd.
bubbly and jovial, and I look more jovial.
Thank you so much, The Wolf, for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community on Twitch. And now we have 5 more chatters who get access to
Let's go.
all of the above, as well as look at this.
Oh
You guys,
God.
can you beat this experience?
Feel them.
You only get this sort of content when people subscribe. So
hell yeah.
amazing.
I feel like I'm flowing with the hype train. Wow. If only this hype train could continue, then my flow could continue. I'm in a flow state.
Your flow? Is it that
Aaron,
time
you
of the
should
month?
try this sometime. I'm in a heavy flow state. Aaron, you should try this sometime. This is really
that
good.
was bad, but I still thought it was funny.
Snail yoga.
Jewish and sinister.
Dark hair.
yeah.
It's the anti-Semites.
Yes, yes.
I hate them. I hate that about
And
Reddit.
Subliminal,
I think,
yeah.
and I say things like less ironically than Dasha. I seem more overinvested, whatever. But people were like, "Oh, Anna thinks she's gonna get like murdered, like dragged out and murdered in the street," which like I don't. It's not a fear that I have every day because I'm a pretty like marginal niche figure at the end of the day. But
I have a fear that Zoran Mamdani at the end is going to use guns and violence to expropriate capital from the billionaire class in New York City if he becomes the mayor. But of course, I don't think that anything's going to come toward any harm will come towards me.
I remember when Zoran.
I mean, like women are at increased risks of like facing violence, but like I don't think it would be because
Not
you're targeting
assassination.
Dasha specifically. Just correct
Yeah,
on
the
that.
kinds of people who are doing this do not think women have the same impact as men. They all to be an assassin, you have to subscribe to great man theory of history. There's actually no way around that. I think you have to believe that one dude can do a lot of damage if you're going to assassinate him.
Well, it would just be character. She could be, if that were to happen, it would be understood as like, oh, an incel killed her. And this is an act of like inceldom and like a misogynistic act first and foremost. I don't think it would be, but like, I don't think anybody would even think to categorize it as like political. And there could even be a note left saying that that's the intention or whatever, but I still don't think that would catch on as far as like media's reporting on it.
I think that's sexist. I think it's crazy that you think that women can't be assassinated. They can only be, misogynistically femicided. Are you suggesting that you don't have the same impact on the world, on politics as men?
I think the media would categorize it that way. This is descriptive.
This was a very sad case of misbegotten love. Hillary Clinton assassinated at the podium, giving her speech on her third presidential term.
Mamdani won the primary. There were leftists on Twitter being like,
"We're gonna put
Anna and Dasha in a gulag. We're gonna murder them in the street."
Oh no, the Twitter leftists! Oh no,
you fucking freaks.
But you have security. You take precaution.
detail.
I do, yes.
And you probably also wouldn't make an appearance in front of a large crowd at this point.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, I'm very careful because, what happened with Charlie Kirk is they just weren't careful. You hate to say that because it sounds like victim blaming, but look, Trump got shot.
I mean, Donald Trump literally went up on a stage the other day and was like, me, I was able to move out of the way. Charlie, not so much. I'm not kidding.
No! Did he say that? I missed
hold
this.
on. Let me try to find out.
That's fucking awesome. I love him. That man is my president. I don't know what to say. How can you not love him? That's awesome. That's so amazing. Me, I had the mandate of heaven. Charlie Kirk, not so much.
Where is this?
I turn left, he turn right. That's fucking amazing. I'm so happy.
God, I have to find this. This was amazing. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, I think I found it.
He is the luckiest motherfucker ever, yeah.
Let's turn this shit up. So this was October 14th of this year this was at a Charlie Kirk memorial event. So this is him actually trying to speak favorably about Charlie Kirk.
How did I not see this?
Fired sniper rifles at ICE agents and me, But I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right, Charlie couldn't believe it, actually.
It's literally what I said. That's fucking hilarious.
He has to like flex on this man at his memorial event while he's in the grave already, saying that like, you probably should have done what I did.
Hell, did you make
he zigged while he should have zogged. You stole that from someone. You stole that from someone.
Sniper rifles at ICE agents.
It's good, but that's stolen. That's stolen goods.
Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
From a rooftop. Charlie did this event.
I tried to show him the move. He didn't listen.
Like, rooftops that are accessible on foot. He didn't even need a ladder. So.
Right. Yeah, but I think nobody could have seen that coming.
You just don't see it. Yeah, well, that's why it's not careful.
And Charlie Kirk was, I guess, technically you could say like a journalist, right? Donald Trump is a political figure.
No, he was not technically a journalist. He was, and I'm not even trying. Like, he's obviously
we have to relitigate this.
A MAGA propagandist, but I'm saying he was never even like referring to himself. Like, he was a political commentator. He's a political commentator. Yeah. He's not a journalist in any sort of sense. Like Tim Pool says, like, oh, I'm like has talked about being a journalist or whatever, and he's like talking like to when he did shit for Vice that one time, like a decade ago. Charlie Kirk doesn't even have anything like that in his past to cling on to, and he never identified himself that way. He exclusively said that he was like a political a pundit. So
how fucking dare they steal valor from hard-boiled investigators like James O'Keefe and give that freely to Charlie Kirk, a man who has done zero cutting-edge frontline investigations into election fraud. Okay, all right?
Very disreputable.
The president of the United States, of course people are going to try to kill him, and he's very controversial and divisive. But this guy, I think really nobody saw it coming.
Yeah, but they should have done some precautions. They should have had people. It's easy to say that in the past tense, hindsight's 2020, but the real trick is you get as much security as you pay for, and that's just a function of money. You can never.
So you have security, but they're your interns, and you don't pay them.
The security I pay for. Is that we want to not have? Yeah, we take that seriously. Yeah.
I mean, there was no amount of security that would have changed the fact that he was doing an event out in the open in not only a state but a campus that is an open carry policy. So you can openly carry guns, rifles, any sort of firearm, and that is not supposed to actually set off any sort of alarms because you're allowed to do it. So somebody would have needed to like brandish it, for example. But like I could walk around that campus and have a firearm, but as long as I'm not brandishing it or pointing it at somebody, that's actually not supposed to be some sort of threat that's reported from a student to a faculty member or a security guard that they respond to. So this idea that like he could have just gotten like a better security guard to me is still like highly unlikely.
But you're suggesting some kind of a like gun law or something like along those lines, like some kind of
nothing that crazy.
Wouldn't that break the Constitution? Like, wouldn't it shatter it into a million pieces?
It's not even like a law. They just like would have needed to not adopt that in the first place for there to like lower the likelihood that would have happened. But like, I mean, how do you revert? Like, I'm not gonna say like there was nothing that could have been done to prevent it because it's not like this was a natural fucking disaster. Obviously, something could have been, but within like, being practical, being reasonable, how much money you should be spending on like security. Like, is it not like, I guess to me, highly paranoid to be like, we need to do entire sweeps, even of like neighboring buildings' rooftops? It just seems to me something that like even the most thorough person probably
we are giving a speech in an active war zone. Like this is a we've got militants, walking around freely in this. We got insurgents in this neighborhood. We've got to be careful. We've got to clear the buildings before we bring anyone important out here.
Yeah, I mean, we had security at our Yarvin event.
Yeah.
And that was like pretty small.
Our friends.
No, they had those guys. They were like,
yeah, they did, yeah.
He had like a cauliflower ear and he was like ushering me around.
And I was like, this is gay and cringe. We don't need this. No, of course, it's the thing with that is that it is like stochastic terrorism because
the only thing that would have actually prevented that was surrounding him with bulletproof glass. I mean, I really do think so. Like, short of that, I can't think of any other measure that would have been practical to include in like a security suite for somebody who's doing an event outside.
Is it worth assassinating people for the sake of forcing all of the rest of their group to be in gay little Pope-mobiles?
No, that's not even what would happen.
Okay, well. Glad we cleared that one up. Okay, gang. Turns out that was the last thing I could think of for assassination being good. So I guess I'm out of ideas. I'm anti-assassination now. Aaron has cured me.
You can imagine that there is like a probabilistic likelihood of it happening, but it would be so random and arbitrary.
Right.
So I don't know.
Did you see the Kanye West documentary?
I didn't know, not yet.
Was that boy around when you were hanging out with him?
I don't think so. I didn't see him.
You're not in
If
that.
it's Straighterade, it's even worse than that. I believe it was open carry, so you can have an AR-15 slung on your back with it in full sight of anyone. No, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what that policy looks like when you have it not only in that state, but
it's a hunting rifle. Which I feel like is like, this is the thing. I think there's a lot of gun laws that, you feel like you could implement. Like, obviously that was an insane place in terms of what was acceptable, but like ultimately that was a hunting rifle that's like, I'm pretty sure you can get a rifle like that in my country and could probably smuggle that close to anywhere you really wanted to. So I don't think there's a lot of things that could have been done to prevent that particular assassination other than, as someone said, the bulletproof glass or like indoor events.
Are you still friends with Kanye?
Yeah, I still talk to him.
Well, yeah, I wanted to ask you about Bianca Sensori.
Yeah.
She's also very conspicuously absent from the doc. And which I'm sure was her or Kanye's initiative. Obviously, he had a lot of creative control. But, I mean, obviously, we're Catholics. We think he should stay married to Kim.
Yeah.
But do you think Bianca's good for him?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, he's really in love with her.
But Kim Kardashian, that's not her first marriage. That was like her third marriage. So she should have stayed married to the first guy. She was married and then it was annulled. And then she got married to Chris Humphries for 72 days, famously, and then Kanye West. And she got with Kanye West while she was still technically married, even though she was formally separated already, I believe, to Chris Humphries. So them being like, oh, he should stay with Kim, that's like the Christian thing to do. No, I mean, the Christian thing to do, like, they wouldn't even be together in the first place. And Kanye has like already admitted that like Kim considered like aborting his child, so...
I don't listen to any Kanye West news that doesn't involve Fuentes. I'm sorry.
Architect, she's
I have my
incredible body, looks like Kim, obviously. So
I don't listen to Kanye West news that doesn't involve Kim Kardashian, so we're at a stalemate here.
I'm groping out, you're kimming out.
That's his thing. She's down. I mean, she's down to get naked and do whatever he wants her to do. But the thing is, I don't know that I want to weigh in on the personal details, but she seems to love him. She seems to take care of him. So I like that about her, but I don't know enough about the dynamics of the relationship to say. I agree. I think he should stay with Kim, but I think that ship has sailed now.
You met a friend of ours when you were...
Never thought that Kanye West or that Nick Fuentes would weigh in, and to the point that he's saying, like Kim needs to stay with Kanye, or Kanye West needs to stay with Kim Kardashian.
Shit.
Again, a woman who is in part notable because of a leaked sex tape that she had with Ray J, like Brandy's brother. But that's the more Christian option.
Look, first time's the charm if you're a cath trad, okay? I don't think it gets more complicated than that.
Oh, yeah.
Who?
You discussed her.
Oh, yes, I did.
That's so funny.
KG Shin, the photographer.
Yes.
Yeah. And
You
I
said
think
she
you
was
called her
total
a MILF?
You said she were totally mommy.
Did I say that?
And that she could bust it down.
Well, that is true. Because she had like a German accent, right?
She's German.
But she's Asian,
You
which
called
is
her like
crazy.
a Japanese shorty or something. She's actually like Korean and German.
Who the fuck is this? Who are they talking about?
Is it not Centauri? Who are they talking about?
I don't know.
But yeah, she is from Germany.
She does have like like the dominatrix accent attached to it. Yeah, she like
she was
shot us
Australian. That's what I knew about her.
Yeah, but then I don't know. I don't know who they're talking about.
I've never heard her speak ever.
Asian with a German accent. Who the fuck are they talking about? Yeah, well, I mean, but Australian is like, there's a lot of Asians in Australia. So is that Asian? I don't know.
Her parents are Italian and immigrated to Australia
Italian,
with 5
yeah.
kids. So I don't know that they're talking.
I don't think they're talking about Bianca. Who the fuck are they talking about? Chat, lock
magazine
in.
ones,
Do
and
some
it
work for
was,
us.
A really fun and interesting experience, but brutal and grueling because she really runs a tight ship. Yeah,
it's like German efficiency.
Yeah, and the Asian lack of sentimentalism.
I could see that. Yeah, she was nice. Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah,
we love her so
Got
much.
famous because Ray J was the famous one. You guys don't know the Kardashian lore. Okay, like the Kardashian name was somewhat notable because her father, Robert Kardashian, was part of the dream team for O.J. Simpson, who got him off. So she was not like, she wasn't famous at that point. She wasn't even like a socialite, but she was already Paris Hilton's stylist, and her father was who he was. So she was like, connected in some way to Hollywood. But I don't know how like to say that like she wasn't notable like whatsoever, or that like Ray J was bigger than her. I don't know. Like a really big draw of it was Kim Kardashian herself.
She's cool.
She's gonna be so pissed off that we mentioned her not because of you, but because she's such a like discreet private person.
Your female fan base seems to be growing.
Yeah, much to my chagrin.
What the fuck are they talking about? Where did the female go right first? I've yet to see one.
How do you feel about why not?
You know, I feel like the show is just not really for women. You know, my show's for men. And I feel like I have to act differently when women are watching it, you know, because the show is very...
Why?
Because I swear a lot and I'm very intense and angry and...
Yeah,
women famously don't consume any content that contains swear words.
That's the whole thing.
Respond
Women
well
like
to
that about you. Women are drawn like moths to flame to vulgar displays of power, so they like when men like swear and cuss and say racist and sexist things. Even the libtard ones.
Oh,
by the way,
probably the libtard ones.
I guess. I don't know. And I also think that when women pay attention to you, they have a weird way of like making your world revolve around them.
They sure
like,
do.
You know what I mean? Like women that I barely even know, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but they just start causing problems. They just start causing drama, and it's like,
shit.
This is why he says no thoughts in the movement, as I've been told.
Yes, I just try to avoid women as much as possible.
So why on earth are you doing this podcast?
Because you guys have a show. So, but you seem cool. You guys seem like cool women.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're political.
We're not like the other.
I mean, he also knows that like a huge part of their fan base and listeners are the gays, so it is still a lot of men listening to this podcast.
Yeah.
No, all women are kind of basically the same.
Yeah, I agree.
And you're smart. We're not going to do the Candace Owens things. I'm asking you why you don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's one thing that really actually grinds my gears. Whenever you're like interviewed with a woman or come into contact with a woman on Twitter, they're like, "Oh, well, you're such a nice Catholic boy who's a role model for the community. Why haven't you settled down?"
Oh, true. Amy Dangerfield is like the example of increased female listenership for Nick Fuentes' America First show.
Aren't you married? And actually, in spite of all of my suspicions, misgivings about you or whatever, the one thing that I do find very relatable about you is that
hates women.
that you hate women, that you hate women and Jews. But no, it's just that you always say that like I'm a malcontent, I'm disagreeable, I don't get along with anybody. I think you said that you are a frivolous person who wishes that you could be more mature and responsible, but basically that like you don't want to be like a
what
role
is the context of him saying that he's a frivolous person
model for anyone? I had a question about this that I'm going to pull up because I forgot where I was going with this.
Well, I was going to ask just hypothetically.
Oh my god, how they like literally are, they're not even like stoned and they cannot follow their own train of thought. They cannot like stay on track.
If you were...
I mean, I was impressed that she was able to recall that one of the original questions she had asked as they got back on, as they went off on like a tangent, related back to asking him if he consumed or read any leftist writers or books.
To have a girlfriend or wife, what ideally race or ethnicity would she be?
Oh, definitely white. Yeah,
no, of course white.
Italian.
What kind of white?
Like someone from my neck of the woods, like someone Midwestern,
Italian
from Chicago.
This man's got
same
good
kind
taste.
of sensibility.
Italian,
yeah, down to earth.
Sorry,
like,
I had to go get a carrot cake cupcake that my Italian wife made. They're very good.
And vegan.
And vegan, of course.
Kind of. But I'm open-minded.
You don't have a blonde brunette preference?
Probably brunette.
Yeah.
No offense.
No, it's
but
okay.
if you're into that sort of thing.
Is he even a true Nazi then? If he's not interested in like an Aryan queen who's blonde naturally?
Oh, that part's overblown, I think. Do they really care about blondes that much?
I don't know.
Blonde is fine, I guess.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Blonde is fine.
Even him giggling about that, he's like, I mean, my ideal would be, you know, like a girl who's like a winter complexion and has, you know, like auburn hair with highlights, but sure, blonde's okay. Like, dude.
Well, she's not a natural blonde. So.
You're not?
I mean,
you dye your hair blonde.
Would you prefer a blonde woman or a brunette woman?
Yeah.
A brunette.
A
brunette woman?
Basic.
A brunette.
Like, bizarre. Like, why? I don't know why they didn't just go to like, are you like Betty or Veronica?
Yeah.
And that's so
because that
basic.
is the archetype that you're getting at when you're asking the question of like, do you want like a blonde or brunette girl?
Yeah.
I was thinking
Tits or ass? Ass.
I think if I had my natural hair color, it would get like it'd be a pretty like light brown. It'd be blonde coated, that kind of like Slavic hair.
Yeah.
Which is the best answer, by the way.
But yeah, I think you've talked about before. This is my question: falling short of your own ideal many times. And I'm wondering, like, do you still struggle with yourself as a person? And if you do, what do you struggle with the most?
I do. I struggle a lot, and I really do hate.
Is he actually going to answer this somewhat intimate question? We'll see.
Yes. Do you not understand? Fuentes is a representative of weird basement kids. Like he's meant to. The reason that he's the head of the groupers, and he does need that. They are a very, very useful army for all the signaling costs. They are an expensive army to maintain in terms of the other groups you have to counter signal. But the groupers are incredibly valuable, and he's always gonna like identify as a weird kid and push for like the being a part of the outgroup in regards to questions like this. That includes things like struggling with discipline, struggling with the gym, struggling with food. Staying up all night, not going outside enough, not having enough friends. Like, he's usually going to appeal to a lot of these things because that's what gives him resonance with the groupers.
Let's see. He doesn't seem, even though he'll engage with the question superficially, I'm interested to see if this answer is kind of canned or contrived. And it sounds like something that's been rehearsed for when he has to field questions like this. And it's too much of it, like, it actually draws more attention to be like, I'm not answering that. Or if he gives something, maybe. And if he gives something that's like topical that is vague enough that they can try to act like, oh, he's signaling this or signaling that, like a Rorschach test, or if he says something that is somewhat authentic. Let's see.
I do. I struggle a lot, and I really do hate like most people. Like, I just can't get along with people. I don't know if you guys can relate to that, but I just have such like a low social battery. I hate phone calls. I hate meeting people. Why do
you think that is?
I don't know.
Yes, he's appealing to this like fucking basement dwelling grouper generation. I think he's doing what I said.
People know about his misanthropic tendencies, so I just don't think it's not
misanthropic.
Did I say it like that?
You did, yeah.
Okay.
I wonder why that's one of the words that you haven't anglicized yet. That's funny.
People are just not that interesting, and you don't feel like you're really talking to them. Like, I feel like most people don't really see you.
Yeah.
And like me, I feel like there's a person behind my eyes. You know what I mean? And I feel like most people, it's like you're talking to a robot. Like, you get kind of a blank expression. And people like to monologue. They talk about themselves, which is ironic because I'm me, but like, which is what I do for a living.
You didn't see the Dave Smith interview that I did, but holy fuck. It's just Dave Smith talking at him, not with him for the majority of that.
Oh, no.
Just like, hold on. I'm not going to watch
all
any
these
part of
podcast
it.
guys bringing on guests and then just fucking yapping over them? That's
like
insane
a Jewish
to
man
me.
that he's like talked shit about and was trying to like prove himself the entire time by, of course, doing the literal thing. It's like Nazi fuel shit by just like talking about himself. But like, just watch the screen and watch how many times like Dave Smith is on screen versus Fuentes.
I love Fuentes' little hand movements. Look at his little like hands flipping about.
Like, even if there's a split screen, Dave Smith was still talking the majority of the time. So look at this. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
It's just nuts. Like, how much of this? I don't know. I feel like maybe.
Can we see the comments? I want to see the groupers at the top.
Let's see. If Dave gets him onto Rogan, it'll blow up the internet. Let's get him on Rogan. Love that Nick never cuts anyone off. He's very reserved and a good conversationalist. Always enjoy listening to him. Glad they're doing it. Okay, this is a fucking griper, and like, it's like, dude,
the gripes.
He doesn't want to have to talk during this, of course, right? Especially not to Dave Smith. And so, like, him being very reserved or whatever, it's like, one, Dave Smith wasn't really providing him with a lot of opportunities to even answer questions. He was kind of just saying things and being like, do you agree or disagree? So that was very easy for him. That wasn't like indicative of like how Nick presents himself, because he can be very assertive in different conversations. Like that happened on the Candace Owens thing, where he wasn't afraid to interject. He wasn't afraid to cut in. He wasn't afraid to be more assertive. But he doesn't have to do that here. The whole point is just literally exposure. He doesn't want. The less he says to Dave Smith, he knew the better it would be. Petition to get this to 6 million views. Love that. This has been Nick's most productive conversation yet, because we didn't spend most of the time on the origin story. Instead, we directly addressed the Jewish question, other worldview thoughts. At Dave Smith and Nick, incredible job. Okay, they directly addressed that literally at the end here. 3 hours, 30 minutes.
Is Nick a World War II denier? Is a very funny. I get you can't say Holocaust, but that's very funny.
Actually say it.
That's very funny.
And then at different point, and then maybe here the Israel's political influence or whatever. But like he's alluding to that, but they really didn't address it head on. And I don't think that that's just because of like YouTube TOS. I think because Dave Smith didn't really want to take it there, honestly, until the very, very end. Objectively speaking, Nick is one of the most respectful, patient listeners ever, who never interrupts. That alone I love. Thanks for having him on, Dave. Disgusting.
I love Groypers so much. Absolutely. I love Groypers so much.
This
They're
is
so
a real
consistent.
adult conversation. A great listen. Well done, both.
It was Glaze the host for having Nick on as well.
Disgusting.
Oh god, they're so good at this. Do you not see how effective they are? God, every video, fuck, every single time Fuentes is on anything, you look at the comments. It's such a well-spoken intelligence. Some of these guys will give the game away, but yeah, it's so. Do you see why it's valuable for him to signal to this group?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is such a well-spoken, intelligent young black man.
Yeah, that's when they're more interested in in-group signaling than doing the work. With this is a bad Groyper, and the Groypers, by the way,
upvotes. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of Dave Smith's certain comments, once they've reached a certain like threshold, it begins to have its own momentum. So like, I could see this not even being liked by Groypers, but like his normie audience just being like, oh, that's funny. Dave's the only mainstream figure that actually challenged Nick intelligently rather than talking down to him. Well done, but okay, he didn't talk down to him, he just talked at him because he didn't really, there wasn't too much direct engagement, I'll be honest. It was Dave Smith just totally castigating himself for this guy and his audience.
Yeah.
By myself.
Aaron fans, Straighterade fans, we need that level of astroturfing on everything. Okay, go back to that whatever podcast and start astroturfing. Yeah, okay, what a polite young black woman.
The Straighterade enjoyers need to learn the ways of the Groyper army as far as being able to efficiently and be disciplined about astroturfing.
Most people.
Have you ever tried faking it till you make it and asking them questions, feigning interest, that sort of thing?
That's what I do my whole life, and I hate that. I hate the feeling of being insincere.
You can never break through.
Yes,
and you've always been still that way, or
always.
Well, I imagine
this guy was a really good interviewer. Do you remember this interview between Trump and this Australian journalist?
Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, that guy was solid.
If he's notable, I've never seen him do anything else, unfortunately. But I do remember thinking the way that he managed to treat Donald Trump like a 5-year-old, which he is, and Donald Trump acted like a 5-year-old without it ever coming off as condescending, amazingly. Yeah. Which was very impressive. Because he wasn't angry at any point, but he was still correcting him no, that's not true. This is actually true.
But I have to say, that's really that again, that's a very, very rare liberal W, where it's clear that is not a sustainable strategy that can be, it's too high skill a strategy to be reliably performed by the average member of the liberal coalition. So you get these sporadic moments where people are dunking on Trump, but they're so rare that he just runs the game the entire rest of the 99% of the time. So I struggle to look at those situations and go, well, that guy did a really good job. He did individually, but it's just it was a bad angle to even take in the first place.
Imagine being sort of famous doesn't help.
No.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't help, but it doesn't really change it either. I always felt that way.
I felt more not that I'm famous, but I felt more alienated from people the more once I achieved a certain level of micro celebrity.
Maybe.
And you have that experience. I used to be very social, and at a certain point, I just stopped kind of having fun because, like you say, people sort of don't really see you.
They talk at you. They want something from you.
Yeah, they're gonna corner you and try and talk to Dasha from Red Scare or whatever.
But I think even if you're not a famous person, if you're a mere civilian, I think you and I are actually a lot alike in that we're naturally suspicious of others, are quietly judgmental. Mm-hmm. I'm a woman, so I am probably
and also I'm a brunette.
Agreeable,
just saying,
accommodating on the surface. But I think I would say a lot of people probably can relate to that feeling.
Unlike her bottle blonde counterpart, who's also a brunette, but goes through the steps of dying at blonde.
Of what did you say? Another person behind your eyes? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of being kind of unmoored and alone and sitting in silent judgment of people, but not wanting, but feeling guilty and anxious because you don't want to be a bad sport and a piece of shit.
Don't lie, the cuts have grown on you.
Yeah. But how much of your how much of your
I've gotten used to it at this point.
You've acclimated and now it works. It kind of punches about half of your brain's neurons that are expecting moving video. It kind of almost works.
Of your rivals on the right,
You've fallen into Ash's trap. She is an artist.
Sort of personal sense of disagreement or conflict.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. I would say that a lot of people that I've fallen out with, like, I hated them as people, and I kept up kind of the interaction just for the sake of it was a useful alliance, it was mutually beneficial, or are you just being friendly as the default? And I don't know how much of the falling out is driven by like suppressed resentment. Like you hate this person, you're pretending to like them, you hate that you have to pretend to like them. Yeah. Eventually you pick fights with that person. But sometimes there's a legitimate beef. So I think that plays into it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's also very relatable because when you're in a situation where you're forced to like socialize or work with somebody that you secretly resent because you find them like, cowardly or untrustworthy, and then you have to suppress it.
Right here.
Oh my God, don't say that.
No!
It was right there. How could they not comment on it?
I'm exactly as funny as Dasha. That's very disappointing. That's not good.
You're the only person you work with.
No, I mean like when we have to do like events and stuff, or like when we have to like host something, or do some collab, anything. You probably actually know which people I'm referring to. Yeah. And I mean, I think
that third co-host that they used to have for like 2 seconds, and then she got cut loose at the very beginning.
Oh no!
Yeah, there used to be. I'm pretty sure there were 3 women on the mic. Hold on.
Oh, a bit like Pond Scum, I guess.
But like what?
Pond Scum podcast.
Never heard.
Before we cut you loose.
Okay, this photo everybody sees. Everybody sees this one, but this chick on the right.
Oh no.
I can't remember her name. I can't remember who, like, how many episodes she was on, but yeah, she gets cropped out usually, and it's like, yeah, here's the Red Scare podcast. These 2 ladies.
That's very funny.
I think that's why was
she any good?
Had such a long run.
I can't remember a single episode that she was in because I didn't get into it like when they first started. So she was already gone by the time I was listening.
Mentally see eye to eye and get along. But yeah, you have this feeling where you want to say something, but you can't because you don't want to be social inconvenient. But like keeping it bottled up inside makes you feel like aberrant and irritable, like a bull in a china shop. And you just want to like tear the whole thing down.
Yes. Yeah. That's in a nutshell what it is, but it's just hard. I don't like socializing.
It's like 3 people on Ambien describing the different ways that their antisocial tendencies manifest in socially acceptable and like come out in socially acceptable ways. Like they're expressing their like distaste for being around other people, social events, etc. But they sound like barred out while they're doing it and so mellow.
Can we do you want to speed it up? Do you want to crank
this is sped up. This is already at 1.20.
Fuck off! This is already 1.2. Give it 1.5. Give it some juice. Give it some fucking none of these people talk fast. Give it some fucking juice. Fuentes may as well be drunk right now.
I also don't like being observed. You know what I mean? Like, because when you're
crazy, psychotic, because that's what you do for a living.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
When you're doing a show, it's like it's a performance.
You have control.
Yeah, but when you're with people, it's like you can't like pick your nose. You can't like be on your phone. You know what I mean?
Booger Nick bringing up the inconveniences of not being able to prod at your body while you're around other people. Yeah, no shit, dude.
Yeah, again, very very groper sentiment. There's a reason he's picked this like disgusting, gross kind of depiction of his movement, like why he's embraced that. He is representative of something important.
But he's not even getting at something real because most people don't yearn to be picking at themselves and only don't be like in front of other people and only don't because society will judge them in their stupid arbitrary ways. It's like, no, most people will find that gross. Aaron, and they would find it gross. What?
Aaron, while most do not yearn to booger, they do yearn for the freedom to booger if they were to wish to do so.
Yeah.
I mean, like you don't have total freedom of movement. I hate that feeling of like
not the doing
someone's always in the corner of your eye. You got to kind of like get consensus. What's the plan? What are we doing? Am I entertaining you?
They don't know. I mean, with the people.
Yeah. They don't know.
That was really bad. Yeah, I know. I was eating.
So that's what you struggle.
Doing a Zizek impression is more than just being able to sound like him. It's also a visual thing, so you can know like when they're doing the like sniffling.
Yeah, you're right.
Both
You're right. I
mostly
need,
is,
to, I, need
yeah.
to have a, I need to have a sniffle.
You would have to like literally face cam to pull it off.
Alright, 1 second.
malcontentment.
It's a struggle.
Do you, I'm going to
think
get
there'd be-
skewered for asking you this question because people are going to like, she's glazing him, but you're a Leo?
Yes.
Do you know your other
No.
stuff? Can
not
we
really.
find out after the
Sure,
podcast?
yeah,
Is
you guys are into that?
Yeah, I'm just curious because
Okay, I'm face camming.
yeah, the
Beautiful. Go for it.
Is this better?
Oh,
Okay.
this is face camming? You enlarging yourself and only showing your face?
What? I just switched from my full body. Don't you act like you don't do the same fucking thing. All right, okay?
I
Fine.
don't.
I'll go back to my.
No
You
woman's
don't.
ever
I've
asked
seen
you
your
what
last
time you were
fucking
born?
thumbnail.
No. Well,
Yeah.
men have. not like that, but no. I know some people that are real, like Zerka. John Zerka's really into that.
Oh, God.
and Some of
Oh,
his
God.
fans are always asking me
Oh
what
god,
my
big crash! I fucked
sign
that up.
is and all
Sorry.
that.
And when you did that,
You're
the
fine.
OBS thing flashed
Yeah,
on my
I
screen for a
know.
second.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was terrible. Oh, a disaster.
So
There
much
you
for a bit that wasn't even worth it.
It wasn't worth it. No, especially it wasn't worth breaking the whole stream for. But you know what? We found our way there anyway.
That you guys are into astrology, of course.
I
mean,
naturally.
sort of. I
It's
mean,
like
yeah, you
baseball
can-
for women,
yeah.
where it's like there's like a frame of reference. You can talk. It's a good way to like talk to someone.
Yes, a great icebreaker. Good if you like pattern matching.
This poor man is merely describing his struggle to hide the mask of heterosexuality. Yeah, this is a man's inner battle with a compet.
Fuck yeah.
I think that because astrology is so like low status and like woman coded, no one ever gives it any credit. But there must be some scientific value.
Is astrology
in
still
the
low
fact that
status?
the
I feel like
season
it's
you're born
totally
in the
flipped in the
alignment-
last few years. Am I crazy?
Really quick.
I feel like astrology
Justice
has-
MTG, thank you so much for the raid. All 70 viewers that are now watching me. Hi. SMUGBUG and I are going over Nick Fuentes' appearance on the
Hello.
Red Scare podcast, which has been quite an episode. And they lost the video feed like 20 minutes into this recording. So it's somebody pointed like
This context sucks.
Spore. No, this is amazing. Spore was like, what's better than Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes while you're having a seizure. So that's the experience that you're coming into. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoy.
Wait. Now that we have a bunch of new chatters in here, I do need to run this poll real quick. Okay, is astrology still low status? 1s if it is low status. 2 if it is no longer low status. I don't think it's low status. I'm gonna poison the well. I don't think it's low status anymore. I feel like astrology has come back. I think it's come back in a big way. I feel like enough girlies have kind of locked in. Now that Red Pill is teaching dudes how to do astrology to steal sex from women, I feel like it's become high status again. I feel like now they're acknowledging it like it exists and you have to engage with it. That suggests to me high status. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the 3s. Thank you very much, gang. Very low status? That's just because you're autistic. Assume you're not autistic, then retake the poll.
The moon matters.
What?
That's what a chatter said. That's what a raider said. The
Oh,
moon
nice.
matters. So
Nice. The moon does matter. The moon does fucking matter, okay? Bottom of existence? God, how are you still autistic? How in this day and age have you not, like, embraced like, there are so many new autistic frames for embracing spirituality. You really don't need to be this anymore. Where are you from, Reddit? You're, like, years behind. What's going on with you? Bottom of existence
planets
astrology.
must exert some
Jesus.
influence.
My
on
God.
Not only you but your cohort.
Stemhead? Exactly.
In terms of
You're behind.
it suggests a lack of higher education. Is that true though? Like
This doesn't.
it's
That's
like I don't think
bullshit.
it does. I think like you see like a bell curve go on with stuff like this in the same way that like religiosity is very prevalent among people that are lower income, but then you also see it like and then it tapers off among the middle class, and then you see it like pick up again with like wealthy people. So I wouldn't be
I'm
surprised if
amazed that-
astrology is the same way.
Sorry, I'm so amazed by I'm a millennial, not autistic. 1000% the same thing. I am amazed that this many people in your chat are anti-astrology. That's crazy. You really have not adopted like the post-rationalists.
This is not
Like,
a
you're-
mostly female
you've got
chat, I don't think.
It's
So
not
that's
about
why.
female. It's not about female. It's just about not being a fucking milquetoast lib or sock dem. Like they really are. God damn, these are like real Reddit bros out here. Holy shit, this is incredible. High functioning autistic? Yeah, not that high functioning because I noticed real quick. This is rough. Jesus Christ. My God.
I mean, I don't know
Okay,
if I really want
can I-
people that are into like astrology in a serious way. Like I'm
Oh my
not into
God.
that. I don't like
Yeah, but
I don't like
like spirituality or religiosity. Like I'm totally fine with other people doing it or whatever, but like generally speaking, I'm critical of it because it's like it convinces people to accept things without evidence, and so it just leads them towards like supernatural and conspiratorial thinking.
Yeah, but it's not that much more helpful to only accept things with evidence, right? People
Yes,
exist
it
in this
is.
binary where they see. What? You think that you should only accept things, but what evidence do you have that you feel loved?
I'm only disagreeing with you saying
Right.
it's not more helpful to accept things with
I see.
evidence
Right,
and
okay,
without.
fair
That's the
enough.
only thing I'm saying.
Okay, I think there are a lot of things that I think there are a lot of things that are valuable to accept without evidence. Like, I don't think, as much as you autistic debate bros think that from first principles you can solve the is-ought gap and explain why your
That's
moral
Sam
value
Harris's
set is
business.
completely rational. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but
So,
I'm
like,
not arguing for that. And and Sam
No, I know, I'm
Harris is
arguing with
into
your chat.
spirituality because he's fucking into like he's into meditation and stuff, and like so that's spiritual. There's an overlap with spirituality now. I don't know, I'm not a Sam Harris head.
I get that. Listen, I think astrology is valuable as a lens of analysis, just because it doesn't need to be evidenced. It's just that, you look at a field of flowers, okay, and you put on the red tinted glasses, and you can only see the poppies. You are receiving less information than if you had looked at all of the colors, but you will now be able to better see patterns in the poppies, despite the fact that you have a objectively inferior, lower information perspective. You are still able to see patterns that you otherwise would not be able to. And that is valuable. And I think astrology and tarot and all this bullshit, while they don't have evidence, they are systems of analysis that you can use to arrive at useful conclusions, even through flawed systems of analysis. I think that's fine. I think that's useful. I think that something like tarot is someone channeling civilizational archetypes in the sense of like, I don't know, fucking the hero's journey or whatever, right? Like long form, like civilizational stories as they impact the person. They create a tarot deck that represents like certain features of, kind of universal experiences amongst humanity. And then you use that deck to sort of understand yourself in that frame, and understanding yourself in a frame is useful, even if the frame is flawed. Good tools for introspection? Yeah! The human mind is an abstract soup of bullshit. It's fucking garbage. Your brains are all garbage. I know you all pretend
But
that
this
your
sounds
entire
like
brain is
someone
built...
who is a Libra.
I'm not a Libra. I'm a Cancer, and I don't really know what that means, okay?
You are a Cancer. First thing we've agreed on in a while.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Damn. Your brain's pristine. Look, I know that all of your brains have been sculpted by Reddit upvote downvotes, okay? But unfortunately, you are just a soupy, messy meat box. And despite the fact that you've so disassociated your human body from your mind because you've shoved the entire fucking thing into a computer, doesn't mean you don't exist in a meat sack. Okay? You are soup.
Of like personality and
Jesus.
character formation, like for sure.
What are the useful
I don't
conclusions
know.
that you can take
I'm
away from
more
astrology?
skeptical.
Can I just talk about astrology
it's all
now?
in good fun.
Go for it. Go off, King.
There are, first of all, what are the useful conclusions that you can take away from astrology? The answer, unfortunately, is useful conclusions, because the conclusions are useful if you find them useful, right? If you use astrology, if a regular person uses astrology as a way to analyze different archetypes of, types of people interacting with each other, yes, it's crazy and obviously not true that those types of people are specifically defined by star systems, but it is valuable to look at, well, as a thought experiment, let's categorize all humans into 12 archetypes and then figure out how those archetypes interact with each other. You will probably learn things or think about things in new ways based on that frame, even if the frame is flawed.
No, see, to me, it's the conclusions are not how people arrive at the conclusions is a lot of times more important than the conclusion itself.
Yeah, that's well, sure. Yeah, I mean, that actually kind of goes back to the sort of weight loss thing, like the discipline of, the skills built up around the thing.
Because it's like what you're saying, I don't even disagree with that. Like, I know that people can they can actually have favorable or helpful conclusions, and they're led to them through these sort of like irrational ways or with the use of like spirituality, mysticism, etc. But I feel like they could have just as easily had like arrived at like a terrible conclusion because this is the sort of logic that they're using.
I mean, sure. I do think that there is definitely a way to like journey through flawed perspectives and gain useful outcomes from them. And I think that there are more negative traits associated with people who are harshly dismissive of astrology. Like that itself is a very, very useful indicator and signal. In fact, I personally know many women who will bring up astrology on first dates, not because they want the guy to care about it, because they want
detector.
It is a good red flag detector to see if they're a fucking smarmy dipshit who's like, oh, astrology, isn't that all bullshit? Rather than humoring it, because guess what? Someone who can play is more interesting than someone who goes, actually, I read a study.
Like, weirdly hostile to it is also like not the move. I think you should, it becomes more of a concern that you can't voice and articulate your lack of interest in it or disagreement with it without being like, oh, you're one of those people. Right? Because generally speaking, I can understand kind of, speaking flippantly and painting with a broad brush when you're like, I typically don't like people that are really into astrology. But on an individual basis, if that's still how you're interacting with somebody who says, oh yeah, I really like it or whatever, then that's not good.
Mm. Yeah. So yeah, it would be valuable even as just a red flag detector. But I also think that tarot and astrology are useful. I like tarot more than I like astrology, because there is like a kind of human element to sort of curating the cards. If you look into how people create tarot decks, they are channeling some kind of artistic human impulse that I think has value as a frame, whereas astrology is usually just sort of one set frame that's like one size fits all. I like that tarot people will kind of have their own decks that they feel like represent the frames that they want to look into. I think that's interesting.
It's okay to be hostile to astrology if the person is super into astrology. Because there's people who are judging others based off their signs and shit. I feel like
I a virgin.
I'm just gonna generally speaking to any man, it's like I don't really think it's a good idea to be hostile in almost any context on a first date. You should probably try to keep that to a minimum in general. But even if they're really into it or whatever, I feel like that's not very, very common. I feel like you'd probably know that before. If they're really into it, you probably would have seen it on their dating profile before, because they would have identified themselves and in a not joking way that I'm a Scorpio, I'm a Leo, I'm a whatever, and then you would have known from that point. But most people, it's like the way that I know a lot of people engage with it is basically haha JK, unless they don't really take it. So they're taking it half seriously the entire time. They're saying oh no, I don't actually buy into it. It's just fun. But I know that there have been times where they did their, their tarot they use tarot or they use astrology for fun. But like you're saying, they've gained some useful insight into it and then go on to use it or actually make a decision based off of that.
Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna respect someone that uses autism as an insult. Sorry, I'm diagnosed autistic, okay? And I use it as a term of endearment for my fellow autists, okay? I clearly I am autistic, okay? So I just wanted to, I want to be clear, all right? Okay, I'm just calling out to my fellow autists out there. Okay, I'm just trying to check you. I'm trying to build community with my fellow neurodivergents.
What's Aaron's astrology sign? Oh, my Capricorn.
Did they buy that? So mine, I was fucking insulted. I'm so sorry, I'm autistic. I don't pick up on social cues very easily. That's my bad. I'll try and keep that in mind for the future.
Fun. And I do feel like a Pisces.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can always confirmation bias stuff in hindsight and be like, oh, all Leos are like this and all Pisces are like this. But it does tend to add up in my experience.
Yeah.
I agree. When you say that the planetary bodies have to exert influence on us, that's the part I sort of agree with.
Right? Why wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm. They affect the ocean, but they don't affect
people. And for all of the kind of for all of the neuroses and anxieties that we have about ourselves, we get all in our heads and stuff like that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you are a barnyard animal who is at the mercy of hormones and chemistry and not even social, but biological incompatibilities and resentments.
That's true.
TB Schmidt, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Please enjoy your ad-free experience as well as your cute emotes now that you're subscribed to me.
And your sway.
Complimentary. Yeah, and your complimentary sway. I forgot it's free with purchase. Well, today only.
You've been fond of saying the medium is the message. And I want to ask you, we are of a different generation than you.
Oh yes, but the original Fuentes quote, the medium is the message. I remember when he invented
Obviously
that.
Very big.
Yeah, big moment.
With Zoomers, I feel like people actually don't even understand how many young people just watch streamers 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
True!
Why did you start... So yeah, what are your thoughts? Why did you start streaming? Are there any streamers that you are fond?
No,
or
I
have
mean,
attachment to, or?
not really. I
don't think anybody understands the extent to which these women are online because they are frequently tweeting, man. So is it really that hard for them to understand like Zoomer fascination with a slightly different social media platform than their own? You just have like a different, again, like to these people that use the language of like bugmen and goyslop or whatever the fuck. It's like you just have a different flavor of bugs that you like then.
Oh. God, I hate everyone who uses Bugman to mean anything other than like San Francisco tech bro or like IMF financier. Like I really hate that they're trying to turn like blue-haired LGBTs into Bugmen. That doesn't even feel right viscerally. Usually they respect the sort of, you know, the resonance of applying a term, but they really just want Bugman to mean people they hate. It's very annoying.
Funny because some people my age were like really big into YouTube. Like they were 12 years old and got a camera and were like, that was their passion. It never was for me. I was really into like public speaking and politics. And then I just started a TV show in high school.
I was always a nerd.
And it was uploaded because my high school had like a TV station. And then when I was in college, I just thought it'd be fun.
I was a gifted kid.
I got into it through my friend Cassie Dillon. She was my friend at the time. And she said, well, I have this YouTube show. You should get a YouTube show. And I was like, yeah, like and I didn't like it at first.
Is he getting, is this how he weaves in the Sum story?
Please!
This sounds like the Sum story.
No, I beg.
I actually hated it.
Not the Daily Wire Jews again. I'm begging. No,
it was live. Okay. At that point, it was live. And it just was the perfect fit because I'm an extemporaneous speaker and I like the interaction. And so I just fell in love with it. You know, I got hooked. I hate when people say shit like that. Like I got hooked. But I did. I loved it. But I don't watch stream. I hate other live streamers because it's so vapid. Most of it, it's like all the and he's one of the smarter ones.
Ross.
Sadly.
What do you think of Aiden Ross?
Wait, who did they say?
Watch stream. I hate other live streamers because it's so vapid. Most of it, it's like all the
Piker.
Yeah, and he's one of the smarter ones. Sadly,
he is one of the smarter ones. Insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
In our politics domain, we forget that Hassan is actually one of the smartest streamers in the world because streamers are such a fucking dipshit, stupid.
Oh, that's weird to say, but yeah, like when you're just looking at the main,
totally.
I don't think the majority of streamers have. I mean, you're not going to use educational attainment, but I don't know how else to measure this. Like a lot of streamers, I don't even know if they completed high school, let alone higher education.
It's like XQC. It's like XQC. It's like fucking Miskiff. It's like, you know what I mean? Like I've seen what the other streamers are like. Hassan is like not smart for a politics streamer, but he's definitely he's a genius level intellect, which is I guess why you see a lot of other streamers collaborate with him and treat him like a fucking genius politics guy.
Wait, why do you say he's not smart for like a politics streamer?
Well, I mean, in the politics space, I don't think that he's like particularly an intellectual. I don't think he thinks he's an intellectual, which is why I think he has a bit of insecurity and is always going towards other. He's always looking.
This is not like about me caping for Hassan anymore. I'm trying to think like
second thought. Bad Empanada. These guys are like the intellectual legitimizing force that like Hassan repeatedly goes back to get a bit of like intellectual legitimacy. They're wrong, by the way. I do not like these guys, but I think there are definitely sectors of like politics where, you know, they provide intellectual legitimacy, unfortunately. I think the real smart guys are probably still going to be the video essayists, you know, people like Unlearning Economics, I guess, is good on like the economics background stuff, for example. Like I think there's still a lot of good content out there. But yeah, in terms of streaming, I mean, fuck. B hates Hassan. Well, I mean, sure, that's always going to blow up. But you know, like I feel like Hassan always feels the need to sort of go towards these legitimizing intellectual little clusters.
I feel like
he was even looking at like Loner Box videos and shit. You know, back before they hated each other.
I feel like to the extent that I've seen Hassan talk about Bad Empanada, which is not much, it's been to like push back and disagree with him, which is why Bad Empanada is constantly trying to like disagree with him as far as I can tell. But I don't watch them, so I don't know.
He used to just watch. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Hassan either, but as far as I know, he used to just like uncritically watch like Bad Empanada video essays. You know, he went on like the Second Thought podcast and stuff, and I think that was because basically it's valuable for him to sort of be adjacent to these like, Hakeem, I think is probably another one. These like guys who kind of serve a bit of a, again, intellectual legitimacy.
Really far more intellectual, or is it that even though it's funny, what's funny is that even though like they're ESL, so you would actually give more leeway for this, I think that they have far less verbal graffiti and issues with public speaking than Hassan does at different points, who doesn't always articulate himself in the most concise way. He's very prone to being and that really pollutes a lot of what he's saying, and that always knocks you down a peg as far as presentation. Because Fuentes, I think, carries himself very, very well, and Tucker Carlson has complimented him for this reason, because he has the ability to kind of just riff off the cuff seamlessly, and he doesn't struggle or kind of like verbally trip over himself in the same way that I've seen Hassan do it. And so like Bad Empanada, Second Thought, Hakeem, to the extent that I've seen clips of them, they don't do that either. And I think that will always elevate how you sound to other people, and like you will come off as like smarter pretty easily.
You'll come off as like smarter. Yeah, I agree.
Ross.
It's purely about delivery.
He's funny.
Some of it is also the scripting.
It's not purely, but a lot of it is aesthetic.
Yeah, but I do agree it's mostly aesthetic, yeah. We're on the same page.
Okay.
But
I think these guys are actually that smart.
Are you at all familiar with Aiden Ross? I'm not, because I'm
really.
an elder millennial, so this is like way over my head. I have no idea.
But what do you think it is about streaming as a medium that is so popular?
Because it's parasocial. I know that's what everyone says, but the way that I would explain it, because I think about this a lot, it's sort of like when I was younger, I would listen to the radio in the car, even when we had the aux cord, because when the radio was on, it didn't feel like you were alone. It felt like there's a broadcast, someone is in the booth recording. When you listen to your iPod, it's like I'm alone in my car with my phone. When it's radio, it's like I'm in the city. Yes. And a live stream's the same way. It's like someone's there with you. Everyone's there with you in the live chat. Streamer's there in real life. And it's like a comforting feeling. It's like a weird sensation.
When you're listening to
you'll feel comforted right now, chat? How comfortable do you feel?
This is a very comfortable experience watching this visually disorienting video of a neo-Nazi, a closeted a neo-Nazi who's in the closet, not a closeted neo-Nazi, sitting down with two women on the Upper East Side.
Listening to the radio or like a stream or something, you can disappear and dissolve, whereas when you're listening to your music on aux, you're like the main character in the movie about your life, and you're driving down the street and like feeling all like profound and thoughtful. I think that that's partly what it does, I guess, replace socialization also.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, okay, so people, like, first of all, how long do you stream?
Like 2 hours a night.
Okay, but some people stream like all the time, which is sickening.
It is, yeah.
Because like, what happens if you have to like, I don't know, like take a shit or like run an errand,
or do anything.
I don't
they
appreciate
do it. I mean, Hassan talked about in that interview. He says
being used for the take a shit portion of the.
Wait, that's unfortunate
timing. It was just the timing of her saying, "What do you used to do when you take a shit?" And then Dasha just crouches down in front of the camera. That was bad timing. I didn't appreciate that.
2-minute bathroom breaks and my chat times.
She said it was experimental.
yeah, true.
And I do it at the same time every day.
How long does he stream?
He streams like 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. What? Who could do that? I would kill myself.
That's so maladjusted. Like, you have no life.
You have to give him credit, though, because that requires mental fortitude to do that and not like blow your head off.
I mean, even
the hardest job in the world.
Well, we train to a show a week.
Yeah, exactly. 5 nights is.
No, hold on. How does it require mental fortitude?
Because you're always on, and it's like. It's not like when you're just hanging out, or even some of these other streamers.
Aaron!
When I'm doing a show,
Aaron, stop this right now, Aaron.
Why isn't platforming a fascist?
I am obligated to represent this chatter. Why are you platforming this fascist, Aaron? Explain yourself.
Well, as one of the top up-and-coming conservative streamers, it is unfortunately the burden that I hold. That naturally my ideological compatriots are predisposed to these sorts of tendencies, so I do put up with it just so I can have someone to stream with, you guys.
Damn it. That makes sense. Yeah, I buy it.
There can be no dead air.
Right.
You always have to be pointing in a direction, so the mental faculties that it takes to just keep it going.
Maybe they meant me.
Even like the physicality of
Possibly.
it, always be like making expressions and making gestures. When I'm done, I'm like, I don't want to make an expression. I don't want to look at anybody. I don't want to talk. I just want to.
Well, have you ever considered that Hassan is just profoundly retarded?
Yes.
And, like, does it have anything going on up there? There's none. Yes, you're mental. He's like literally like a zoo animal, like behind a cage. He's gonna be mad at me.
Do you know him?
No, but he doesn't.
Right. He's not fond of us.
He's not fond of us for obvious reasons. Mm-hmm. He's also Turkish, and my dad's Armenian, so we were.
I don't know when he did this, but he like called them or like clocked them as fascists like a long time ago, so that's why they don't like him.
Nice. Okay.
Eternal.
Which is funny because they're in with like Adam Friedland and like adjacent to and like Chapo probably, but they're and the Chapo boys and Adam like Hassan, but he's the line in the sand.
Yeah, but they're dime square hoes, you know, like they're all part of the sort of like neo. I mean, like there's a lot of post leftists there as well, you know. I mean, Cinderella you could basically throw in with the dime square mix, to be honest.
Battle,
I
yeah.
don't care
What?
about
That's the what?
but I don't like
What are you like dime square? That's a legitimate profiling.
on your behalf.
They're okay. They're actually.
I'm a big Armenian genocide truther.
Based.
Yeah, I know. Like, I actually don't really watch streamers at all.
Well,
because
Dime
it
Square.
takes mental
Jesus,
Times Square, get it right, you guys.
fortitude to do that.
Holy
like, I don't know
fuck.
how like young people get in that zone, like lock in.
Well, they're not. They're dissociated, or
Yeah.
at least, yeah. I mean, sometimes you tune in and out. It's like it's more ambient,
But I think
because it's more durational and like constant.
Yeah. But I think like a lot of people, for example, experience you mainly through like viral YouTube, Twitter.
Well, once they got the boot off
whatever
his neck.
TikTok clips, yeah.
There was no
the lingo.
stop.
The generational run broke free.
But I did notice I was trying to like kind of analyze like what makes you effective, not only as like a public speaker but as like a comedian, because I think part of the appeal is that you're very like talented and funny and good at what you do, not to glaze you too much, but I noticed that, you know, you have to be very repetitious, your bits, you just repeat yourself over again and have like very kind of emphatic hand gestures and facial expressions, and that's like half the battle.
It is. It's like
I don't think that you have to. Where is she getting this from? That you need to be repetitive? If anything, I think that's like that detracts from your stream. If the only thing that you can think to say is like the same things over and over. I mean, this just tells you how like unfamiliar they are with it. Not that I would expect anybody to, but I'm like, how often have you interfaced with any of the media on this platform, and yet you have this understanding of it? Because that's a surefire way to never succeed as a streamer, to be that repetitive.
I think they're I mean, Fuentes is very. I think Fuentes is repetitive in the sense that he's got messaging discipline for sure, like across all of his different appearances. Maybe that's what they mean. Maybe they're seeing
like almost like catchphrases,
streaming.
Something, or like motifs that you need to like. People expect for that to be recurring. Like, I don't know that I see that, but maybe I don't watch enough streamers.
peekaboo, because people are it's literally like babies, and they love the funny expressions, you know, when you're like, what, you know, when you make faces, they like that. They're like, I like this, you know,
because they're so like dopamine dysregulated too, so they need like constant stimuli. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, the repetitions,
scary,
that's a huge part. It's like neurolinguistic
these
programming.
bitches talking about people who are dopamine dysregulated. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
When they started off this episode bragging about not smoking cigarettes, but then in the next breath talking about being addicted to the Chinese like lead infused vape that they have to hit every like 60 seconds.
Yeah.
And I do that naturally because I'm a little autistic.
No.
I don't think you're autistic.
Nick Fuentes? No way, dude.
Well, hold on. Why is Fuentes using autistic as a pejorative? That's fucked up. Okay, Jesus. Okay, you know what? I see what you guys mean now. I'll never do that again. That's my bad. That was very autistic of me. I'm sorry.
But I'm autistic.
What the fuck is Whitney Cummings? This is like the second time somebody's asked, is this Whitney Cummings? Or is that Whitney? What? Whitney Cummings, American actress and comedian. She's a podcaster, but no, this is not Whitney Cummings. This is Red
She looks
Scare.
exactly like you. What do you mean?
No. They're obviously talking about the Red Scare girls.
I know. No way,
okay,
really?
that was not
I thought
obvious
they meant
from the
you.
joke that you were making.
No, not to an autistic person, no.
Autistic in the way that
A fellow
like,
autistic person,
you know,
sorry.
you know, if you watch a
Someone
show, I'll
narrative.
like say the same story on every show and kind of like retread
It
the
does?
same
I don't see what you guys are seeing.
like
Insane.
narrative
That's
over and
completely
over,
insane.
because people are like retarded. It's like if you don't say something 10 times, it's like you didn't say it at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and one of my
Just
favorite
dropping hard
gay
ass
raconteurs
slurs
had
like
this line,
that?
Quentin
Jesus.
Chris.
No.
It was like, if you don't repeat yourself loudly and often, you'll never
Getting
make
less
a
and
mark.
less
And
Yeah.
keen on fascism the more I see it.
100%.
you really do have to speak to people like babies. Yeah, I don't think you're autistic. I just
Figured Whitney was pivoting to Nazism since everyone was pissed at her for doing the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Is that the thing in Syria?
think that you're a little dark-sided and very psychologically.
You want to laugh uncontrollably? Look up Whitney Cummings' New Year's Eve stand-up roast from last New Year's Eve.
Why?
I promise you, I will not laugh hysterically at that because you can't know this, but I really don't like stand-up. I find most stand-up to be insufferable and annoying and not funny.
Oh no! Okay, well I need to fix you. Wait, fuck! What? Jesus, that's not good. There is good stand-up that exists in the world.
I don't know that Whitney Cummings will be it though.
No, she's not gonna hit the spot. I promise
that would
you
probably
that.
reinforce my feelings. It's not that funny.
I wouldn't send you a woman. Don't worry. I would never send you a woman. You got to ease into that.
Oh, I'm joking. She's terrible at stand-up. Okay. I didn't know if you were. Okay. I couldn't tell.
You didn't like any Bo Burnham stuff, Aaron. This audience, I don't know where you found them, but holy fuck, I just know it's
they're
fine. Being a Bo
as
Burnham
well.
is itself.
That person's joking.
No, they're not. They're not. Teddy Bear is legit. Teddy Bear is.
Teddy Bear was I can
tell.
Even though you're a first
I can
chatter,
tell.
you're like a first time chatter. I know you're joking.
Yeah,
no, I can tell. I can tell. Aaron, I can fucking tell. I can fucking tell. A lot of these people are like 3 years out of date. Where have they been? They need to know that culturally it's important to hate on Bo Burnham now. How do they not know this?
Not to attack you.
You're right.
Not everyone watches Queeman Smug.
It was.
What is this to do with Queeman? Who the fuck is Queeman?
I've heard him mention that he doesn't like Bo Burnham.
Because no one likes Bo Burnham anymore. It is culturally correct to no longer like Bo Burnham. You can respect what he did, but like no one, you're supposed to not like him anymore. It's low status to like Bo Burnham. Jesus Christ.
Is that because he was in Promising Young Woman?
No, by the way, he's a great director. What was that fucking the teenager girl movie? That movie was great, but 8th grade was fucking banging for sure. But look, I love Bo Burnham. Because he's out of date. He is not put. Oh my god, do I really need to explain how like the culture shifts? Bo Burnham created a piece of art that was very timely with the lockdowns, and then he's not produced anything since, and so now he's out of date and cringe, and you have to it's important for you to believe that he's cringe because his art was good but extremely dated, and we had to move on culturally from that era. Oh, you know what, fuck, you guys suck. What do you mean? Jesus, how do they not know this? Low status isn't even in the Urban Dictionary. Your picture is right fucking next to it. I'll show you the page. What? Damn it.
Happened is
this chat stinks.
I didn't finish it. No, but I
want a new chat. I'm switching to YouTube.
The problem is we thought.
I remember
YouTube
now.
chat's gonna be worse.
Because I've not been.
I've not been on YouTube chat. Please go ahead and like the stream and also send me super chats. But I don't think you're gonna find better company in your YouTube chat.
No, I forgot how bad Twitch chat is. Twitch chat triggers me. YouTube chat is where all the cool people are. Okay, that's where all the fucking Nazis are. That's where the base people hang out. Okay, the Twitch chat is brutal. I forgot how fucking insular echo chamber. I can see how Hassan doesn't get banned if this is like the standard Twitch chat audience. Holy fuck, I would die for YouTube chat. Okay, Twitch chat may very well kill me.
I can't tell who is being sarcastic and who is not with these opinions related to comedians because I want to think that, but you would not. A lot of people like this stuff, and it's just not funny to me. So I assume that they're being serious, not that they're joking. Yeah.
They are being. I'm sorry. All the Twitch people are sincere. Big stand-up comedian flaming his audience when he's bombing energy Lamau. Okay, that's pretty solid. Okay, fine. That one I'll give you. That was pretty good.
That, like, there'd be one swing state that would be like the fulcrum of the whole thing, and if we could just scare the campaign.
That was the purpose of Groper War II, was to push Trump rightward.
Yes, and the idea was like...
Why do they know what Groper War II is?
But more importantly, at that time, why does Kajiga know intimate details about Charlie XCX's back catalogue, okay? Yes, How I'm Feeling Now is still culturally relevant, because unlike Bo Burnham's piece of art, it was not locked in fucking time to lockdown, even though it was produced during lockdown. It is a timeless sentiment that was exacerbated by lockdown, and it is still listenable today. But also, yes, How I'm Feeling Now is a good album, but you should also probably move on to either her prior work or her continuing work, because that is more relevant to the various eras that we're in now. Lockdown was a very specific, weird time.
There was a lot of bad media created in 2020.
Record? I know it's a lockdown record! That doesn't mean that you can only listen to it during lockdown.
A global pandemic.
Some things were produced during the lockdown that have a timeless quality that will exist beyond the lockdown. And some things, like Bo Burnham's work, are very much just descriptive of the era they existed in and are broadly useless after the fact. This guy's cooked? Yes! Obviously! Party for you, though. I love Party for you. And also, But also, more importantly, Party for You was actually recontextualized. Didn't she end up like re-releasing it and making a new video for it and everything? She actually turned Party for You from a lockdown song into a non-lockdown song. You can see she literally had to transform it. This guy's very loud. Turn me down then, Aaron. I mean, I can turn my gain down.
I'll do my best.
I just know Brat because it has the Taylor Swift diss. Jesus Christ, Swifties are all one and the same. I'm gonna fucking lose it.
The only thing that matters is Charlie XCX's like proximity and relevance to Taylor Swift.
Oh my god! Oh, they know how to trigger Angel, so that's for fucking true. He is loud. I told you I was loud.
I wasn't even big.
He is always loud, you guys. So it's hard for me to know what is people just generally complaining about you screaming versus an actual like audio mixing issue.
Is kind of not a big deal at that point. Not that
is true.
Huge deal now, but
like around
like August last year.
Okay. I
August,
have no
September.
idea what we're to. I'm sorry, you guys.
Well, it was sort of like, it was after the conventions during the election. We wanted Trump to take stronger positions on immigration, foreign policy. And so I said, we're going to like publicly withhold the vote unless he does these things. And I knew we couldn't make a splash like nationally because we're not big enough to do that. But I thought if we could get like 10,000 people in one state to say they wouldn't do that, and if it was close, that might be enough. But I think after Kamala became the nominee and the Brat thing fell apart, it was like Trump was going to win in a landslide. So I said, forget it.
Charlie XCX mentioned. Incredible. We got the Brat mention.
Bro, holy.
It's always relevant. That's happened like 3 times now.
I feel like he has to, like, okay, the counterculture, like, Brat is now associated forever with Kamala Harris in a way that like there's no one doing. But do you think the actual counterculture take from him would be to say that he still likes Charlie XCX, even though it's a cultural signifier that is associated with liberals? To, in spite of that, and in spite of the gay rumors, to still be like, yeah, I like Charlie XCX.
It's more complicated than that. Like, Kamala is Brat was, you can call it cope all you want, but as someone who knows Charlie XCX's kind of work fairly well, and also her writings on her own work fairly well, like, Kamala is Brat was very much also ironic and kind of postmodern. Like, it was very much meant to be kind of ironic. Obviously, it also it was I guess it was meta-ironic. It was obviously sincere in the sense that she obviously, I guess, supported that campaign over the other campaign. But in terms of the genuine meaning behind it, I do think that it was mostly ironic. Like, the joke is that Brat is also Brat did kind of work in that sense, you know. It is like messy, incoherent, sloppy. It wasn't really meant to be like an aesthetic that was what's the word? Like glamorized, except in glamorizing the messiness of that aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like it was very internally contradictory. So was the album, frankly.
I don't know, like, you say that she was being ironic when she said the thing about Kamala Harris being Brat, like that was like postmodern or whatever. But she went from saying that Kamala like, oh, all you need to be Brat is like a fucking like an attitude and also like a white tank top, and then she ended up doing a collab with H&M. So I kind of think it might just be like the fact that she can't keep her like inner life contained. No.
God. No, well, okay. First of all, of course she can't. Again, she's basically mostly in alignment with.
What are you gonna say?
host.
Like,
but
you're
also,
gonna cope by saying the H&M collab was like ironic and postmodern?
Yes, obviously, selling out is literally become that. You don't. Sorry,
selling
no.
Is Brat.
You actually don't understand modern culture. I'm sorry, but literally, selling out has fucking Kendrick Lamar sells out. Selling out has been. We've been so subsumed by the economic system we're in that selling out no longer carries any cultural weight. There is no cultural cachet in not selling out. It is in fact low taste not to sell out these days because capital has consumed fucking everything.
There's a difference between there not actually being a standard anymore and demand for artists to not sell out versus saying it's low tier to actually abstain from doing these sorts of endorsements or brand deals. Because I don't think we're at that point yet. I just think it's not being demanded anymore from people's fan bases.
No, I think it is low status not to do these kind of collaborations. I think that like every single, and a big part of that really is hip hop. Like a big part of that is the cultural cachet that the black community lent selling out in exchange for achieving some level of cultural or capital power in exchange for their cultural power. Look at Jay-Z and all of his, all of the, I mean, he may as well be the only like black cultural billionaire, when he first came up. Now, obviously, we've got a few more. But like the way that Jay-Z kind of paved the way for like black capitalism, I think really did give a big part of that was making selling out very, very cool in a way that people like, the fucking OG gatekeepers of hip hop really didn't do. Public Enemy wasn't really selling out in quite the same way. NWA wasn't selling out in the same way. But nowadays
Dr. Dre
every
didn't
single
sell out
big
for a long time, but he did eventually do it. He like collabed with Beats or something like that.
For sure, but now you've got Snoop Dogg doing fucking whatever
Martha
bullshit,
Stewart
collabs.
So like,
yes, which lost him absolutely zero cultural cachet because it like the success became the only valuable part. Like the communism got leached out of the fucking black community. Like
wait. Speaking of selling out, stop. Violent Smoker, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. You've been subscribed for 2 months, and I thank you for all. What would that be like? 62 days,
Yippee!
61 days. Love that. Thank you so much. Continue.
Hell yeah. Fuck. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So anyway, I think today now selling out contains all of the cultural cachet that not selling out used to. I don't think you can really think of anyone who hasn't sold out. And the closest thing I can think of now are the people who are removing their music from Spotify over Israel Palestine. I can't remember which bands have done this, but there's a bunch of bands have done this, and not very, very big important ones. It's been like indie and psych rock and whatever. Mos Def hasn't sold out. Yes, there are obvious, but notice how the people that you are about to refer to as like having not sold out are either like really edgy communist or indie, or they are old enough that they have like 30 fucking years of history of not selling out, and that's just a follow-on from how they were when they were fucking 20. Ultimately, today it hasn't really changed very much. So I think that yeah, selling out has become the mainstream. I think it's very, very, it's too broad of a term. Oh my god, doing collaborations with large fashion brands, giant corporations, right? Like obviously selling out is a broad term, but you get you don't need me to be pedantic about it. So what was the oh yeah, so Charlie XCX selling out for H&M, and also Brat. The entire point of Brat was
selling
ironic. It was self-critical. Yeah, selling out is Brat,
sure.
And Brat also was like a temporary, kind of criticism of look at the fucking album
I
art.
just
Like
don't
the
think,
entire
I
point
think
was
if that's your perspective of it, what you're going to end up doing is just anything that she does ever can be like laundered into what was like considered Brat.
No, because she's self-critical of her own sellout. Kajiga actually has it here. Brat wasn't selling out, but Crash was selling out. Crash was her with a gun, was Atlantic Records holding a gun to the back of her fucking head, and that was her sellout pop album. Whereas Brat is an album about selling out in which she sells out, but it is far more like poignant, self-critical art with a genuine perspective that includes selling out as part of the performance. But she has done, the way she lives is performance art. Her birthday party pictures are fucking performance art, as depressing and upsetting as they are. Crash was so fucking garbage. I liked Crash, but I like pop generally, outside of just Charlie's, I genuinely like pop. But Crash is not her best work, for sure. Also, Crash was the best, I saw her on tour for Crash, and it was a fucking amazing tour. And it was also the last tour she did before she got too big, and now every time I go see her, it's fucking garbage. Unfortunately, she's just massive arenas now. Very unfortunate.
I just
who invited her?
I remember the first time I ran afoul of you, I tweeted something like, "I don't know who the fuck Nick Fuentes is, and why do I have to hear about it?" And you got mad at me, and I really legitimately, it wasn't anything personal.
I thought you were pretending.
I literally.
What?
Dude,
No,
He's not famous enough.
No, I literally didn't know who you were, and I'm also again.
I'm not gonna get mad about that.
Okay.
Sorry, I've stopped watching this video and I've just started attacking your chat over and over and over again. It's really, I'm death spiraling.
No, back to the video. People are here for the analysis.
All right, I'm trying. Sorry,
Judgmental
there's 2 more hours
and skeptical
of this,
person.
Aaron.
So when people bandwagon on somebody,
Lucky us.
that makes me not
There's
want
not 2 more hours of it though. It's less than that.
fuck with them.
Yeah, I get that.
Contrarian.
Yeah, it's not contrarianism.
It
just
is.
Makes me, no, because I think this gives me no pleasure to say, but I think that people, when they bandwagon on stuff, it's like social contagion, and most of them don't know what they're doing. And sometimes the bandwagon effect is good, positive, and most of the time it's bad and negative. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So I'm very skeptical about anybody who is has a lot of fanfare around them.
Totally. Yeah, I know what you mean. Too much hype.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's like Rick and Morty. When there's a toxic fan base, it's something that's super new. And
do you feel hindered at all by the gripers as a fan base? I know you're not fond of some of your super chatter.
Some of the a little overzealous, but
when you say you regret kind of rhetoric you used when you were younger, do you have feelings about your fan base?
That's always a question.
I don't remember him ever. Where are they getting that he regrets saying certain things or doing certain things? They said that, you've talked about this, but he didn't really expand on it. And then to the extent that he talked about something. Well, of course it is, but I'm saying that they didn't really demonstrate that to anybody who isn't already intimately familiar with this content. And I realize a lot of their audience probably is, but maybe not even to that extent, because I don't know what they're talking about at this point. And I'm not intimately familiar with Fuentes, but I don't know I don't know what they're. When has he said that he regrets saying certain things?
Yeah, when he says that he regrets his rhetoric, he means for the purposes of like effectiveness strategy, right? Like not he doesn't regret his positions.
No, of
he
course
regrets
not. Yeah.
saying
it's a strategic
things that
thing.
way.
It's not actually like a true disagreement.
And he says that all the time.
Question I get is like, because the Groypers are super intense and frenzied and they attack everybody. But I think that's actually a good thing. The reason people don't like it that are in commentary is because they know that it's like an accountability thing almost. Like they know that if they don't like me, they're going to have to deal with getting attacked, and they're kind of annoyed by that. So it's like anything in any power dynamic. You kind of moralize or rationalize your interest. They hate that there's like an army that's going to attack them if they don't like me and support them if they like me, and it kind of forces them to interact with me in a certain way. And so they tell me, it's these Groypers, they'll attack me for anything. It's like, good, like they're kind of keeping you in check,
But they're so it's mostly that they're so annoying and they're such a nuisance. You log on to Twitter.
Exactly.
I'm like,
that's their tactic.
Yeah. Like they're just like yelling at you for being Jewish. Come on, man.
It's a frenzy. It's a swarm.
Yeah, it feels that way. And Groyper War 1 was
really avoiding.
Oh, right. That's when they showed up and, Oh, so I have kind of a conspiratorial question. Obviously, after Kirk's death, they tried to say that it was a Groyper. And not long prior to his death, it seemed like there was a lot of press about, you had the profile in the New York Times before that, they wrote another thing about like the toxic online, right? That was like basically all about Groypers. It felt almost like they were like priming people to have the vocabulary of even knowing what a Groyper is, or like knowing enough to, so many normies that like aren't about this life would be like, I heard a Groyper did it. And I'd be like, there's a different.
There are so many normies that aren't about this life. What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Name one normie right now. Do it at gunpoint. Name a single normie. Name one.
This is a crazy year that sentence even means anything.
You're talking about. And but do you think there's any credence to that? Because that's where my mind went. I was like,
Yeah, well, and a lot of people said it the other way, which is like they were setting me up to take his spot, like that I was the successor, the like elevated successor. I think it was just a coincidence. I do believe that after he died, there was a push. There was like a top-down coordinated push to frame me because it appeared spontaneously everywhere.
Yeah.
And like within literally like hours on like the Friday afterward, it was like no one was saying Groyper, and then the next day everyone said, actually it's this guy.
Accuse you of inciting violence or doing stochastic terrorism.
That the killer was a fan of mine, or right wing or something. Yeah.
They still, apparently large
swaths
of Democrats
no, he doesn't believe this. Does he? Coordinated. God, fuck, man. Do you know what this is? This is fucking conservative trauma. Because this does actually happen in conservatism in a way that doesn't happen in other places. There is such a consolidated hierarchy in conservative media that you can very much get narratives pushed out like this in the way he's describing. But what he actually noticed was that everyone had the same incentive and the same very, very easy and obvious target. And so it was not a top-down coordinated effort. It's just that he, in the same breath, he explains that he's got this rabid swarm fan base of schizos. And the next sentence, he's like, there was clearly a top-down push to, put me in the firing line as like responsible for, in some way for Charlie Cook's. Like, well, you just talked about how you've created a rabid fan base, literally, that attacks anyone that you don't like. And then you wonder why there was a coordinated push to claim that a Groyper did. No, Groyper's just a very, very easy scapegoat. You've created the Twitter Jew, Fuentes, okay? Groypers have become the Jew of Twitter. Okay, everyone blames Groypers for everything. They're a big invisible evil. It's always everyone who hates you is a Groyper, and every assassination is probably a Groyper until proven otherwise. Especially if you're a leftist trying not to take the blame for an assassination that you really don't want the left to be responsible for. Groypers are the perfect bad guy.
Which we are not, because we're conservatives.
Yes, of course, which is why we believe that, unfortunately, a leftist did decide to assassinate Charlie Kirk, and we disavow that violence.
That the shooter was MAGA or a groiper.
Well, yeah, because all it takes is one, you know, someone says it was a groiper, and then they're like, oh, right. It was a honey. Come quick, a groiper's done something.
Yeah. It's like boomer couples in the Bay Area being like, new research shows that Charlie Kirk's killer was a groiper. Like that kind of thing. Sure. Do you feel like you
framing like like a discovery that comes about an investigation as like this headline said new study found that he was a groiper or whatever, like give me a break. That's it is insightful for like, again, how they see these things though, and how they categorize it, like straightforward factual reporting of what like information that was gathered is like being caricatured as some sort of like Reddit nuance bro that's like, you got a citation for that, sweaty, over a claim that is kind of, I don't want to say malleable, but like subjective.
Yeah. Wait, who's the sexy left girl?
No, the de facto
I'm not a girl, I'm a snail.
Charlie Kirk, and do you want that, and do you welcome it?
Well, I wouldn't say I am, only because he has such a specific role in an institution. Turning Point is the biggest campus group.
Right.
So, like, I don't have the infrastructure, the backing that he has, but he was the leader of the youth.
No, it's a red
and
shell.
you now have, like, the hearts and minds of the youth.
Exactly.
And there's a vacuum to fill, which is, you know, it's, like, scary, intimidating for a lot of people, because in many ways you guys are foils. Like, you come from somewhat similar backgrounds. For most people who aren't on the far right, you have very similar politics, so it does seem like a turning point. And I was wondering also if you view this moment as a unifying moment for the right.
Why would she see them as foils? Like, Fuentes certainly is a foil, but if Charlie Kirk wasn't. Charlie Kirk was ingratiated with the upper echelons of the U.S. government at the point that he was fucking killed. It's like, could it be further from the truth? He was not some sort of... Oh, I see. I thought she was saying against like the broader cult, like conservative movement in the United States, even though it was like Charlie Kirk pretty seamlessly fit into it and was like propagating it.
Yeah. No, they were rivals. I mean, they were antagonizing each other all the time.
If you would be willing to like set aside some of your beefs, some of your issues with your rivals, your adversaries on the right, to work toward a common goal, because, you know, I've been drumming about this for the last few episodes. In my mind, the biggest challenge, or maybe not the biggest, but the most urgent challenge now facing the nation is really making sure that the right puts down roots and can effectively defeat the institutional dominance, the progressive program of the left.
I think that naturally it is, and I even felt it because, of course, I'm always railing about Israel and about Jewish influence. And when Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, which I do believe is what happened, you realize that what we all have in common is the left wants to kill us, literally. And they'll shoot someone as moderate as Charlie Kirk in the face for saying, like, there's two genders, big government sucks,
illegal immigration is bad. Like,
or like lower taxes or something. And that's like, you signed your death warrant.
Yeah, that's all Charlie Kirk said. He just said illegal immigration was bad.
You know? You forfeited your life.
Remember that Fuentes is the one saying this, right? So this is a Nazi going, man, they're even killing the like chill guys, and he's pointing to like one of the furthest right.
Well, it wasn't even just him though, because I reviewed Shoe on Head's video, and she was saying that Charlie Kirk was a moderate, even though Charlie Kirk was not a moderate.
What do you think? And what do you think Shoe on Head is?
Not a moderate, certainly, but she's like a populist, and she's just like oscillates back and forth between whatever's interesting, like being more interesting to her at the time. But I mean, now that she's married to like a guy who's like actually Catholic or whatever, I'm pretty sure that she's probably firmly in the like right-wing populist, like Tucker Carlson camp. And I don't know that she's ever going to be kind of part of the like Bernie left, like anti-capitalist, populist type.
Yeah, she's always been like a Huey Long stan or whatever. So I
exactly.
That's pretty. Yeah, he was kind of a racist guy. He was.
I also saw like Drew Pavlou saying this, that like Charlie Kirk was a moderate, like trying to cement that narrative. I saw a lot of conservatives saying this, but like they're trying to conflate being politically moderate with being mainstream, and there's a difference between those two things. You can have mainstream appeal, ideas, like a large following, but that doesn't mean that your ideas are politically moderate. In the same way that they're talking about Zoran, it's like
would they ever let me get by with the claim that like, oh, Zoran's a moderate, Bernie Sanders is a moderate, and like just appeal to the fact that like they had large social media followings or high favorability? They would not.
For that, so I was like, yeah, like we need to
just yelling that your guys are moderate over and over and over again, just to
until
try
it
and move
becomes
you over
true.
to
It's just wish
yeah,
casting.
basically.
And I mean, it is
I
like
guess
just
it works though.
trying to like rewrite history.
crush the left, and I support Trump and Stephen Miller crushing the left. The thing
She
is,
said what she thinks about Zoran. Yeah, the very beginning of this.
I question if there's give on the other side, because what happened with me early on is they tried to throttle me in the crypt.
I mean, surely she'll hate him. Shoe head on Mamdani?
I don't know.
I was banned from CPAC. I was banned from all the stuff. And so I had to become militant and militate against the system because I was being kept out. And my only kind of recourse was to say, well, the system sucks. You know, if I'm not in the system, then that's because it's corrupt.
Right.
And maybe now that I'm on a certain level, they can't ignore me. There's a willingness maybe to entertain me.
His level.
If they're willing to platform me, then certainly I'd be willing to become friendly. But I don't think there's an appetite for that.
Well, why do you think the Overton window has shifted so much on the JQ? Not even just Israel, but
right
in general. I feel like, I mean, honestly, like, even
as far as what I've seen, they're also pretty like pro-Israel, which is funny if they're gonna kind of adopt the posture as though that they're not.
Probably 4 years ago, if someone like said something about the Holocaust, like I would get really emotional and upset. And then I had to kind of like evaluate why I had these, why
and
I even had thought
even
these
like
things.
now in hindsight, you're like, wait a minute, why was I as a school child in the United States like taught so much about the Holocaust? Like very
Why'd
like, obvious
I have to learn about the Holocaust
stuff.
every year?
Yeah.
And like how deeply ingrained that even, was as like this like untouchable thing that you couldn't even talk about.
But I think now, like, not to interject, but I think just like as independent media has gotten stronger and
what do they mean by talk
country
about?
has gotten browner.
What do you mean?
What do they mean? Couldn't talk about it?
There's
anti-Semitism is on the rise.
Yes, it's ascendant. Yeah.
Well, yeah, certainly I think it all has to do with Elon Musk buying Twitter, because when Twitter became free speech, it became 4chan. That was why 4chan was.
When Twitter became free speech, it became 4chan.
Yeah, basically he's right, I guess. I mean, yeah, like as someone who grew up entirely on 4chan, yeah, like Twitter looks a lot more like 4chan than fucking anything else.
Wasn't 4chan even more consistent with like this sort of, the only rule is that there are no rules approach to moderation, and that because I'm pretty sure if you type things like cis in Twitter, it tries to shadow ban it or says it's like a fucking thing. So like you have these things around the edges that I just don't know that like, can really
individual boards. No, individual boards would have like pointless rules that were like at the discretion of moderators, and they would very much be gay shit like cis, being banned or whatever. I know there used to be a thing where like, like the fucking brony thing, right? Like it used to be the thing where like people would shitpost using My Little Pony, and eventually that got banned everywhere, and they got given a containment board where they could just talk about My Little Pony all day, and you weren't allowed to post in other areas. So they did have like kind of ways of moderating certain things on the website. It was often like cruel and unusual punishment style, but there was definitely kinds of moderation there.
So far right is because it was the only place on the internet that was anonymous, and there were no mods, no admins. Twitter became that, and the second it became it lurched far to the right. And what also I think pushed that forward was the war in Gaza, because after the war in Gaza, that kind of forced the contradiction, because it said Jews are victims. Israel was created because they're victims of the Holocaust. And when the narrative is they're committing a genocide, people said, well, wait a second. Now they're not the victim. They're in the position of, they're on the other side of the asymmetry. So that, I think the combination of the freedom to talk about it, and then that is like kind of a, the initiating action, I think that's really what pushed everybody in like 2 years.
But when you talk about like the international Jewry, obviously Jews aren't a totally cohesive.
Let's see how they navigate this topic.
George Soros wants is very different from
this is definitely going to end well.
What like a Zionist ultra conservative Jew wants. So
what are you hoping to get
I guess
out?
how
of watching this
international
video,
is the
then?
jury? And
We're trying to receive our talking points for conservatism from Fuentes. Obviously, we're going to dampen them down a little bit so that we can get away with it on other platforms. But mostly, we're just here to receive orders.
how coordinated is their project?
Yeah, that's well. I talked about some.
I have doubts.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it. I talked with Gavin about this the other day. We debated for like an hour. They're obviously not monolithic.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of so-called anti-Semites make that mistake. They say, oh, it's the Jews are all on the same team because the right-left divide runs through Jewry as well.
He's going to do Marxist analysis.
He's scolding his audience for being undisciplined and like, no, you morons. You can't just say that all Jews are stupid. That's not even what we Nazis believe.
No. I'm telling you right now, he's just going to do Marxism with Jewish characteristics, which is, to be fair, OG Marxism. But sorry, I'm kidding. But he is. I reckon he's just going to give like a fairly decent, like, you know, Marxist whatever analysis of power, consolidation, incentives, etc., and then just like throw Jews in there instead of capitalists. I feel like that's what he's been doing recently.
Let's see.
America, in Israel. Yes. But what I do think they all have in common, even though there's conflict, is they are all working out what is best for Jewish people as a distinct group.
They owe their loyalties not only to Israel, because as we know, there's plenty there. You know, Zionists and Judeo-Marxists or whatever are often in conflict with one another, but they owe their loyalty to this
Judeo-Marxists.
This is how they explain Jews who are anti-Zionist.
So the majority, okay. Not the majority of Jews are not anti-Zionist or whatever, but that's different than them being Zionists. Because you could just not be a Zionist while still not committing all the way to like anti-Zionism. But still, like, I mean, Jews are highly irreligious and they're mostly like Democratic voters, so they're mostly liberals. So.
Yeah, but you need a way to explain why Hollywood is anti-Israel and also full of Jews. You know what I mean? Like, there's that's sort of like they just need ways to like, you know, slice these circles into chunks that are coherent.
Zionism was invented by the British? No, it was not. It was invented, like, Theodore Herzl's largely considered to be the father of Zionism, and he was Hungarian, but he was Jewish himself.
Quasi was invented by God. What you're saying.
Also that.
Yes, and working out, even so far as there's a debate, it's a debate about what is best for these unassimilable people that resist assimilating into the culture.
Jesus.
And I think that's to their credit. They're unassimilable.
Holy.
Let's see if
that's to their credit.
Let's see if they can.
That's to their credit.
Contend with that.
I love this.
Someone like a Soros thinks that we need an open society where we're tolerant and pluralistic.
Are they unassimilable? You know, selective breeding. You pair with enough like Asians and Shiksas and.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't mind miscegenating.
Yeah.
Which is a kind of assimilating.
Yeah.
That's true.
Eventually, yeah.
But as a community, there are always Jews. Like Sean McGuire is a good example. He's very liberal, Democrat.
Sounds Irish.
Sean McGuire? He's Jewish. He's a board member of Sequoia, a venture capital firm in Silicon Valley.
Why do you have an Irish last name?
God.
I don't know. They probably changed it. I didn't want to be the one to say it. It's a trope, you know. To blend in, you know, to conceal. But he said, what is a Jew? He said a Jew is someone who will still have Jewish grandkids. And so as a community, they're very resistant to, they want to maintain their identity, whatever that means to them, whether it's belief in God or the tradition. So historically,
I don't think it's that. I think that that's a polite and civil. Have you ever read John Murray Cudahy?
No.
Ordeal of Civility?
Oh, I'm familiar with this. Yeah, the title.
I don't.
I mean, do we really think that Fuentes reads? Do you think that?
Yes, he reads theory. Fuck you. What do you mean?
Not
of course
theory.
He reads theory.
I'm not saying that he like. Oh. I'm just saying. Do you think he reads in general?
Yeah, he reads books. Yeah. He didn't used to, but he's definitely been referring to a lot more genuine like theory. He's been reading a lot more leftist shit. Forget the blog. Like he's been reading leftist books.
Best argument about it. He talks about how it's again like there's a polite religious veneer on it that serves as a kind of a rationalization for the tolerant civil society. But really, what we're talking about is an ethnographic category, which is very interesting. We can plumb the depths of this question forever. I'm personally very interested in it, but I guess I have to follow up with that. I did watch your episode after the death of Charlie Kirk. You were talking about the tide of left-wing domestic terrorism and political violence in America, and you lumped Gaza in with that, and that set off alarm bells. That felt to me like very shady and odd, almost like you were obfuscating, I guess, the nature of the problem, maybe to undermine or spite your rivals in the administration on the right. You were talking about the nihilistic violence coming from both sides and saying that it wasn't like partisan or ideological, but is that true? You know, like we all know that when George Floyd was killed, that unleashed, you know, a summer of like widespread protest.
This language that unleashed.
Why do we not do this?
And when Charlie Kirk was killed,
why do we not? They're always doing this 100% of the time. They never stop. Why do we never do this?
What do you mean?
It's because we're self-critical. It's because there's always some gay leftist who will be like, unleashed. Maybe that's slightly heavy language. Maybe we should be more. I don't know. Is that accurate? Is there a study that suggests that unleashed is an appropriate? I feel like the left is mostly that, whereas these guys get to narrativize whatever the fuck they want, and there's no internal critique for it, so they get to be a bit more flamboyant in how they describe everything that's happening.
Hold on, I'm getting one.
Like Jesus.
Really quick. Mr. Satnav in Twitch chat. I hear you, but look at the British Empire and its social constructs. The mirroring of modern Zionism cannot be ignored. You didn't say that in the first message that I responded to. You said that Zionism was a British invention. I was only disagreeing with that. Then you shifted the goalpost, and now you're saying that I'm denying the similarities between, like Zionism and also like what, like the British Empire and its social constructs. That's just never what I was saying. I was only disagreeing with you saying that Zionism is a British invention. It's not. Obviously, Theodore Herzl modeled it after these sorts of colonial projects. He was inspired by Rhodes. I understand all of that. But that still wouldn't mean that Zionism is a British invention. That's different. Okay. Continue.
I think moving the goalposts is a valid tactic. I think if you can pick those up and run far enough away with them, I think that's fair enough. I think you did a good job out there. I don't get Smug's point. Didn't leftists engage in protests at that time? Huh? No, I'm talking about the narrativization. I'm talking about the fact that they're always embellishing everything. Right? Look at the way that leftists got punished for the ways they described Jan 6th, which was based, by the way. Well, look at the way that leftists, you know, get punished for describing like how big of a deal that was. Right? They had to literally like grind and drag for every scrap of fucking adjective they were allowed to use to narrativize for that. But I just don't see any of the same kind of shit on the right. And you can say that's because they have a lack of accountability, but I think it's also they just have a greater appreciation for narrativization and embellishment than the left
victimhood.
Because well, yeah, but like I think it's like the fucking rationalism on the left of like, you know, oh, we're all going to be very direct and careful. The truth is so important. We don't want to like warp the truth because the truth is this like boundless good, and you know it'll just appear if you look at the facts long enough. And we don't want to add our own biases.
Yeah, I mean, like it's almost incompatible with like leftism. This idea that you could in this specific way be evocative with language and as like a rallying cry without compromising like accuracy. You know, because like this sort of narrative, it requires simplicity. It requires that that you're not. It requires again just like this. George, it unleashed this or whatever. It's like, what do what could you even conjure up while trying to propagate some sort of like leftist narrative that's not going to be kind of at odds with like the end goals of the project, you know? But maybe that's me demonstrating like that I'm not creative enough or like a skilled enough like orator or marketer to be able to find the way to do that, because that is a huge issue with like promoting leftist ideas is like the wall of text, just over explaining too many meetings, like this idea that you need to read theory before you can even begin to understand it, which is not what I'm arguing here. But like you're saying, it's hard to be this sort of like disciplined with messaging and narrative, because once you hold like if you tried like to the extent that I see the left try to do it, it backfires. Believe all women as examples, or trans women are women, right? These sorts of things end up being held under the microscope, and then it ends up being yet another pain point for leftist advocates, right?
Right. I do think there is a nuance to that though, because obviously I agree that they all end up becoming pain points, battlegrounds, whatever. But like, I think the idea is to create a phrase that forces attention, right? I guess you could think of it as like triggering cognitive dissonance, and then use that as an opportunity, the idea is that like every family, someone that every family is going to go, Black Lives Matter. What? All lives don't matter? Like some dipshit at some table says that, and then every family in the country has that conversation once is kind of the ideal from those kind of slogans, right? They're meant to be like trigger points for a discussion. They're not meant to be like a totalizing policy in a few words. So I do get that they should be bait. They should draw that kind of like toxic attack. But I do think that like leftists could do better just talking in other people's frames, like
no, for sure.
Mamdani's
Code switching and being able to do like
yeah. You don't need them. You don't need a wall of text if you're not introducing your own context into every single fucking conversation. Like use their context to describe something,
Nothing of the sort. And I think you said so yourself is at some point later that when influential figures on the left will openly celebrate like the deaths of their enemies, whereas influential figures on the right will generally condemn that sort of thing. So I don't think there's like a even relationship there, parity. And I was confused why bring Gaza into it when we all know that there's again a big distinction between like the Zionists and the Marxists,
right? Who,
by the way, the Jewish leftists aren't even having any grandchildren because they're not breeding because they're all like furries with like thyroid conditions.
The Jewish leftists are all furries with thyroid conditions. This is a known thing.
Fuentes smirks, just like, yes, that's my last 10 boyfriends you've just described.
Well, it's keen that you picked up on that because that was a very deliberate choice.
I know.
But I also said the barbarism of like black people, also the criminals, and the goal of that, because what I said in the show is there needs to be an emerging consensus that is against nihilism, and specifically, like I would say, violence that is of a category that is unacceptable to Christians. And what I'm trying to do is put all these issues on one side of the conversation, which is black people that kill indiscriminately.
What violence are Christians specifically opposed to? Which history of Christianity does not have unspeakable violence? I'm trying to understand.
The Crusades.
Oh yeah, no, those were cool, I guess.
Right. This is not an example of like leftist messaging, obviously, but I do remember something that stuck out to me that I was like, there's just never going to be. We're not winning this, are we? Where Kamala Harris was trying to like orient a lot of her messaging around Trump being like a criminal, drawing attention to the fact that he was like technically a felon, indicting or whatever. And there was like a Vox article being like, this is stigmatizing to like people with a criminal background or something like that. Like she should drop this language for that reason. And what do you think of that?
Well, they're both wrong. Obviously, both liberals are incorrect. What a fucking surprise. Kamala Harris is incorrect because calling a president a criminal just makes him look fucking cool, especially in a situation where no one respects the fucking legal system. Certainly no one voting for Trump respects the legal system because the legal system fucks everyone over. Everyone feels that implicitly. And so no one's pro fucking legalism anymore except for the Democratic establishment because that's one of the few tools they have remaining.
Yeah, and they see him as a martyr who indicted on fucking 28 counts of being based and epic and also fucked a porn star, and that's why they came for him.
28 counts of being based and epic. Yeah, literally. That was his full rap sheet. And yeah, Vox is stupid because fuck, like who cares? It's like I was being mean about a bald guy earlier, so I'm like, strays hitting bald guys. Yeah, fuck it, They've got thick skin. The sunlight bounces off their head and it's a thickening agent, Do they? Yes! Opposed to violence against Christians by Muslims, maybe?
Of course, only Fox News reports on this. Fuck. I wanted to find the actual one. Justice reform groups urge Kamala Harris not to call Trump criminal.
Hell yeah.
Harris has cast herself as woke on tough on crime prosecutor. I have to pay for this bullshit. Give me a break. Hold on. I do want to see a little bit of this.
Yeah.
So just because I want to be linked to like see if they link to the original thing where I saw this.
Option what? What are these options? Oh, this is okay. Right. I was confused for a second there.
Vice President Kamala Harris has found herself between a rock and a woke place. Love this. Love the journalism from Fox News.
Banger.
You guys.
No. Banger. Uncritical support.
True.
Rock and a woke place. I'm stealing that. That's great.
When it
That's
comes to criminal justice, more than 160 criminal justice advocacy groups sent Harris an open letter urging her not to call former President Trump a criminal and a felon while pressuring her to embrace their progressive agenda. Love that.
Awesome.
The former San Francisco District Attorney and California State Attorney General has repeatedly cast herself as an aggressive prosecutor who knows Trump's type, a reference to his recent felony conviction in New York City. I mean, like, again, this is at the point where it's like so unproductive to me because it's like he literally is a felon. He literally is a criminal. This is true. And this is for
but it's
the actual destructive
felons.
crime in our world, which is white collar crime. So this is what you want people to think of when they think of criminal. You know, I still don't like the angle that she was going for, but it's not on this basis that like, oh, it's stigmatizing to people. Well, like, it's like, do convicts are whether Kamala Harris says that or not, I really don't think that she's like fanning the flames of like stigma that like reformed convicts and criminals in this country face. I'll be honest. Like, that's not where the source of that is even coming from, nor do I think that this is reproducing it.
For sure, it was very cringe and bad timing, but also like it's cool. It's cool that Trump is a criminal. Like, obviously, it's cool. It was cool that Biden pardoned his son. You know what I mean? Like people actually are fed up with legalism getting in the way of like outcomes. You know, they kind of want people to.
Yeah, people saw it as a win for themselves because people put like Americans are primed to put themselves in the driver's seat, and it was like, well, if I were president and my son got in trouble for smoking crack and having a big dick, I think I'd pardon him. So I'm okay with it. That's what, I think that's really where people's like kind of permission for it starts and ends. Because when you polled before it happened, 70% of Democrats on paper said that they were opposed to it, but then he did it, and the same amount ended up being like on fine with it. So,
well, that's extremely common, right? Like people always end up like there's a lot of research to show that people will just end up supporting things that happen. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What's the famous one? The famous one is like the fucking
mass
water
deportations
bottle
or what?
ban.
Oh, I thought you were
No.
saying
Oh, sorry. No, there were studies on this. It was like sociological studies. It was something like, I know, there was like a California ban on like water bottle something or other, plastic water bottles, something like that. And like basically everyone opposed it, and then the ban went through anyway. And then like they did the polling a couple weeks later, and basically everyone approved of it.
The congestion pricing to like reduce traffic in New York. That was like another really thing where like all the polling data was showing this is going to be massively unpopular. Voters and New Yorkers are not going to like this. And then they saw it in practice and the impacts, and it actually did reduce congestion, and now more support it. So
here's the thing. I think there's a big mistake there, which is they saw the impacts. I don't think that's true. Unfortunately, all of the sociological and psychological research seems to indicate that if you inconvenience people like in that way, again, things like smoking bans was another one, right? Once you inconvenience people, even if they did not want the thing up front, once that becomes an intrusion on their life that they just don't have any control over, they will just acclimate to it. They'll just be like, well, then they'll internally justify the inconvenience. It's a cognitive dissonance thing. Like they'll just realign their beliefs with the forced behavior, which is unfortunate because it kind of means that democracy is a crock. But it does unfortunately seem to work with nearly every single fucking annoying policy that comes through that's beneficial. People will just end up acclimating it pretty much immediately. It's crazy.
Why would having a big dick get you in trouble? That Mike K 138. That's Trump's America. Trouble. That's Trump's America. Okay.
Yeah.
They came for him simply because he was a big dick. Biden. That's it.
Yeah.
So the group praised Harris for backing criminal justice reform and cautioned her against using language that unfairly denigrates and stigmatizes those who have been convicted of crimes. First, we believe you have been and will be a criminal justice reform leader, they wrote, and also words like criminal and felon paint with a broad brush that stains more than 70 million Americans with criminal records, including the 1 in 3 black men who have felony convictions. Okay, but what do you want to bet if you polled these 70 million Americans, like, how do you feel? Like, do you think that the term like criminal should be destigmatized? They probably don't even think that themselves. I'm serious. It's in the same way that there are plenty of women, like they've actually not found that being personally anti-choice actually lowers, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at the data again. But being personally anti-choice as a woman doesn't actually lower your chance for not getting an abortion. There are plenty of women that are anti-choice, but have gotten abortions themselves. And so nonetheless, they still go on the rest of their life holding these two things in their hands at the same time.
So actually, interesting related thing. I remember there was another study because I saw a shitload of studies on this particular thing. Abortion was a really big one. So if you turn women away, and this one will be nasty because it goes against us. If you turn women away who are seeking an abortion, they will become more anti-abortion even though they were turned away, because again, the inconvenience of not receiving the abortion, it's easier for them to change their beliefs to be compliant with the fact they didn't get an abortion.
No, that doesn't surprise me because the turnaway studies, that's what you're referencing.
As well.
They were surprised that women that were not able to get an abortion ended up not regretting having a kid, and they were happy that they did.
Correct.
That didn't surprise me at all. I was like, why would they be surprised by that? It's the same way we just talked about how people are very, very fickle and they don't know what they want until they have it. So sometimes even though people say, oh, you describe something to them, they're hesitant, they don't like it, but then in practice they're completely fine with it. It's the same thing where somebody, again, having this child, it's overwhelming, it's not going to fit into your life. You find a way to make it work and then you don't regret it. Or like, really are people... I'm not surprised whatsoever that, again, a child comes into somebody's life, they manage to make it work, and they don't actually end up regretting having the child in that way that they expected. So, yeah.
And I suppose people think this is a unique case because the magic of having a child is what is supposed to kind of flip you. I think I hear that sort of talking point related to that situation more often. But it really does happen with fucking everything, which means that basically polling in democracy is worthless. Sorry.
So yeah, like these people, these 70 million Americans with criminal records, it's like they probably do want, of course, they don't consider themselves to be fairly lumped in with the rest of these criminals, right? But they still largely think that criminality is bad, that it ought to be stigmatized, and that there shouldn't be this sort of cultural acceptance or normalization of these sorts of things, because they do want there to be some sort of designation in society for the others, for people that don't uphold the law or have, broken it, right? So like it's making an inference from data that I don't think that you should be drawing from that necessarily, including the 1 in 3 black men who face felony convictions. You're wiggling.
Sorry, your chat is being evil and stupid again. So you're saying moms choose not to constantly tell their kids that they wanted to abort them? It's crazy that I said the exact thing you were about to say before you said it. I said, that's wrong because of these other 5 examples, and you decided to say it anyway. Like, what?
Like, literally nobody said that, but also the turnaway study privately surveyed these women. They could have been honest, and they could have said, even again to these people, I mean, you could still maintain that they're lying. We don't have evidence of that, or there's no reason to not just take them at their word. But I don't think that is some sort of like high-minded deception on the part of all of these women. I think that they are answering honestly when asked, oh, even though you were refused an abortion, did you end up regretting having the kid? No, I think that they're being honest when they say that they don't regret having the kid.
I'm saying it makes sense. No, you're not saying it makes sense. Don't walk back. You're saying that it is an unimpressive insight because it's very obvious that mothers would not constantly tell their children they want to abort them. That's not what we're saying. We're saying, or what I'm saying is that people will acclimate to inconveniences, whether that's being turned away from abortion, being banned from smoking in public places, being forced to recycle in some gay, annoying California way, or whatever the fuck else it could be, right? Like, people do just acclimate. It is obvious that mothers don't regret their children.
And this is also, I'm not saying that they're good moms. I'm also not commenting on their parenting. It is entirely compatible to answer this way and say, I don't regret my kids, but also nonetheless not be a good parent to your child because you weren't financially prepared, you weren't mentally prepared, you were too young, you didn't have a partner to help support you, or like dual incomes. Like, there are plenty of women that are horrible moms, but nonetheless say they love being a mom, and I believe them. That doesn't mean they're a good mom. That's all I'm saying. That it's not surprising to me they don't regret it.
And it's also not about whether they wanted that kid, but but their general views on abortion policy. They become less pro-abortion or more anti-abortion. God, why am I sneezing? I'm getting mad.
Hold Donald Trump to... Wait, the missive, which was signed by more than 160 leaders and the groups, encouraged Harris to focus on his track record rather than his new status as a felon. I mean, it's not mutually exclusive, right? Hold Donald Trump to account for his conduct and for failing to demonstrate remorse. It's almost like, again, there's a word for it, and it's called being a felon, who, again, like, you're not just calling anybody a felon, you're calling this specific person, who is obviously not remorseful for what he's done, a felon, and reminding people of that despite the fact that he, because, again, I don't know why people have this in their mind, but they assume that a lot of people that are, like, felons or whatever, I guess they're assuming that like, oh, you're probably there's probably been some contrition or there's regret on your part. No, not necessarily. And Donald Trump exemplifies that to a fucking T. You would never know that he is a felon if you just because he carries himself as though he weren't, right? And he is enabled by an entire apparatus around him that will never address that or talk about it, right? Or to the extent that they do, they say it's unfair and it was political and that it was a witch hunt. Describe the impact of his actions and policy proposals, but resist this outdated fear-mongering that reinforces the criminalization that locks so many of us out of voting, out of housing, and jobs and freedom. Like, I'm so here for this goal. I just don't think it needs to. It means that you can't say he's a felon. And it's so funny because Fox News trying to dunk on them for this still only draws attention to the fact that Trump is a criminal. So in this high-minded way, it kind of did work. like it did backfire like a little bit for like they're trying to draw attention to the cell phone, but it's like there's literally no way for them to do that without reminding their viewership, like, oh yeah, Donald Trump is a felon. He is a criminal. He is all of these things. And it's ridiculous because this group is saying, don't talk about this thing that they obviously should talk about, right? You're going up against Donald Trump, who wanted 2016 by calling for his opponent to be locked up in jail. So you got to fight fire with fire. And I don't think that this is an example of her kind of reproducing or replicating like the most toxic aspects of MAGA, because that's far from him. Calling for Hillary Clinton to be locked up is far from like the most toxic aspect of MAGA. And guess what? Most Americans don't think that's toxic whatsoever. They hate Hillary Clinton. They think that's funny. Black, brown, and Polynesians were disproportionately impacted. Okay, I can't keep reading any more of this. I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, so just acclimate to fascism, forehead. Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 200 bits, because that's sure to drive SMUGBUG wild.
Unfortunately, yes. That is actually... No, they're right. That is actually what happens. Yes, everyone in Nazi Germany pretty much acclimated to fascism. And they didn't really, like, rehabilitate after they lost the war. And, like, there was just kind of a silent
I'm going to
period.
draw attention to the fact that the reason why it's easier for them to acclimate is because they weren't subjected to the worst excesses of it. Obviously, these were people that were not facing like extermination or persecution to the same extent that like minorities and other demographics were. But even those, you know, you would be surprised. Like, you guys, go
pretty much everybody.
Look at polling data beyond just the West and the United States. People have the ability to, again, be very, very happy in even the most abject and horrible circumstances. Some of the most impoverished areas in the entire world report some of the highest happiness.
Yeah, where like for example, we're fairly happy despite the fact that we've been subjected to multiple hours of this fucking podcast. So really, anything's possible. I do want to say sorry, because just for the acclimating fascism thing, Nazi Germany, Spohr is right. Like, there was a post-war psychosis where everyone sort of agreed not to speak of the genocide. That doesn't really get talked about very much in Nazi Germany. Way more famous is the Pact of Forgetting, which was actually kind of a formal policy introduced after Francoism in Spain, which was the sort of fascist, the fascist government in Spain that killed massacred thousands of people. They had an explicit Pact of Forgetting where no one was really allowed to talk about it or to accuse anyone of. This is very, very useful for understanding how you move on from like a post-fascist country. If you think that Trumpism is about to get hardcore, then you need to look at this shit to understand what the solutions and kind of outcomes are for like a post-fascist moment. And unfortunately, the answer is everyone who was involved in the fascism is basically incurable forever. No one changes. No one gets rehabilitated. They just die out. The education system might change to like tell new generations that this was bad, but basically everyone who was like 30 during this period will be a fascist until they're fucking 80. It's very, very blackpilling.
The pact underpinned the transition to democracy of the 70s and ensured that difficult questions about the recent past were suppressed for fear of endangering national reconciliation and the restoration of liberal democratic freedoms. Yeah, like this is obviously not a novel tactic from totalitarians, authoritarians, fascists, etc. But they said this about January 6th, that for the good of the country, you needed to put that aside or you needed to just move forward. And that meant not, and looking, you were being divisive by thinking that we haven't properly reckoned with January 6th or the insurrection or any of these like toxic narratives that MAGA was able to successfully mainstream and get and permeate into, the mind of the average American.
Aaron, they're right. They're right. Liberalism will not survive. Liberalism will not survive if you do not do this. Like, you can do something other than liberalism, but for liberalism specifically, that is the only way that this works. The only way to transition from fascism back to liberalism is to essentially lobotomize society, to pretend that a given set of things didn't happen, because you cannot resolve that contradiction within a liberal system. I mean, you could maybe do it. I'm serious. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing right now? Explain yourself.
Because I thought I was just hearing the echoing of the noise, but Danny Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Acclimate is the 2025 version of Endure. I was laughing at that. But I guess what I'm innately rejecting, but I don't know that I have like a strong enough counter argument to what you're saying, because I still want to like think about it and internalize it more. Is like, do I want to see the entire mandate of like justice to the right? Because then what it sounds like is almost like the conclusion. And this might just be kind of an inconvenient truth if I'm willing to accept what you're saying, that maybe the right really is the only type, like, or that like getting justice is in some way synonymous with kind of like getting even, which is inherently like an eye for an eye, Code of Hammurabi, kind of more a conservative outlook of what constitutes justice. And so it's like inherently reactionary, but it's like, I don't think that I'm willing to bite the bullet and say that justice is inherently reactionary.
So given that we've looked at a couple of examples, Nazi Germany, Pact of Forgetting, right? These most recent historical examples of a transition from fascism to liberalism take as true that rehabilitation was essentially impossible at a mass scale, and so you will just end up with a large number of people who cannot be rehabilitated. You now have two options. You can either essentially punish them, hold them to account in a way that you know will never ever be rehabilitative, and so can only be retributive. Retributive. That's a really hard word to say.
It is
retributive. Or you accept that because the only option is retributive justice, that you may as well not seek the justice, right? Because if you know there's no chance of rehabilitation, your options are either punish them, put a bullet in them, or try and build a society with them, which really fucking sucks. I don't like it either. But like, what are you supposed to do?
No,
like obviously you have to dominate them, right? They're over.
Is different than it not being true. Yeah. So what you're saying might be true, and it might just be a thing that I have to accept as something that it's like, wow, I really don't fucking like that. That's the state of affairs. But it might actually be the case that, again, trying to like, in the context, especially in like American liberal democracy, what we understand to be justice and accountability is in a lot of ways like involves like punitive consequences, not true rehabilitation.
Sure, yeah.
And so it is really reactionary, but then it's like, is the best case scenario one where it's like they really don't face any consequences? That also seems wrong, and that also seems like it's leading to what we have today.
I guess to be more explicit, what I'm saying is that like I don't think a modern liberal structure can solve these contradictions, but I think maybe there are leftist ones that can.
No, I actually think that it can, but they're scared to do it.
Well, yeah, but the ways that they would have to do it would basically make them not liberal anymore.
Liberals happy, it actually would, but they're not willing to go there, even though it is still a facet of their ideology, because a lot of liberalism is very reactionary and is very conservative, but they're not willing to fucking do it. So that's like, to me, the weakness of it. And at that point, you may as well, or I'm not saying you may as well, but it's unsurprising to me that people are far more willing to embrace MAGA because, again, they have this sort of, they don't see enough of a difference between, if your options in this spectacle of American politics are a toothless liberalism or the unabashed and unapologetic MAGA movement, I can see a lot of people being drawn towards MAGA.
For sure, yeah. Well, I think MAGA
because that's just team sports, and they want to win. They want to be on the winning team. You're always going to win when your opposition party is the Democratic Party, because they're not actually going to follow through on what they need to properly hold these people to account. Because, like you're saying, they cannot confront MAGA. They don't have the ability. They don't have the ability to do it.
They can't give you what MAGA gives you. MAGA, like I think MAGA. I need to find a better word than libidinal economy. But MAGA respects the libidinal economy in a way that liberals absolutely do not. Right? Liberalism today has become kind of an inhuman, artificial, robotic, rationalist structure that is almost like incongruent with just basic humanity. Whereas I think MAGA is a lot more human in the sense that it basically pulls from and resolves a lot of contradictions in liberalism. Even if through lying, it still resolves them, right? It still actually tries to engage with lots of holes in the existing frame that liberalism is just unwilling to look
confront
at,
or have
address, acknowledge
satisfying
even
answers
exists.
to, because like you're saying,
Yeah, basically.
they're and this is not a bad thing, but this is just the case that like you're saying, there's increasing disdain for empiricism, like, you know, it's a post-truth world. But what liberals have
empiricism always sucks, to be fair.
Is truth, is fact, is empirics in a world that's increasingly hostile to it. We engage with all of these things in a mimetic economy, and we are served exactly what we want to see. But is what we want to see what liberal, like the world as it is? You know, that's difficult to confront for people as well, because the world as it is not fun.
For sure, yeah. I think the thing that is like often not acknowledged is just that empiricism is just one other frame. It just happened to become such a large frame that it basically now looks like reality, even though it isn't and never was, right? Like, the deeper you go into any academic discipline, the more you understand the massive holes and gaps in our you know, ways of understanding and our existing structures of understanding. Like, no, you know, you go deep enough on any discipline, every scientist at the end of those disciplines will basically start to couch all of their language in massive uncertainty. And yet, as we flow up from those uncertainties, it feels like the fucking banking crisis. You know, it's like we've got all of these bad, you know, like science mortgages. We've got all this bad debt of like uncertainties in all these various disciplines, but somehow when they flow up to form the overall structure of like science or empiricism, we have like a very, very strong faith in that as like an institution, when everything it's built upon is, you know, drenched in the failures of peer review, the replication crises, the, you know, the uncertainty of various disciplines at the core, the you know, infighting and academic politics that produce so much work and so much useless work and so much contradictory work. So I feel like, you know, I think that that's the thing that liberalism is never really willing to engage with, right? They do believe that like they have some kind of an access to an objective truth, or they're seeking objective truth, when really
and
they're
even
just
the old guards of
just,
like a neoconservatism wasn't able to hold MAGA at bay. They lost control as well. But that's why George Bush is like, quote unquote, crossing the aisle to go side with Dems over the fascists. But that's entirely congruent with what I know about George Bush, right? Like, hold on, this is I don't want to watch this video. I just want to watch the clip that it includes of what he talks about. And it's all things that MAGA has embraced now. And obviously they're highly volatile. They're not stable, because I'm not saying a neoconservative order is not more stable than MAGA. But of course it's not going to be, it's not going to, it requires a lot of people to buy into it. And it's just not sexy either. George Bush's brand of like conservatism, like that's not cool. That's not fucking counterculture. It's not like that's the deep state. You know, these are people that also end up being embedding QAnon according to MAGA. Like, of course, there's also been a rejection of that. So it's not, I don't want to say it's bipartisan, but it was not strictly the rejection of like liberalism as Democrats see it. It was also like the old guard of the Republican being kicked out as well. Or if they wanted to stay in the game, they had to be forced to placate Donald Trump and the MAGA base, which means that you have to engage in being in an alternate reality, because a lot of these people are. I watched.
Sorry, nothing is comprehensively knowable, therefore truth isn't worth defending is not a super useful battle cry. Yeah, you'll notice, one, I'm not using it as a battle cry, and two, the statement you made is correct, even if it's not a useful battle cry, right? Like, ultimately, I think there are frames worth defending, but I don't think any of those frames has a greater access to truth than any other, right? Like, your representations of reality are still entirely framed by abstract systems of human thought and categorization. Read Feyerabend, motherfucker. All right, read some theory. How about that? Read Against Method. Wait, read is it Tyranny of Science? That one's the easy one. The Tyranny of Science. The Tyranny of Science by Feyerabend. Okay, very cool guy. Science philosopher.
This video is not good, but it includes a clip of, or not very good, I should say. There were some redeeming elements, but I didn't really like it very much. He includes a clip of George Bush that's relevant.
Disagree with this one because my memories of the Bush era are somewhat blurry at this point. But
our nation is waging a war on a radical network of terrorists, not on a religion and not on a civilization. One of the deepest commitments of America is tolerance. No one should be unfairly judged by appearance or ethnic background or religious faith.
What is happening in the world that I missed?
Okay, not just this. There's another George Bush clip that he includes where he like warns about isolationism or something like that. Oh, here it is.
Oh yeah, well that's just milk. I mean,
What
yeah,
is happening in the world that I missed the calls for unity from George W. Bush?
There are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and it's evil twin protectionism, and it's evil triplet nativism. There was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? What happened in Europe mattered because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. An immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. I'm a little concerned that we may be going through the same period.
Yeah, because that's a man who understands capitalism, and he's like, wait, you guys, if you go too far embracing nativism, nationalism, you're going to work against the economic interests of this country and ultimately bring the whole thing to its knees, because that is the actual thing that keeps it running. So, like, but of course it wasn't going to be able to withstand MAGA. You know, because that is a much more appealing narrative than like, you need to sacrifice XYZ, like your ideals for the economy, which will actually maintain American supremacy. And that will actually truly be America first. Like really, like the true America first people are Democrats, in my opinion. And it is neocons, because neocons understand what he is talking about, which is that we live in a global world and there are certain realities you have to contend with and trade-offs that you have to make for America to maintain its status as the #1 hegemon. And that means cutting corners on the ethno-state. And it means cutting corners on being as culturally Christian and the Christian nationalism to the extent that you want it. Because we are not going to, we just don't have the will for that anymore.
Yeah, I do find it funny that, like, in the face of racism, you know, kind of isolationism cropping up, they were like, whoa. You don't want to do that. If you do that, then we'll have to get rid of capitalism, and you don't want that. And all of MAGA were like, oh, yeah, I guess we'll get rid of capitalism as well then. Like, they were like, we really want the racism.
Yeah, they do.
Like, we'll destroy the global order. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
And it's the same way that like Donald Trump was able to like burst it was like a bubble. Yeah. All of these Republicans not being willing to say the Iraq war was a mistake. And then Donald Trump just comes out and pops it and shows there's actually not really that much consequence for you just acknowledging that. They had all thought that you couldn't say that out loud until he started to say it. And then they realized, oh, this doesn't end your campaign. If anything, it makes you more popular. Didn't realize that. You know, because these people have actually drunk in their own Kool-Aid. That, again, people can, like, to the extent that people understand the America First project or whatever, or, like, they believe in American global supremacy, that they see that they have, like, kind of contorted their brains to see it as, like, a strategic failure, right? But then not everybody is that dyed in the wool among the base, you know. They're just kind of being, they have their own little pet issues, and you can kind of like get them on board with certain things that they may or may not have strong feelings towards. But you have to be careful, because when people like Donald Trump come along and just pop these bubbles that nobody else was willing to do because they have a mutual stake in it not being popped, as well as making sure the people in the base are not ever offered an alternative, then there's these like truths that kind of just sit out there until somebody's willing to acknowledge it on the right. Like, I think that's going to happen also with the anti-vax shit at some point. I hope that at some point it will swing back, and there will be somebody that's like on the right that's like, you know, the anti-vax shit is crazy, and you're like literally helping kill conservatives by doing this. You guys need to cut it out. And there will be kind of this like pretty quickly like reckoning with like, yeah, this is stupid.
I don't think
it's likely. I'm saying
is...
I would love for that to happen.
No, for sure.
And it could happen, but I don't know that it will.
But I don't think anti-vax is anti-vax. I think anti-vax is anti-big pharma. Like that's the again, it's like the libidinal economy, right? Like the anti-vax thing is like the tip of the iceberg of the very, very big American feeling that pharma and medicine has let them down. I think the lack of a public, a real public healthcare option gets fed into it. It feeds emotions into that. I think the opioid crisis feeds emotions into that. The cost of healthcare feeds into that, and I think vaccine mandates and masking and like American individualism being oppressed by the necessity for like mass action to prevent a pandemic also lent emotion to that as well. The inconveniences of like masking and social distancing and people not being able to see their fucking grandma before she dies. Yeah. Like I think there's a lot of genuine emotion that fuels that. So I do think that there is, something to that.
Wait, really quick. So there's somebody coping in Twitch chat. Trump is a Zionist controlled by the Jews. See, you have to say that because you cannot reckon with the fact that your daddy is a Zionist. I'm sorry. Look back at Trump's first term. Anything that he was saying in the lead up to the 2024 election, what he did, like in any part of his record, if you look at it, Bibi has always been his number one ally. He has always given Israel everything they wanted and more. He may not personally be ideologically a Zionist, but it functionally doesn't matter because he goes along with everything that Israel does, okay? And he surrounds himself with a bunch of Zionists. So
I mean, you're basically you're agreeing with them. I imagine this is probably someone who doesn't like Trump very much.
That is a way to discharge it all to Trump doesn't really want to be doing the thing that he's doing. It's the Jews controlling him. No, it's not. This man is a grown man. Donald Trump makes these choices himself. And he cannot simultaneously be all-powerful except for this one massive blind spot of Israel. That is also a choice. Even though he doesn't really care about it, it's still a choice. Like, and that would be like me saying Trump is controlled by evangelicals, even though he's not personally evangelical. No, he's not. Like, Trump is pandering to those people, but they're beneficial to him.
Sorry. He's 100% a Zionist. What has Israel ever done for the US? Didn't they say they did 9/11? It's blackmail, not new news. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Israel said they did 9/11. Listen. I could you please?
I
and I really
they
want
phrase
to
it as a question. Like, didn't they say that they did that?
Didn't they say? Can you please send me the source? Now, it's not because I actually demand evidence. It's that I really, really would love to see. I'm so curious. I need to know.
I would like to see what
I'm
mental
learning.
illness we're working with here.
No, I want to find out.
It will help me diagnose. So I encourage the source as well.
I want to find out. I want to find out which crazy based Israeli said that they did 9/11.
Were they all dancing that one day? Yeah. So I've heard.
They dance every day. They're a happy, joyous people. Okay.
You know, this actually leads me. This leads me to wanting to show you the MAGA magic video because it's talking on exactly what we're saying.
We can switch there. Honestly, I've fallen off of that Fuentes video is really like the girls are really not carrying it for me.
I really feel like we have seen like it's only going to get far more boring and far worse from here. I think we saw every interesting part because past this point, it's been a minute since I heard anything that I saw on Twitter was clipped that was remotely interesting. So
yes, yeah. There can't be anything that valuable in the back half of this. We can watch this, but let's watch this a little fast because at speed because I'm
you gotta go
late.
Okay, and you're probably not. You might not be able to finish the whole thing, but just want to say this is Blonde Politics, aka the Silly Serious' new video. You guys are gonna. I'm dropping it in Twitch chat. I'm dropping it in YouTube
Is the
chat.
Silly Serious? Are they ally? Poison the well for me.
A friend of the stream. Okay, she is an amazing video essayist, and I want everybody who's watching to do not just watch it through my stream. Please go like it. Please go subscribe to her. Please go give it a view. Please click the link and please do all of those things. Okay, leave a comment. Say that you fucking loved it. And don't say that I sent you. Don't say that. Just say that you fucking love the video because it's amazing. And I haven't seen the whole thing. I only saw part of it, and then I wanted to show you the rest.
Please Straighterade AstroTurf that video. Post comments saying that Blonde Politics is a beautiful young black man. Please go ahead and leave those comments. So, I mean, what you've set up here, Aaron, unfortunately, is that I'm going to have to be just furiously antagonistic against whatever you show me. Because if it's just a fucking circle jerk, I'm going to end it.
No. I think it's a genuine exploration that I think you're interested in. And it's like it might be. Let's see if it's antagonistic to Psychic War or a cousin to it. Let's see.
I'm going
too many people.
I'm going in hostile. I want to declare that.
Fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories, and I don't want to.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening it the next day as a museum.
Oh, really quick. It's called MAGA Magic, and it's talking about like the thesis is like, what if Donald Trump and MAGA are not lying, but that they have constructed like alternate realities for themselves where they're trying to manifest what they want into reality, and is that not coming true?
What? They stole my shit? What the fuck?
Of the deep state.
Who actually runs the
government? Rebranded, why not?
Not who you think it is. Here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along.
She killed her dog and bragged about it in her book. The prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows. But now they have a spotlight on them.
People, we need to stop trusting the experts. Right.
There are many strange ideas that influence the Trump administration and the tech oligarchy and the network states. That's just one of them. On the other side of that coin is something that is maybe stranger, if you believe that is possible. So strange that it's been really hard for me to work out a meaningful way to talk about it. I'm talking about the thinking that is related to Steve Bannon, what motivated the Gen 6s, the true believers who think that God selected Donald Trump to save America.
I think he's been sent from above.
I believe he is a gift from God that's trying to save our country.
This thinking, it's not religious necessarily, but it is kind of esoteric. And the best concept that I have found to help me understand it is the occult. Don't click away. Please just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to explain what I mean before you just dismiss this out of hand, because I'm not using that word to conjure ideas of conspiracy.
She knows that she has liberals watching her, so she has to be like, calm down, dear children. I am not about to.
I hate liberals so much.
God forbid, I play with conspiracism as a treat or anything like that to explain. MAGA, don't worry. We're only going to touch on concepts that you're already comfortable with.
I hate liberals so much. I hate them so much more than fascists. I wish it wasn't true, but I really do. I can't help it. It's just, oh god, they're less human. They're less human than MAGA, I mean, they're all humans, but like they embody humanity much less than the deranged apes. The apes are a lot more human to me than the
technocrats.
Bug men. Than the technocrats, yeah.
They
are
evil,
just flinging shit,
like that.
and that's way more biological than anything MAGA is, than anything the Democrats ever do.
They're not doing anything before they consult polling data in a focus group that they've convened specifically for this.
They poop into a
Historically, the occult has been understood as rejected knowledge. Things that we once believed and respected, but over time, as science has progressed, they've fallen out of fashion, and our society just doesn't really endorse them anymore. Obviously, there have been periods where a lot of things fell out of fashion, like the scientific revolution. But the thing about this rejected knowledge is, despite being disproven...
British person, ew. She is Australian, clearly. Jesus.
Despite most people moving
they
on
all
to
thought
other
I was
forms...
fucking Aussie earlier. How fucked is that? How fucked is that?
Very rude.
But the thing about this rejected knowledge is, despite being disproven, despite most people moving on to other forms of knowledge, some of these ideas hang on. They retain a following. You probably encounter numerous kinds of rejected knowledge in your day-to-day life. Astrology, homeopathy, Ayurveda, conspiracy theories, feng shui, crystals, heavy metals, Dianetics, acupuncture. I could go on. But what often accompanies...
And see, this is actually a point in your favor earlier that, like, about people not... They should not take this, like, knee-jerk hostility to just the mention of astrology interpersonally, because a lot more people than you'd think flirt with these ideas, or like knowingly or unknowingly are interested in these sorts of things.
Yeah, it's almost like there's giant gaping holes in the existing infrastructure that must be filled with something. And if it's not astrology, and it's not fascism, and if it's not drugs, sex, or rock and roll, then you're really going to end up with you're gonna end up with some real bad nihilism, some real bad depression. You gotta fill it with something. You gotta fill your god hole with something. Liberalism don't give you much god.
Surprised you didn't mention like chiropractic in this.
Is a rejection of the prevalent authorities and the institutions of the day, and a rejection of the empirical methods that they use to validate their findings, because in their mind, only one can be right. Let's start with the man that led me down this very dark and twisted rabbit hole, RFK Jr. How on earth did this man end up as the Secretary of Health when he believes so many unscientific things?
I do believe that autism does come from vaccines. They're going to have the right to compel unwanted medical
I believe that vaccines come from autism.
The Nazis did that
so he's close, but he got the correlation the wrong way around. And I would like to thank the autistic community for producing vaccines. I appreciate it, guys. You were the only ones who could have done it.
Is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people.
They're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior.
Things that we know based on empirical testing are not true. He believes vaccines cause autism. Antidepressants cause mass shootings. Fluoride in the water causes lower IQ and brittle bones. Chemicals in our food are responsible for gender confusion. Seed oils cause obesity. AIDS is caused by poppers at raves. And Wi-Fi is destroying our mitochondria and giving us all cancer. All of the beliefs that I have listed require a rejection of modern science in order to believe, or just a flat-out rejection of modernity. A belief that things were simpler in the past. They were better then.
True?
But when you reject...
Yeah, very true, you guys. Fact check true.
Yeah.
The empirical evidence and institutions that support scientific development, you are forced to reject a bunch of other things too. When you go to the part of the world where people who love to drink raw milk are, you will start to hear a lot of other weird ideas. In that pile of rejected knowledge, things amalgamate.
She forgot homeopathy though? No, she didn't. She mentioned it.
Because the institution that rejected my idea also rejected this idea. So maybe I should give this idea a second chance. Your yoga group suddenly starts questioning the efficacy of vaccines, and then your anti-vax group starts to question the moon landing. And before you know it, your circle is talking about the deep state.
Donald Trump, our
Can I briefly just minor anecdote? So I used to be part of a vegan group. They were called ALF. Okay, all right. No,
Animal
nothing crazy.
Front.
No, Alf. It was like the funny guy, the funny. Yeah, it was nothing to do with that. That's a little intense. Yeah, it was the puppet. So anyway, I was part of Alf. And I was in that group. We did some silly things. We did some silly things out in the world. Did some funny gimmicks. I did some little schemes, but the fact that like veganism, especially like 15 years ago when I was doing it, there you go. Yeah, I was part of Alf. Very, very cool guy. Anyway, so the problem is that, Alf was a very charismatic leader. Obviously, veganism in general was sort of rejected, especially like 10, 15 years ago. Really not a big deal. Much, much less popular than it was than it is now. And as Alf got more and more frustrated and militant about his vegan views, he started adopting other, as this lady says, kind of rejected forms of knowledge. I think he first got obsessed with like chemtrails, and then he became anti-vax, and he started falling down the pipeline on a bunch of stuff. And the group he was not the head of Alf, he's just like the head of one of the decentralized but he led that group down a very just a guy I know, Alf, the puppet guy. So he was the leader of this
because
particular...
like Alf doesn't have a leader.
I can't. I know it doesn't, right? But there's always like a charismatic center to each like decentralized node in the network. There's always like a guy who's older and has probably had slightly coercive sex with more of the young women and is the high status guy in a particular group. So this is just how, unfortunately, I hate to say this is how a lot of anarchist groups work. Unfortunately, what they lack in formal structure, they make up for in charismatic hierarchy. And this guy was older and whatever, so he was sort of the de facto leader. I'm saying leader in a pejorative sense. He wasn't the official leader. There was no official leader. But anyway, like he fell down, and I think it's because veganism was like a rejected form of knowledge, and because that group was so deeply embedded in all of the sort of like lost and forgotten and ignored horrors of like day-to-day reality. I think it was very easy for them to fall down other pipelines like anti-vax and chemtrails with the assumption
anti-vax was like closely associated with is a bunch of like
was more closely
crunchy hippies that like granola hippies that were interested in this sorts of like again being very, very skeptical of GMOs, being interested in like homeopathy or like just being whole foods, organic, plant-based, that'll cure my body. I don't need medicine. Medicine actually makes you sicker, like rejection of Western medicine effectively.
But imagine, as soon as you run into, like, veganism is I'm assuming, you chat call me this stupid, you get it, right? Like, veganism is a crazy conspiracy to believe in, that every single person you know and love is doing, like, is taking part in this horrific murder ritual, like, 2 or 3 times a day. Yeah, and a literal animal holocaust. And when we say animal holocaust, that is a term used by Holocaust survivors. Like, this is literally... the worst horror being perpetuated on a daily basis, and everyone's totally fine with it, and no one thinks about it. And there are insanely vast conspiratorial structures of like ag-gag laws that don't let you film anything in there, and it's crazy. The conspiracy is insane, solely in the open. It's not surprising that you can find yourself believing other conspiracies that aren't true when you encounter one that is, that no one's listening to you about.
Yeah. That like your fellow man, according to your framework, is effectively a moral monster on par with like slavers, in the same way that like it was just so normal that nobody said anything about it.
Yeah.
Is a massive.
What is the conspiracy about meat eating? No, it's like veganism is an indictment of every single person that does not adhere to a vegan diet, because the term sometimes used by vegans is called carnists, people that consume animal products, engage in like he prefers blood mouth. You are comfortable eating, consuming sentient life that should be worthy of moral consideration, that is like totally just ignored entirely, and it's completely normal. It's not really questioned at all. And we do have empathy for a lot of animals, but it's so selective that it only applies to household pets and some small animals, and it's completely we don't extend that to a lot of like farm animals, like cows, pigs, hens, chickens.
But we're literally
snakes.
yelling at kids for pulling legs off spiders and the wings off flies, and people, like there's clearly these weird associations that just crop up that are totally contradictory to all of our other behavior. But it's like, okay, why is it bad that your kid is pulling the wings off flies? Like, why do you not like that, given that a fly is not a thing that matters, apparently,
And then, so the conspiracy is feeling like, once you accept that, like, oh, animals are worthy of moral consideration, and I need to the extent that it's practically possible, not consume meat. I need to not consume animal products or animal byproducts. That means that billions of people around the world are engaged in something that you think is fundamentally immoral and unethical, and you have to reckon with that.
And there's so many angles to it, like the fact that like state structures are all built around dietary plans that include more meat than is actually healthy, or the fact that I know doctors who are like fine medical professionals, and yet the nutrition research that they get, I literally was debating a doctor like literally a few days ago, like a buddy of mine, and he is like an excellent doctor. He's like, he's esteemed in his particular field, and he believes all the same paleo insane bullshit because doctors do not receive nutritionism training beyond like the bare minimum. So like they're recommending red meat to everyone, even though
that's horrible for your heart.
They can't
and your arteries.
Horrible for your heart. And so I'm like having arguments with guys who clearly know way more than me about medicine, and yet they will not believe like any correlational studies on all-cause mortality for like a plant-based diet versus a meat-based diet. They cannot get over the hurdle. So it's just crazy when you live that for years, and you mellow out after a couple of years. But this is why every vegan is an annoying militant dipshit for the first couple of years.
But it's also why
they're crashing out over reality.
It's very funny to me to watch a lot of liberals and even normies that detest the MAGA movement. They detest fascists, and they're like, how am I supposed to live with these people? And I feel like you and I are better equipped than most people. It's like, oh well, oh God, imagine if you had to live and be social with a bunch of people who disagree with you on like fundamental moral like first principles. It's like, that's my entire life, like I've been I'm 26. I've been vegan since I was 16, so for 10 years I have had to, like, on a day-to-day basis, you're reconciling with this. It's like my partner is not vegan, even though it's a massive part of my identity. So it's
how do you live with them?
Like,
how do I live with you?
Like, I don't know that I could do this. I feel like, I'm having like, friends of mine that tell me that engaging with their MAGA family, they're like, I feel like I'm friends with like a Nazi, like in World War II or something like that. Like, how do I not say anything? And I'm you sweet summer child. Like, imagine if you were vegan on top of it. I think your brain would break.
God, yeah. It really is like, I mean, God, yeah. Until MAGA become cannibals, I'm struggling to really differentiate them all that massively from standard liberal cruelty and harm that they do just abstractly on a day-to-day basis without thinking about it once.
And powerful lightworker. The information that I am providing today is coming from the Galactic Federation of Light. That's what the humans call these beings.
Any skepticism towards one idea might force you to apply the same questioning attitude to your own beliefs. So these ideas start reinforcing one another, even though most of the time they have very little to do with one another. And the goals—
Let's not get into that.
We're not doing this.
Of the people who endorse the different projects tend to be very different. All of these ideas that have failed to gain or maintain mainstream recognition come together to create this taboo irrationalism that in a
I was gonna say, it's funny that like we joke around about being like conservative streamers or whatever, but honestly, so much of our animus when we collab is directed towards like liberalism and like the capital L liberalism as well as Democrats. That you actually, at like a first glance, like might truly think that we are coming at it from that angle.
That is
historical content.
I don't. Yeah, but, I mean, yes, that's better content. It's better to be a conservative now. Okay, I am just a conservative now. I'm your conservative guest.
Is understood as the occult. The occult then creates a kind of counter-establishment, a more singular thought pattern that wants to rebel against the status quo and become a home for the alienated. Anyone who doesn't feel represented by the establishment or the established social order may look to this alternative and turn to rejected knowledge to validate their denunciation of the mainstream. A lot of poor people who find the Make America Great Again, rejection of progress slogan appealing, they're vulnerable to these kinds of belief. They don't want to face their own powerlessness. They don't want to believe that this is just happening to them. So they turn to these alternative knowledge spaces to have a sense of control, to believe that there is some divine purpose or that a miracle will happen that will fix everything. But there is another category of people who tend to dabble in the occult or have a preference for rejected knowledge. The rich and the bored. The issues of the everyday man don't affect them. There's little in their life that can affect them because, well, they're wealthy, which actually can make life a little bit boring. In order to feel important and interesting, they want to pretend that they are part of some bohemian underground intelligentsia. And of course, they want to believe that they are greater and more powerful and more in control.
It is funny that like a lot of conservative ideas just boil down to like, if you just create your own reality, then yeah, these arguments and these ways of living will be appealing to you.
And modern science insists that
you
they
basically just imbue. Well, again, like if you believe if you acknowledge rather that I think that like almost everything that we interact with is like an abstract human creation, then yeah, belief is a system you can just you just pump energy into it until all of the actions you want to take on a day-to-day basis just become high status by virtue of being imbued by status by powerful people.
And I do want to draw attention to the fact that you use the term belief, because that's what these people see it as. They think that liberals worship, quote unquote, science as though it were religion, and it is a belief and not a thing that you like accept or reject. They see it as like it's like a spiritual thing almost, but like these.
I agree with that.
What do you mean?
I agree with that perception.
No, there
of
are
liberals,
actually a lot of liberals that treat science like this, unfortunately, which is not how it's supposed to work. But like, yeah, they see them as like worshiping the altar of Anthony Fauci and putting their blind faith in mere mortals that have put on these white coats and dared to say that they're above the majority of people simply because they have these things like medical degrees and a bunch of information. Well, who the fuck are they to be making, assessments and judgments and recommendations for my life? Why can't I do that? They're not better than me. And to the extent that I'm even going to be submissive to an authority figure, it's certainly not going to be the likes of Anthony Fauci or the liberal establishment or these people that are telling me during this global pandemic, for example, that mass death is around the corner. I'd rather listen to the people that are telling me that that's not going to happen, or they're trying to comfort me in this moment. So they just see it as like, we're all delusional, but at least my delusions make me happy and lead me to better life outcomes. Your delusions are leading you to embrace people like Anthony Fauci, are leading you to get things like vaccines that you actually personally don't know are safe. You're just taking his word for it, which they don't think has any weight to it. And it's making you more neurotic and nervous. So they just see it as like, in some ways they feel like we're two sides of the same coin. The difference is that my delusions serve me. Your delusions make you anxious and need an SSRI and a vaccine.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, but it's worth noting that specifically on COVID even, right? Like, there are massive gaping holes in the way that we gather evidence that are not fit for purpose today. And I like, okay, COVID is a really good example, right? Mm-hmm. The randomized controlled trials that have become the gold standard, nearly the only standard for acceptable medicine over the last, 30, 40 years. Before it was much more theory-based, a lot more, kind of mechanism-based. It was like theory model-based, I think they call it. Now we're all on RCTs, randomized controlled trials. Mm-hmm. Like, that gold standard is literally what slowed down the correct COVID response. China immediately figured out, air quality, masking, because they were a lot more focused on social, socially shared spaces and sort of the importance of that. And also they were much more willing to take on an individual burden for a communal good. So masking was kind of immediate. Obviously they had done masking.
Even if on an individual basis you did not want to do this, they have the type of government that's going to force you to do it. So.
Sure, but it was that's fair enough, fine, yeah. But anyway, they tend to follow Japan the same as well.
Yeah,
and Korea actually, they all got this right. They all, so even without a totally authoritarian government, they all had more theory model based and more communal based systems of understanding medicine. Whereas in the West, we were a lot slower to it. We rejected masks initially because we were worried that. It would prompt people to touch the mask more, and therefore they would spread. Yeah, and then it was spread COVID. But the problem is that we made assumptions about COVID's nature, right? We thought it was water-based rather than an aerosolized mist.
Well,
and so we treated it like
he later kind of admitted it was somewhat of a noble lie, because he was like, well, we also were having a shortage of masks, and I didn't want people to panic by them, and that we didn't have enough PPE for doctors, nurses, physicians, and people that needed them first.
Sure. So either they were ignorant or they lied, but either way, your scientific institution is not a thing that you can actually have blind faith in, because the RCT model led them astray, and a guy at the top of the hierarchy was making executive decisions about whether individuals were entitled to the same protection as people who are on the ground, whatever, essential workers.
Yeah.
So So the conservatives are correct in that you shouldn't be putting blind faith in these institutions. Obviously, leftists are correct because they've never really put blind faith.
Yeah, they've always been skeptical of these institutions. They're not here like, let's champion the fucking CIA and the FBI if it means they're taking down Trump. Hell yeah. Well, FBI, welcome to the fucking resistance. Like, I feel like the left has remained principled on that it's like, no, that's not going to be your salvation. That is just adding another you're adding another jail cell to the prison. That's it.
But leftists have all gone fucking liberal. Like, if I see one more fucking leftist post a fucking GDP decline chart or stocks going down because of something Trump did, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Like, you really think Bernie Sanders being a president is not going to make the stocks go down? You really want to start establishing the precedent that GDP matters to you? That, like, stocks going down matters to you when Trump says something stupid, rather than when, like, the first socialist president does something that makes all the companies angry? Like, fuck me. Oh my god.
Well, because they're fighting fire with fire. And they see it as a thing that's like, we can harness this in this discrete moment, and that it's not going to have these sorts of like long-term implications and shift public opinion among liberals and leftists about how they ought to view these things, right? Because they think that, we can just cynically invoke them for the time being, and then we can drop it when they no longer serve us, but it doesn't work that way. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Smugs convinced me. Time for some methylene blue. What is that? What is methylene blue?
It's this. It's my new dance. This is my methylene blue dance.
Just an average human like everybody else. When there is a lot of political disillusionment and institutional distrust, members of this counter-establishment can force their way into mainstream politics. That can be through creating a new party or reshaping an existing party. Ultimately, it's whatever is the path of least resistance. Politics, based on rejected knowledge, does tend to have a religious complexion. Advocates claim that they have ideals much greater than the day-to-day concerns of the state. Forget social services or infrastructure, they have spiritual sounding goals like salvation and redemption. This is an illuminated politics.
You talk about the country, you believe you have more to do. You weren't done. You were spared for a reason.
Well, God believes that, I guess. We'll have to see.
Trump has frequently said that he believes in the power of positive thinking.
Awesome.
Think of yourself as a winner.
based.
The power of positive thinking.
If he meant an optimistic outlook on life, I'd be right on board. But he means something a little bit more serious than that. When talking about the people who've shaped him as a person, Trump only ever names two people: his late father and his Reverend, Norman Vincent Peale.
You know, the greatest speaker I think I've ever witnessed was Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. And he would speak the power of positive thinking.
Trump started attending Peale's sermons as a child in the 1950s and remained a devoted parishioner for more than 50 years, marrying
Trump is a chaos magician. This is it. He's a chaos magic practitioner. He's like a classic, like, you know chaos magic, right?
Oh yeah, intimately familiar.
Is that a joke? Are you fucking with me?
Just for the audience sake, why don't you go and explain it?
You don't. Okay, all right.
I might know what you're talking about, but I can't know for sure until you explain it.
Sure, yeah. It's, I mean, popular with British anarchists, very gay, very cringe. Oh, Alan Moore, big chaos magic practitioner. Grant Morrison, big.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about this. Yeah. He's like, words and phrases are basically spells if you can actually harness their power correctly.
Yes, essentially, yeah. So the idea is that, like, you are, by performing rituals, by conducting spells, you can, essentially, magic is a real thing, right? Like, magic being unexplainable outcomes of, like, rituals and kind of spells and things you're pushing out into the ether. The classic example, it sounds very silly, but like people do get genuine benefits from superstitions. Like athletes who wear lucky socks will perform a lot better than if they don't have their lucky socks, right? There are obviously psychological benefits to holding certain superstitions. And to go further, chaos magic would be to essentially co-opt your own superstitions or to form new ones that will benefit you psychologically. And to go a step further than that, it is doing that, but at like a social scale. So like starting to perform rituals that will actually, bring about certain things. You've got your classic like Nick Land summoning fucking demons, like on the floor of the fucking Warwick University department. So a lot of the crew guys were into this as well. But yeah, I honestly am not surprised that Trump has that kind of vibe. Like that makes a lot of sense. Like you can push yourself to do insane feats of social engineering and motivation. You can honestly, I believe you can live longer. I think someone who's extremely goal oriented in the way that Trump is life extending. There's a reason that like fucking Kissinger and McConnell and all of these fucking demons can live forever. And I think it's because if you're instilled with divine purpose, it just makes every cell in your body like more resilient.
And the more evil it is, the more likely you are to outlive everybody else, it seems. Wait, really quick. I think that's also life sustaining is when people donate to me. Like Chomsky's brain has done so. Thank you so much for the $20 and the fact that your only message seems to be a question mark, but I'm sure it was an emoji. Anyway, I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the $20. Continue.
Very funny. I finished my point. But yeah, achieve a divine purpose, ideally an evil one. You'll get an extra 20 years on your life. It won't be healthy lifespan, but it'll be productive lifespan. You get me? You will end up looking like Palpatine, but you will do great evil in the process.
In Peel's church, this isn't casual, tick it off the list church attendance. Trump likes this church, and he likes this reverend. And it was in this church, through this reverend, that Donald Trump was introduced to the power of positive thinking. The power of positive thinking comes from something called New Thought. New Thought is a religious movement that started in America in the early 19th century and basically created a bunch of spiritual Frankenstein's monsters. It all started with a man named Phineas Quimby, who convinced people that he could heal them using something called mind power. New Thought endorses the idea that your mind directly influences reality. Not the whole attitude is everything, perspective is everything shtick. No, you can think things into being, that you can make things happen with the power of your mind alone.
In any moment, your life can re-begin itself with a new thought.
I believe that our words have creative power, and they start with thoughts.
God said, let us make man in our image and likeness. What was the intention? That we would create?
And of course, there is a kernel of truth to a lot of what they're saying, which is why it's already enticing, even from the bit. Even if it the thing that's unfortunate is that it's gimmicky in the sense that is true. But can you form an entire political identity and political ideology that's resilient around it? To me, you cannot. Obviously, to the MAGA movement, you absolutely can.
The words of our mouth.
It gave us the freedom to use our mind.
I think this is like I would think of it as like these are like the binding runes around the sort of shadow of liberalism, right? Like you've got this huge source of like power and energy that is just like all of the ignored substance of the liberal structure, and then you start to like shape and bind and structure it with this like esotericism and occultism until you end up with something in the shape of what you're trying to build. So I do feel like this isn't possible without someone leaving a vast pool of like available energy on the table, ready to be exploited by someone else.
Yeah.
Use our thought to allow the creative power within us to create a new life.
Because we know our thoughts have power.
We create.
They're describing manifestation. Ding, ding, ding. You guys are onto something because precisely. Yes, sure, we'll talk about this.
Yeah.
Of our mouth.
Well, yeah, The Secret was a big hit in America, wasn't it?
And so it is. That was like the catchphrase for that, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Ugh.
Acts God, or it causes God not to be drawn into our situation.
All of these people are still very much Christian. The proverb, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, is heavily stretched to mean that every person's creative mind has the same creative force as God. These ideas started in relation to health, and we definitely still see them there today, but soon they evolved into a focus on self-improvement and material abundance. So what started with a random clockmaker, Phineas Quimby, resulted in Christian Science, the prosperity gospel.
I've always been your debt freedom.
And the power of positive thinking.
Dr. Norman Vincent Peale from many years ago wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking.
In that book, he says that any fact facing us, however difficult, even seemingly hopeless, is not so important as our attitude toward that fact. Confident and optimistic thought pattern can modify or overcome the fact altogether. These are the instructions that Peale gives to his followers. And I think they actually also provide an alternative.
And it's like a radical self-actualization, right? Just extend it to everything in your life. And see what the world is your oyster if you do that.
Yeah. To be honest, I basically live by this principle. Like I feel like I've turned whether for good or ill, I haven't figured out yet. It seems mostly good.
I feel like I've turned my brain. What is the term "fake it till you make it"? If not a kind of like boiled down version of this sort of like philosophy, right? And that's not some sort of like radical statement or a thing that we associate with like kooks saying it or whatever. It is just like a phrase of encouragement, but it is nonetheless something that I think a lot of people, to a certain extent, a lot of
like personal progress and individual attainment does include self-deception and delusion to be able to like push yourself towards it, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because if you're rationally assessing what the odds are, the chances are of you succeeding, of you being able to achieve something, in most instances, because of external factors, the odds are stacked against you. So that doesn't really aid you in that sense, right? It is good to be grounded, right? But like I do think that there is a point where all of that kind of just works against yourself because you will be inundated with just so much information telling you how astronomically rare it is that you'll succeed, or like the likelihood like that you'll succeed is like low.
Yeah, I think that, you end up in a. What's the best way to put that? Skip. It's fine. Forget it.
Because I don't want to say it's cowardly to like avoid those things, but it's like what does that do? Like the point of knowledge is to be able to like help propel you forward, help you understand the world around you. If all it does is like demotivate you, then it is working against you. It's working against yourself at that point. And I'm not saying reject it, but that also doesn't mean that you need to be confronting it constantly.
No, I think reject it. I think that
you'll go there.
I think that. Well, I mean, I think that there is a fundamental reality. Yeah, like if you, I feel like there's like this point that this all emerges from, which is that we understand mortality, right? We comprehend our own mortality, and that is such a devastating reality that humans fundamentally require delusion as some kind of a structural defense mechanism for that. And I think that has been like an inherent human need. I think that if you strip away everyone's delusions, basically, I personally think that a good like model of depression is essentially a total realism, right? Like a nihilistic realism, a stripping away of all your delusions until you have only sort of the accurate assessment of reality, which is that everything's fundamentally pointless, nothing you do matters, you're not really going to get anywhere, and that's likely true for a lot of people doing a lot of things. But I think that the delusion is really, really important to maintain in order to be successful. And I think that when people say it's not reality warping, I kind of disagree. Like I think reality is warped by every single thing that every human near it does. Reality is not. Yeah.
Because like especially in the West, you're having like, how can you conceive of a reality that doesn't include advertising? And what is advertising if not trying to like that like entire millions of dollars being sunk at like devoted to campaigns that are effectively trying to sell you a narrative, sell you a product, get you to buy something, and that's also going to include hyperbole, deception, lies outright, because that's permissible as well. And so interfacing like with just objective reality, like there is no divorcing objective reality from those sorts of things that are constantly trying to that are constantly distorting it in a way that if you're not aware of, you're going to incorporate that into your understanding of objective reality in the incorrect sense.
Persistent and outrageous lies. Have we ever considered that Trump might be manifesting?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning.
Nobody else can do it like me.
Nobody even understands it but me.
Nobody knows that better than me.
Nobody builds walls better than me.
Nobody knows much more about technology than I do.
Nobody knows this.
This is something that the video won't touch on, but this is kind of my own understanding of it. And I saw this a lot with 2016, trying to understand the appeal of Donald Trump to the masses. And he uses a lot of like, not fighting language, but like the language of like sports. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, and he is closely affiliated with like, I always forget his name.
Yes.
Is it like MMA or something like that? Fuck, I can't think of his name.
Yes, Dana White, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Of this sort of like these repetitious phrases that you would like expect to see not in the political arena but in a sports arena. This like fight,
wrestling.
win. We're gonna win so much you're gonna get tired of winning, and like Trump also has this sort of confidence and air about him that suggests that he is confident in himself, but he's not a know-it-all, because Americans do detest anybody who comes off as like a know-it-all or something like that. So even to the point that like I would especially say MAGA and conservatives, there is disdain for intellectualism, but Trump simultaneously manages to kind of toe that line of being confident but not a know-it-all. And the way that he does it is by just almost very superficially engaging with any difficult question that comes his way, but always coming up with an answer and always funneling it back into, anyway, who cares about the details of that? Because we're going to win. We're going to get the fucking ring,
That's some nerd shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
System better than me.
But in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever had crowds like this. Nobody ever. I know more formulas. I know words. I have the best words. I have an instinct for this kind of thing. I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody.
I'm not saying he's manifesting as in it is working, because I am saying that when Trump says all of these crazy things, maybe his motivation is more spiritual. When Trump told his press secretary to announce that his inauguration day crowd was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe, was he?
Trump is not just a buffoon. How dare you? How dare you suggest that there's another potential read other than he's saying a wrong thing that it makes him either evil, insane, or ignorant? What the hell? What the hell? That's crazy.
Lying?
You're allowed to do that.
Or did he think he was affirming? I think it's important to understand because of the relationship between different kinds of rejected knowledge. I told you how it cross-contaminates and how strong belief in one thing makes you more susceptible to another. So if Donald Trump truly believes in the power of positive thinking, he is susceptible to other far more dangerous forms of rejected knowledge. Well, no spoilers, but there is a very scary piece of rejected knowledge that exists close to the White House, and it is coming at him from...
It was fine. This kind of brushes up against the tension that's like tangentially related, but I constantly clock myself as like, how do I reconcile this? Where there are mass lies, delusions, etc., propagated by both private and public actors, you know, people like Trump that are constantly propagating misinformation, disinformation, intentionally putting things out there that they don't know to not be true or are false, or at least they have not verified, right? And then there's also private actors doing this because that's good for their bottom line. And there have been times where I'm like, of course, this person didn't get away with being able to sell that to their audience or whatever because it's such a massive lie. But then within that is like, what am I really saying? Oh, what? It's hard to get to pull massive lies on the public. That's not true, you know. And then there's other times where it's like, of course they got away with it because even though it's such a massive lie, because of enough people bought into it, that they functionally created like their own little silo where that is the case. And we're in so many echo chambers that it doesn't really matter that it didn't conform to like tens of millions of people's expectation or understanding of reality because they're in their own. You know what and I do this and I feel like it's one form of like double speak that I catch myself engaging in because I'm like, people get away with big lies all the time. So why do I still act surprised when I see it?
I think I can give you a model for this, which I think will make sense to you.
I'm all ears.
Oh, okay. It's based on the incentives of the crowd, right? Like, I think the big difference between what big lies get believed or not is how incentivized is the audience to believe it. You know, like, how useful is that model to add to their like psychostructure? How useful is it to help them reconcile some cognitive dissonance or help them, you know, justify something, right? So I know I see some communities where like there'll be a terrible scandal with the person, you know, who's at the head of the community, and they will have made it their business, if they're smart, to incentivize that community to have either made sacrifices or to identify with them in very strong ways or to feel like they're part of an ideological or political project, such that they are willing to overlook any scandal in exchange for basically maintaining their positive belief in a positive structure that has given them a lot, you know, in terms of their like personal psychological
or
construction.
They're being told that everything good in their life is the result of that.
For sure, yeah. And the times when they don't are the times when it's rejected. Is when your audience does not have the same incentive as you, or you've not been diligent enough in constructing a version of the narrative that your audience is incentivized to comply with. You know.
Yeah.
So I think that's the big difference. And I think Trump's like MAGA have hit this point of like. The point at which you sort of become a cult is, I think, when you've sunk so much cost, you've spent so much of your cultural, social, whatever capital on a movement that now you are just very, very earnestly seeking a continuous justification, and that means believing lie after lie after lie after lie.
Yeah, it's too big to fail.
Too big to fail. Yeah, exactly. It becomes too big to fail. That's a good way of looking at it.
A lot of different angles. But let me show you the connection between these two ideas using another group who are at the forefront of culture right now. men. The power of positive thinking is not some special tool used exclusively by Trump. You don't need me to tell you that. In America, it's everywhere. The law of attraction, The Secret, affirmations, manifestation, how to win friends and influence people. The self-help industry is bigger than it has ever been. And recently, it got a whole new audience. As men face a growing number of challenges in society, whether it be in relationships or economic hardship or education struggles, mental health concerns, the self-help industry has not...
I have critical info that she appears to be missing.
Okay, what is this critical
new
info?
Audience? How dare you? She mentioned how to win friends and influence people. What she does not appear to acknowledge, maybe she will, is that the self-help industry has always existed for men. Salesmen only, right? Every man in sales has had decades and decades and decades of self-help books on how to be influential and how to manifest. This has been a very, very important and valuable cottage industry for men. And it is a reason why... One, all of the fucking red pill shit looks nearly identical to various phases of sales sort of tactics over the preceding few decades. Mm-hmm. And two, that so many of these dudes used to be sales and business guys. Like that's the reason that there's like a grind set link.
Marketing.
It's because so many of these guys used to... Yes, but specifically, it's the same dynamic, right? Like, you have a very powerful group of suppliers who are being fought over by a very, very large group of people trying to get their attention and their resources, which emulates very similarly the sexual dynamics of women and men in either of those roles. So sales really was a fucking one-to-one translation before we got to, like, the dating game.
Yeah. And this is what I mean when I say, like... Okay, so like magic in the 21st century, a lot of it we freely acknowledge is largely theatrical. Like when anybody goes to like a magic show, for example, or they're watching magic, you're suspending belief in reality itself to just enjoy what is in front of you, which you understand. Okay, there's something going on here that I don't understand, that it is magical effectively, right? But again, it doesn't change the fact that underlying it, you still understand like, okay, but it's not. And that's not it, there's more to it than just what I'm seeing, right? And that's why advertising is kind of one of the more potent forms of magic in like the modern world, because it's like, how else do you get, because like you're saying, all the red pill stuff is really, really similar, and we're talking about on a scale now that's like unprecedented, not just because of television, but now with social media, right? You have the amplification of like all of like at this point millions of people saying the same phrases, but like repeating the same phrases, believing the same things, that it does sort of have like a magical power to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I think that, if you look at, you can go further. I mean, like, if you look at the way
on the sales thing, that's how I thought this. It's like, it's all conjured for economic reasons. That's it. You know?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, look, there's a voodoo doll that exists out in the world that people can poke to manipulate you. It's your fucking persona as owned by 1,000 different data brokers that have like algorithmically bucketed you until they can predict the things that you want to look at before you do, and then you wonder how your phone is listening to you. It's not. It's actually, it just knew that you were going to start looking at that in the next week because everyone in your profile is looking at that, and you are not so dissimilar from other humans that you can't be bucketed with another 100,000 of them who happen to be using similar algorithms to you.
Yeah.
So like there is a two-way manipulation there, very much like a voodoo doll. Like magic is very much a thing that exists to explain the unexplainable, and a lot of the ways that our superstructure functions now is so convoluted and esoteric that it may as well be magical in the ways that it affects your life and the ways regular people engage with it.
Yeah. And it's also a thing that happens for the majority of magic that's happening, right, in the way that we've defined it. It's happening in your brain. So it doesn't even need to defy the laws of physics or thermodynamics or anything like that.
Man.
I mean, kind of, yeah, right? Like a little bit, because again, it's like purely a phenomenon of consciousness.
Oh, fuck.
It's not actually anything that's happening in the real world, quote unquote, or in front of you. Yeah. It's a thing that's just happening in your mind.
Well, your vril is being siphoned by everything you pour your attention and power into. You know, TikTok is eating you. Your AI is ChatGPT is definitely fucking eating you. Yeah, I can see sparkle fading out of your eyes as your soul deadens the more that you use ChatGPT every day. It's just there. I can see it. I can see your life force draining.
You can see it in my glasses reflection. That's actually an accusation I get a lot now, is that when you see her, like, when I was wearing sunglasses because I had that eye injury when I was debating Pisco, they were like, she did that because she's pulling up ChatGPT and she doesn't want people to be able to see it in the reflection of her glasses. Like I don't already have two monitors where you can't already see the reflection somewhat, but that's not what I was doing.
Yeah. I hate to blow Erin's spot up, but like literally 40% of stream, she is DMing people on Discord or other platforms, multitasking.
This is true.
And you barely realize. It's insane. Like I'm offended because like I will literally be talking to her on Discord and then I'll like see that she's streaming. I'm like, huh? And I look and she's just full on streaming while also typing to me on Discord, and I get upset that I can be split attention like that. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's disrespectful to both me and your audience.
Time while I'm live to respond to you, but no, you see it as like, how dare you?
30%. I'm getting 30% of your brain power. That's fucked up, okay? And your audience, all right, they deserve better. They deserve your undivided attention.
Skipped a beat in delivering young men some questionable reassurance. Something that will give them the illusion of control, that will make them feel like they have an understanding of how the world works. A cultural home outside of the establishment that they feel has abandoned them. The manosphere and related masculinity influencer content is extremely solution-oriented. And one of the big solutions that they push, positive thinking, manifestation, and the law of attraction.
Right now, in this very moment, you have the power to change your life.
Oh,
you are the creator of your reality.
It's real, guys.
I believe that that you can speak things into existence.
I like that one.
Talked about
that one. I liked. That one had a bit of gay energy. I liked that one.
Well, he has to play it off, right? Because he's engaged in a thing that is like almost inherently viewed as that is not almost inherently feminine, but it's universally viewed almost as feminine. But of course, he has to throw on the haha JK unless type thing at the end to make it not gay.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
The biggest lesson I learned from the Tates is that you are in control of your own mind. The power of hypnotizing yourself.
You make everybody else accept your version of reality. You see a version of yourself inside of your mind, and when other people do not see it, when they look at you, you bend space-time and change your outward projection, your avatar, so others view you exactly the way you see yourself.
Need to watch. Okay, hold on. This is homework. I'm setting homework on Erin's stream, okay?
Love that.
You fuckers need to go home and watch 1 hour of every single like peak of like the algorithmic slop subgroups that you detest, okay? Go watch an hour of this. Go watch an hour of Nazi little Dark Age edits. Go watch an hour of, I don't know if you're a commie, go watch an hour of fucking NATO bombing.
You have to be more specific.
You know, like
and
epic military propaganda.
Are we instructing them to hate watch it or watch it with an open mind, or how should they view it?
So rationally, you will hate it. I need your heart to be in time with it, okay? I need your soul to allow itself to be spoken to. I need you to begin to feel the music permeate your body as the message begins to resonate inside you. I need you to feel what they feel, okay? So you understand, right? If you watch this shit and you don't feel anything, you've closed yourself off to a portion of humanity and you will never understand them and you'll never be able to speak to them. And if your brother or your father ends up down this pipeline, you will lose them forever because you will have absolutely no power to speak to them. Go watch this shit and understand it in your soul. You don't have to understand it rationally, but fucking understand it in your heart of hearts so you get what the value is, because you should be able to feel the value of that kind of motivational speaking, even if you know rationally that's total and utter bullshit.
You could create enough of a visualization for yourself if you really were to powerfully start to focus on it and do that and build that ability.
Yeah, watch an hour of Hutch every day. Until you understand who in your beating heart of hearts. That'll be my homework. I'll do it. I'll go watch an hour of Hutch if you guys all watch an hour of each of these.
I'm already doing that. I'm watching multiple hours of Hutch every single day.
Yeah, but that's actually more of a self-harm. I think you've already progressed past the point where that's
true. You did say like you didn't say go torture yourself.
No.
Kidding.
You need to feel the love in there. I'm not. I hate that guy.
Thing. That your brain at one point would have to think it's so true that the
so
world would meet you and put it into your life.
These ideas tend to exist in a space alongside the more accepted pursuits of masculine culture, the gym, professional sports, but they also cross-contaminate with some more questionable knowledge.
I pushed in the gym, so TMI, but like I sneezed blood earlier, and I'm pretty sure I like pushed so hard at the gym that I got a nosebleed this morning.
Is this another weeb thing?
No, it's not. I just sneezed blood earlier, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "You know what? I did strain myself until something popped. I didn't think any. I couldn't think I know it's not the right way to do it. It wasn't even a squat. I was doing a fucking I was doing a fucking dumbbell press. You should not be popping vessels doing dumbbell presses. That's not impressive. This is not a W, okay? I'm being a fucking idiot. It's not good. It's not a humble brag. You should not be bleeding from exerting yourself at the gym, okay? That's stupid. Either that means you're weak or your form is bad. My form was sloppy because I didn't get any sleep last night, so I did it badly, okay? All right, leave me alone.
The avoiding of ultra-processed foods.
People have been arrested and just locked up for having whole milk.
The demonization of feminism.
Well, I'm an independent. I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans. And if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up.
Conspiracy theories. All of these are far more damaging.
Damn, Andrew Tate. I didn't realize how quickly he speaks because at 1.25 speed, he sounds like he's fucking on speed.
Yeah.
But we can see how going to the gym,
not sped up, like literally on speed,
has become synonymous with some more fringe ideas and conservatism more generally, which is a rejection of modernity.
But sometimes I look up, I feel there's a thing. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't think it's gay or anything. I think it just feel like the space is looking back at me.
There is something much more
I don't think it's gay or anything. What a hero.
Fellas, you ever look up at the moon and stars and feel a sense of awe, but not in a gay way?
Yeah.
Leading in the space and
a sense
feeling a oneness with the universe.
Do you remember when Trump said that to Tucker Carlson? He said, like, we don't have enough wonders anymore because, like, the 7 wonders of the world, like the pyramids. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on.
That's so awesome. You ever look up at the stars and feel like a resonance with the universe? No homo. He's correct, it's not gay. He is correct, it's not gay to feel at one with the universe. That is true. Although I guess there's a lot of dudes in the universe, so feeling at one with a lot of dudes, maybe a little gay. Maybe a little gay. There's a lot of dudes out there that you're feeling one with.
Let's see.
It is a type of right-wing thought that is conservative, but not one that wants to go back to the 1950s, one that wants to go back to the Bronze Age. It was once said that every staffer in the Trump White House had read Bronze Age Mindset, a book written pseudonymously by Bronze Age pervert, often referred to affectionately on platforms such as X as BA. Now, even if this is an exaggeration, the book and its ideas have so many high-profile supporters.
But Politico, I think, does not do justice to the actual genius. I mean, I think it's actually quite brilliant, much of Bronze Age mindset and as much as I disagree with a lot of it, and I think a lot of it is offensive and terrible and gross, you can't deny that it's incredibly well-structured and well-written.
Mainstream right-wing commentators like Richard...
Okay, I found it, and it's through this, like, Chapo clip, because that's how I even learned about this. Okay. Oh, yeah, she cites Hanania, will actually give some insight into, like, the conservative psyche. But, yeah, this is where he talks about, like...
I feel like he's not a terrible source for that, yeah.
Yeah, not the worst, for sure.
Now he was facing very unpleasant things.
Like, what did Tucker expect Trump to say? Like, Tucker can't be like that fucking stupid where he thinks
was expecting, that Trump says all the things about stolen election, rigged election, perfect phone call. He'll say all that stuff because it directly affects him. Whereas Epstein, whether he was murdered or suicided,
what does he give a shit?
He doesn't give a shit. So he just believes what he sees on the TV.
Yeah.
There were let's watch a couple of clips from the Tucker, because there's some good.
Like Tucker asked him like questions about Epstein, Trump barely engaged or whatever, and it's like clearly because Tucker is like fucking audience captured and they want him to be based, and you have to ask President Trump about Epstein because that's based.
Trump moments. Can we watch the one about the mosquitoes?
So why is China allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people we lost 35,000 people
He's
because
so
of the
happy
mosquito.
when he knows a fact.
Vicious,
it's so adorable. I love him so much.
One of the true great wonders of the world, as he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. You would have been better off.
See, listen to this. Yeah. You could make 9 wonders, but there's only 7. We don't have enough wonder anymore.
If anyone can make more wonders, it's Trump, okay? All right? Before he goes, that needs to be his last thing. That's his Hunter Biden pardon. He just needs to announce a couple more wonders. Just throw a couple in.
Also, again, like his bewilderment at the idea. 35,000 people, he says it 3 times, lost to malaria.
It's so
this
awesome.
is in 2023. Yeah. Again, this is post-pandemic. Like, if you're disturbed by that, wait till I tell you how many people died on your watch, dude, of COVID-19.
Yeah.
If he stuck with the 9 and just said, I think it's 9. But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world.
and this is all because Tucker was trying to goad him into talking about Chinese imperialism in South America.
And meanwhile, he's just like his brain is just pinging off like a fucking David McCullough book that he listened to 10 years ago.
The mosquito, awful.
The mosquito,
nasty
very
creatures.
vicious. Yeah, nasty, vicious mosquito.
He makes it sound like it was one mosquito who killed 35,000.
Big. He's a big guy.
All right, skip.
Yeah,
he's feet tall.
Playing Chapo Trap House, playing old Chapo Trap House is cheating. You know this.
It is. But just that one precious moment of him being like, he said the 9 wonders. It's only 7, but we could have 9. Wouldn't that be nice?
Hanania and Christopher Rufo have both shown admiration for BAP's work. BAP's Twitter account is followed by Vice President of the United States J.D. Vance. Michael Anton, the newly appointed policy director at the State Department, positively reviewed the book for the Claremont Institute after receiving it as a gift from Curtis Garvin. Darren Beatty, a former Trump aide who got fired for speaking at a white nationalist conference, is also a big fan. And while Elon Musk has never tweeted about BAP, I bet money that he does before the end of 2026. So what is this book about? What makes it so appealing that so many people have read it? First and foremost, if you are a young man,
madam, perhaps a polymarket bet, perhaps put your money where your mouth is, perhaps supply information to the markets.
Book is a fun read because it is written like a 4chan post. It's very crass, it's offensive, and the content can be fun too. There's a lot of discussion around what it means to be hot.
Beautiful and strong. Always be the best and excel over all the rest. The left, which seeks not the deification of mankind or of man, but its debasement into cockroach form.
But that is, of course, all a shield, so that if anyone asks you, like, oh, why do you like this book? You can just say, oh, it's ironic, it's fun. But privately, you can still take it very seriously. Because of the way the book is written, it's actually kind of hard to explain what it is exactly about. It's like a strange diatribe that simultaneously praises the pre-modern world, specifically Greece, and critiques the modern world, specifically racial and gender equality and evolutionary science, among other things, while also offering some self-help tidbits. And obviously, there is, of course, a lot of talk about what it means to be a real man. Despite writing like a 4chaner and insisting that the book is not philosophy, it is clear that BAP views himself as knowledgeable when it comes to philosophy and theory. In fact, the writing style is what I assume to be a modern play.
I wonder what the reason is for insisting that it's not philosophy.
On Nietzsche's writing style.
Aaron, philosophy didn't exist in the Bronze Age.
Wants Bronze Age
that's not a joke. I mean, it's funny, but that's not a joke. That's genuinely like...
No, it's a Theo Von thing of like, how do I explain that I was amazed by like the moon and the stars and the constellations, but like not in a gay way.
But it also opens you up to critique. If you declare yourself philosophy, then all the philosophers are going to be like, yes, okay, open season, open fire, boys. And then they're going to start critiquing the shit out of it. Whereas if it's just like 4chan slop, then there's no accountability.
Yeah, it's a manifesto. It's a mission statement.
Nietzschean, Schopenhauerian, Straussian deconstruction of the modern world. And I know that many fans of BAP, and BAP himself, would strongly reject what I am about to say, but whether intentional or not, he is reproducing the ideas of Julius Evola. Who is Evola? You are not going to like him. Evola was an Italian esoteric philosopher and occultist. Evola is associated with traditionalism, a school of thought that believes a divine piece of truth, a wisdom about the universe was given to mankind in ancient times, and every single religion developed from that truth. Then modernity caused us to forget the truth, and as a result, we have been plunged into decadence and darkness. Therefore, modernity is the enemy. Luckily, traditionalism, Evola's school of thought, endorses a cyclical view of history, one taken from Hinduism instead of a linear one, meaning that in order to go back, we just have to keep pushing forward. Evola believed that in this time cycle, we were in the last stage, known as Kali Yuga.
Welcome to the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga.
Yeah,
Enjoy
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Well, we were talking about that before, and that's kind of where we're at. We are in Kali Yuga.
For a second, I thought they were talking about the Valhalla thing that like Kash Patel mentioned.
Oh God.
What is that? I still don't really have like a good command of what that even was, what he was referring to, but I just remember thinking like that's like antithetical to Christianity, which like and Protestantism, which Charlie Kirk was.
So Kash Patel said, "I'll see you in Valhalla," and then all the racists were like, "Brown people don't go to Valhalla. Nice try. Valhalla is a white place." And all the Christians, I guess, were totally fine with it because, frankly, they're not really Christian. They're just, Western civilization, and like they don't really. They've baked all the fucking Nordic traditions into white culture, so they don't really reject any Viking shit for some reason, or they don't reject Roman gods, they don't reject Greek gods, they don't reject Nordic gods, probably because they were all in the fucking video games that they played as kids. So it's all part of the same culture.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And the Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages almost unavoidable of civilization.
Correct.
So they go through these cycles.
Wow, oh my god.
And Kali Yuga is characterized by violent conflict
and decline and decadence. That's the first time I've ever heard a theory like that. Wow, that's crazy. Was this before or after fucking Aristotle? How long ago was
the end of the world as we know it. It's kind of similar to the beliefs held by accelerationists who believe that the world is already in the process of collapsing under the weight of its own contradiction. So the best thing to do is to speed it up so it falls apart.
Then she's calling you out.
SMUGBUG mention.
Yeah.
Can get cracking on starting all over. Evola rose to prominence during World War II, and he did interface with both Mussolini and Hitler, but he didn't really like either of them.
We need to make it over faster.
Like their fascism. In his mind, his fascism was far more pure, much more spiritually based. So in Mussolini's Italy, because the fascism appealed to a populism and religion, he felt that that tainted fascism. Evola believed in a spiritual caste system. He believed that some people were better than other people, therefore appealing to the masses, fundamentally wrong. Then in Germany, he felt that the Third Reich was too scientific in their racial discrimination in their Holocaust, because he felt that the issue with victims of the regime should not be one of race or politics. It's that they were spiritually bad, that their spiritual essence was lesser. And he was obsessed with the idea of the spirit, in particular the warrior spirit. Even after the end of World War II, the defeat of fascism, he tried to bring it back. He was tried in court for advocating for the revival of fascism, but he missed the charge because technically he was never a member of Mussolini's fascist party, a party he didn't join because they were not fascist enough. Evola wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World, in which he diagnosed...
Liberals hate this one trick. Like, gosh darn it, foiled again. Yeah. Wasn't officially a member of it, even though they didn't go far enough, but still.
Yeah, but that's because he was too fascist for the fascist party a lot of the time. I mean, so, like, he really did believe... I mean, weirdly,
he was... I guess less effective because it's self-defeating at that point?
I don't know. He basically defined, like, the post-war fascist movement in Italy. Like, he was kind of really critical, and he also basically made esoteric fascism kind of a continuing European phenomenon past Nazism. Like, he was a absolutely fundamental figure. I'm pretty sure like Nick Land kind of like takes a lot from Evola as well. He was fundamental.
The modern West. Funnily enough, his complaints are very similar to the right-wing intelligentsia today, in that liberalism has led to the degradation of higher values and ideals in favor of atheism and materialism, mob rule, hedonism, scientism, gender ideology, and race mixing. And if we are going to save civilization, we need to recenter spiritual pursuits. If you read Revolt Against the Modern World by Evola and Bronze Age Mindset by BAP side by side, the influence will be obvious. Like Evola, BAP believes that there is a spiritual caste system, that those who belong to the lower caste, which BAP refers to as bugmen, need to be purified. Members of the lower caste are spoken of with absolute hatred by both writers. Both have a contempt for Enlightenment values in Christianity.
Has such an obvious and good utility as a word. It's so annoying that the right wing are just fucking throwing it around like they just don't fucking care.
That's the second time you've made this point in this stream. It's really
because I'm mad. Every time the right wing does this, Bugman is such an important phrase. You need to really think and decide how you're going to use it. It's such a useful phrase. It's such an evocative phrase. Oh, it's so annoying. They keep fumbling the bag. Bugmen should be technocrats. They should be self-sacrificing technocratic members of the colony who seek to create like an inhuman structure, like no human is greater than the ant. And so, the European Union is like this incredible institution, right? And no human that gets crushed by it isn't worth the value to the European Union's overall bulk, like that's Bugman, that should be what Bugman is. I left right where Bugman was brought up last time and just joined to more Bugman. That's because it's been 100% Bugman. Yes, these are Bugmen. Thank you, Aaron. You get it.
The Pixies from the Fairly Odd Parents. Exactly.
God, they were so fucking awesome. Yeah. These are the Bugmen. They're perfect. God, these were the best episodes of that show.
Truly like drone human beings.
Yeah. They were like bees, weren't they? That was kind of the bit because they had wings. They were like, they used to, yeah.
Key to human vitality and potential has been lost. Both books open with the author insisting that only superior minds will be able to understand their ideas. And just like Evola, the stock standard fascism is simply too populist and too democratic for BAP, who writes, I believe in fascism, or something worse, I believe in rule by a military caste of men who would be able to guide society toward a morality of eugenics. Something important that I think is worth mentioning is Evolar's early preoccupation with an idea that he called the absolute individual. It's kind of similar to Nietzsche's Übermensch.
God, yeah.
It's basically the idea of a
What's
man who has the ability to be whatever he
the differentiated man. Well, my wife's Italian. I'm allowed to.
I was about to say, now time to bring up the Italian wife.
I gotta bring up the Italian wife, otherwise it just sounds like I'm an esoteric fascist, which I also am. But I think it's like the differentiated man. It's like, well, actually, it's the same fucking New Age transcendence bullshit that basically every crystal mummy in California believes in, right? Like the ascension through various phases until you reach a transcendent state. It's kind of spiritual eugenics. Like, it's not really genetic. It's very much like there's like a soul eugenics where, you know, which I guess is useful for guys like Bronze Age Pervert because they're not white. This guy's not white. He pretended to be white and then he got fucking found out, and it turned out he was like a brown guy. I don't know where he's from actually, but yeah, he gets constantly made fun of for not actually being white despite all of this LARPing.
I mean, it's the meme where the whole like, hold on.
Of course.
Let me see if I can find it.
Indians
he wants to be, through the power of his mind and will alone. Eventually, this willpower will become so strong that not only will he be able to change himself, but he will also be able to change the world. Evola wrote, one could envision a gradual process whereby the power of an eye expands from being the power of thought to that of a magical imagination and self-persuasion, to that of persuading others and ultimately persuading and altering reality itself. And that is actually very similar to what Bap is talking about when he talks about the Bronze Age mindset. Ultimately, it all comes back to the power of positive thinking. Another fan of Julius Evola's ideas is Richard Spencer.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Infamous alt-right leader who has said that Evola is one of the most interesting men of the 20th.
He said there was something on my timeline the other day that I almost reposted, and I realized it was Richard Spencer. I was like, what the fuck? What was it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it, because I'm pretty sure I sent it to like it immediately, and I was like, I almost accidentally reposted it. Or like I was going to intentionally repost it, but once I realized who it was from, I didn't want to repost it, obviously. It was like him dunking on Maga or something.
The influence I'm having on you. I'm taking this as a win. Sees a Nazi speech based? Repost? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Fuck. Oh, no. Too based. Dial it back.
Okay, it was a little bit of like MAGA infighting because they were this Thomas Hearn guy. Okay, so he puts she makes a good point. He has the fucking Ukraine flag in his bio that I realize who it is.
What a hero.
But Jennifer Welsh of the like I've had it thing, she says the thing about like JD Vance is like quite a cool take. I mentioned it earlier, but
he is married to a woman of Indian descent.
Yes.
He has mixed race children.
Yes.
So to all of the MAGA voters out there, if this man will not defend his wife and will not defend his kids, do you think he gives a crap about you or anything to do with you? He is married.
And so Richard Spencer is coming at it, not only attacking the people like in the replies or whatever, but when he says she makes a good point, it's like, yeah, it's almost like JD Vance is compromised and cannot fight for you. That's the angle that he was coming at it from. But I didn't see it. I almost liked it. I guess I wouldn't have reposted this. This is not something I would have reposted, but I almost liked it that I realized, oh my god, this is Richard Spencer. I'm not gonna engage with that. But so you think it's a bad point? Why?
But yeah. Well, duh. I mean, like, first of all, like, if you're a leftist rather than a liberal, like, yeah, his kids are rich. It doesn't really matter what color they are. They're rich color, you know, like
they're green.
They're green. Yeah, exactly. But also, actually, this makes me think. Go to JD Vance's, because I remember his bio. Wait, I want to check something. Go to JD Vance's bio. I feel like the order of operations of how these guys put their shit down in their bio is important. Christian, then husband, then dad. I feel like that means something. The ordering is always very, very specific with these guys. So yeah, like I think his performance is that his ideology comes ahead of his personal family, which is kind of ironic for. But you know, it's God, then then wife, then kids. You know, like there's a hierarchy.
Isn't that supposed to be the order?
Yes, yeah, it is, but it's very well. One, it's interesting. I think that it's hierarchical, right? It's very, very explicitly hierarchical, right? They are literally ordering, you know, the things that are in importance. It feels, and I think that's kind of interesting in their mindset. But I also think that because it's Christian first, that again implies like, oh, and then Vice President of the United States is like a good It's a clever little thing. Like, first I'm a husband, then first I'm a Christian, then I'm a husband, then I'm a dad, then I'm your vice president. Yeah, that's a very good like signal to conservatives. But yeah, I think Christian first matters. Like, I think he's demonstrating and like kind of like an ideological. It's a lie, obviously he's a grifter, but it's like an ideological pursuit, regardless of the other kind of elements
it's the
of his
same way.
identity.
It's like like, did you know that Trump he says he's a Christian, but he's had a bunch of wives and he had sex with a porn star, and also he had a bunch of affairs with all of these women. And he's been divorced. Like, they understand that, like, who cares if he personally embodies those characteristics or not? He will take the political power that he has and use it to institute our agenda, which is more important than the personal failings of this man. It transcends him. It's not just about him.
Yes, yeah.
He is merely the vessel or the vector to, like, push it forward.
I also think the interracial thing is massively overblown. I really don't run into very many Nazis. They'll pay lip service to it, but like, I really don't run into. I mean, like, we know that the Nazis are dating Asian girls. Well,
Fuentes has talked about this himself. That, like, Richard Spencer is like, he's like, is he a fucking spook because his wife is like Georgian? And Mike Cernovich's wife is Iranian, and talking about how, like, all of these MAGA bros, they have like mail order brides, they have their passport bros, and then they ended up getting married to the women that they met in those countries, or they're like Lauren Southern was like married to like a Fed, right? And so he's like, all these people connected to these people, like to people that, again, their ideology should preclude them from engaging.
Lauren Southern's based, and you should read her book.
I should read the book, I guess.
You should read the book. It's a good book. It's a good book for understanding a lot of the inner workings.
I was gonna say, that's what you made me say that.
Yeah. But she did also clearly. She's also so naive that she gives up a lot of information that's not very helpful to her movement, I think. But she's not even part of the movement anymore, so she doesn't care.
Century. I don't believe that Richard Spencer has read Julius Evola, but that doesn't really matter because he's bringing him up for a reason.
We're really trying to change the world, and we're going to do that by changing
Miller's wife is brown. I didn't know that. Holy fuck!
And how they see themselves.
That's awesome.
There are sections of the alt-right that honestly believe what they are doing is magic. They are actively engaged in something called chaos magic, which conceptually exists somewhere between witchcraft and pickup artistry. But chaos magic itself developed in the 1970s during a time where the culture actively
fucking called it chaos magic.
Oh, right.
Rejected the idea that something could be true, or fact, or reality. This period of time was ruled by the idea that symbols and systems don't have meaning. Meaning comes exclusively from belief. Therefore, the truth is whatever you believe. Chaos magic believes that we can use our minds.
I was about to say, like, this term, because we're at a point that's new to me because I stopped watching halfway through so I could finish it on stream.
Okay.
That I was like, didn't I hear this already? But yeah, you had mentioned the like chaos magic thing before she even got into it.
I just talked to you about. I'm gonna fucking
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that for a second it was like I was like, why did this sound familiar? But then when you said, because I mentioned it earlier, that was why. Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Haven't I heard this from some other incredibly intelligent video essayists somewhere?
You're in antagonistic mode, but it's supposed to be directed at the video, not towards me.
I know, but the video's agreeing with me too much, so I'm gonna have to just start biting whatever's nearby.
I told you.
Individually and collectively, to change the world. Reality is a playground. Chaos magic likes to focus on extending what we believe is possible for us to affect. What would it take to nudge the universe in the direction you want it to go? Maybe something as trivial as the image of a frog could change the world forever if enough people believed that it meant something more. Pepe began his life in a 2005 comic book called The Boys Club. By 2010, Pepe was a popular meme. In 2016, Pepe went bad. He started being used on the message board 4chan as a visual way to indicate...
Yeah, she's reheating her nachos, and she probably just compiled every single blog post entry and then put it in ChatGPT and was like, use this to make a new script for me called Maga Magic. Boom, this video is born.
that something was politically incorrect. Misogyny, fascism, racism, all accompanied by
I'll never find this meme, but it was like the meme format I've been looking for the past few minutes, where all of the people, like, somebody's asking, like, who this? And all these people raise their hand, and then it's like, okay, but who actually this? No one's raising their hand. And it was like, who here's a white nationalist? Everybody's raising their hand. Who here is actually white? And, like, no one's raising their hand.
Oh, yeah.
But that's so many white nationalists. And we talked on it earlier when we were, when they asked Fuentes, like, oh, brunettes or blondes, or like, who do you see yourself being with? And the fact that he wasn't rigorously like adhering to like what Aryan standards, he didn't say blonde right away, because it's like
wait, here you go, run this. This is the best version of this meme.
Yes, it was literally this. Hold on.
Oh, that is the meme because there's a few of these.
No,
but
it's this format. Sorry, now that I'm reading it, it's not. Yeah, but
it's this format, but the meme is my favorite version of the meme.
Who wants to preserve the Aryan race? White supremacists, white nationalists. Who wants to sleep with white women? None of them.
This is my favorite one because it's mean to white women.
Everyone except them.
Yeah.
Pepe was being shared, wearing swastikas and saying slurs. The ADL classified Pepe as a hate symbol. But around this time, someone noticed a coincidence. In the ancient Egyptian world, the god of chaos and darkness was depicted by a frog.
Oh,
a frog
yeah.
The god Kek, who's a frog.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't realize it was Jordan Peterson himself.
They found a statue of an old... They found a statue of... You know this, right? They found a statue of an old god that looked a little too similar to Pepe, and so they adopted him as their god, and then they made the Kekistani flag, and this is how it became a country, like a fake nation.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Really accelerated.
What I did know is that Alex Jones was sued for infringement or something like that, and then he tried to accuse the guy who is credited with creating Pepe the Frog of copyright, of plagiarism. Of some obscure Brazilian artist who had come up with something similar, even though he didn't have any evidence that he had plagiarized it.
Frog, as it turns out.
But the coincidence didn't end there, because Kek was a phrase used in place of lol by World of Warcraft MPG players.
It was a lel, yeah.
A lel?
You know this as well. God, I really was on 4chan. So basically, it's whatever. She'll explain it.
Okay.
Many of whom already a fan of Pepe. This is, of course, all completely meaningless in reality.
I'm actually going to explain it because she doesn't explain it. Okay, so basically there are two factions. Sorry, gamer bullshit. There's two factions of World of Warcraft, okay, and the factions cannot speak to each other, right? Like when you type something and you try and speak to guys on the other side, they your text gets edited. I think it's rot 13, which is basically just it rotates the alphabet by 13 places.
Wait, keep vamping.
So if you type LOL. Okay, so if you type LOL, it came out KEK, and so people started saying Kek. I used to say Kek unironically in real life, which makes me want to die. But yeah, 4chaners would say Kek a lot because they were all playing fucking video games, and Kek just became a substitute for LOL that was a little bit more in-groupy. So you have this weird, crazy... This is what we mean by magic. You have this crazy assimilation of this powerful frog meme, and then this ancient frog god, and then the called Kek, and then Kek being an existing phrase, and it's just triangulates into a very powerful soup of some kind of ancient spiritual tradition that gets pulled into gamer culture, very strong in-group signaling, which is bound up in this aesthetic that can be easily reproduced and modified and edited into whatever ideological frame that you want. You end up this is magic, right? This is fucking magic, right? The ancient connection, the in-group signals and rules, and the ability to replicate and build out new ritual structures. It was... Yeah, this is the best example. This is actually the moment when people started using the phrase not MAGA magic, but meme magic. We're going to meme him into the White House was a very common sentiment on 4chan. We're going to win because we have meme magic. And now we know that they're right, but back then it seemed totally insane that they could possibly win with meme magic. And they fucking did. They won twice. They kicked your asses. You lose. Liberals are over. I'm sorry. 10,000 years of neoliberalism, gone. Done. Dusted. End of history. New beginnings. It's from World of Warcraft when a Horde player would say lol in chat and Alliance player... Yes, that's what I said. This guy sounds insane. I am... Oh, it's Salty Squid. How fucking dare you. Stop salting me! Trump's first term was filled with this magic stuff, not so much the second term. Yes, because the whole point of magic is that you're manifesting a new reality. Once Trump became president, we realized it was possible, it became the norm, and it wasn't really required for the second term, right? You only need to summon the entity once for reality to have always had the ability for that entity to be summoned. People were probably just a little apprehensive of going full-on Christianity at that time, also they wanted to recruit internationally, perhaps. You explained it better than the chat. I always do. 10,000 years of neoliberalism will return the next time you vote for Kamala Harris. Okay, I promise. It's coming. Fuentes self-identifies as Hispanic Mexican. He just identifies America with WASP culture and how the 30 colonies started it all. He wants that legacy to continue. For sure. Look. I think Fuentes is white. Okay, I'm not one of those guys. I think that there are plenty of Hispanics that may as well be white. I think they are, the Nuevo white. They are the next Italians and Irish. It's clear that a lot of particularly Hispanic men are adopting right-wing ideologies. A lot of black men are too, which is why people like Kanye West are happily welcomed into the movement when they put out bangers like Heil Hitler, which I wrote a good article on, by the way.
Which he's kidding about. He's kidding. That was a joke.
What? It's a good song, even if the sentiment is wrong.
I'm on Twitch.
No, actually,
I'm on Twitch.
Yeah. Okay, I get that, but Christ, the song is called Heil Hitler. I can't say the name of the song. HH, fine, but the song itself is not about actually worshipping Hitler. It's about being a total misanthrope, totally rejected by every in-group and out-group, including Nazis. Right? Like, he calls himself a cuck at the same time as he calls himself a Nazi, and no Nazi will allow you to call yourself a cuck and remain in the Nazi movement. So the whole song is really about him being rejected by literally every group on the planet, including Nazis. It's a bit more nuanced than just, he's a Nazi.
Many things are just a coincidence, but this coincidence...
Thank you so much, you guys. You should reward Smug for his effort by subscribing to me, liking my stream, donating to me through the pin links in my Twitch chat and my YouTube description box, gifting subs throughout the chat to other people so they can have the experience of no ads as well as cute emotes. Thank you, Smug.
Was given spiritual significance.
Most importantly, sub to the blog. That is true.
Thank you.
Became a sigil to these people, an entity created and fed by the devotion of his followers for magical purposes. It is so stupid, I know, and I'm sorry. It gets worse. What? On the website 4chan, posts are given sequential ID numbers.
What do you mean?
Yo, we're gonna do gets. Why is she doing all this 4chan lore? This is so weird. The get is crazy. Do you know what gets are, Aaron? I need to explain gets.
What is it?
Okay, so basically every single... Actually, she's just going to explain it. Fine, I'll just let her do it.
Let's see if you agree with her explanation.
Numbers that are hard to predict given the volume of posting. The members of 4chan treat patterns and repetitions in these numbers as auspicious. It's very similar to the way that girls get excited when it's 11:11. Because these numbers were seen as special, people would go out of their way to try and get them. And in 2015, a lot of posts that were trying to get these 4chan angel numbers were posts about Trump or Pepe. One day, someone's post
4chan angel numbers is diabolical work. She's done good there. That's good. That's solid. They weren't like that. That's
7777777. That's 7 sevens. It doesn't get more auspicious than that. That post said Donald Trump will win the election. So from that day forth, it became law that Donald Trump had been divinely selected by the god of chaos Kek to rule the United States of America. On the 13th of October 2015, Donald Trump retweeted an image of himself depicted as Pepe. 4 months, people in this 4chan community tried to manifest harm against Hillary Clinton.
I like completely memory hold that he had actually reposted it. I thought that I thought it was just made, and I remember that being a viral image, but like, no, he actually reposted it. Holy fuck.
Don't forget a big part of that was that when did the Donald get banned? Because the Donald was huge,
I think 2020,
right? Like the Donald,
when Reddit was purging a bunch of subs, right? Or maybe it was before that. It might have been around 2016.
I feel like it was before that.
When was r/ the
I feel like it was back. Oh, you're right. It was in 2020.
Bans.
Okay. So this was when the Donald was a big deal. Okay, fair enough.
And they had to also do the left-wing equivalent, which was to ban r/Chapo Trap House.
That was hilarious. That was a worthy sacrifice. I remember being happy that day. I thought that was funny. I was fine with that. I was like, Chapo Trap House. I think Chapo Trap House were okay with it as well, weren't they?
I'm pretty sure they were like, they loved it.
Yeah, they were like, this is just
honestly,
2 wins
the fact
in
that
one
it
day
hadn't
for us.
already been banned was like a bigger thorn in our side.
Using the Pepe, and when she fell down at the 9/11 memorial service, they took responsibility. Was it a joke? Well, yes and no. In the same way that BAP is joking, I'm not joking, in the same way that Trump himself is simultaneously ridiculous and very serious. It doesn't really matter though, because whether they were joking or not, they were going out of their way to do the esoteric practice of harnessing the power of intention and mental energy to produce a real-world result. Links between online memes and real-world events are to these people interpreted as magic.
Cartoon avatars. I'm sorry, okay? Grown men who have real jobs and real careers and real families and real things to lose do in fact use cartoon avatars, and freaks who have nothing to live for other than to stream 8 hours a day are happy to plaster their face all over the fucking internet. Present company excluded, of course. Yeah, nice. Yeah, hit the Vogue.
Alt-writers on 4chan were doing magic. The people of Frog Twitter were discussing the merits of Bathism. In a very broad sense, Frog Twitter was a collection of people who opposed Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and wanted to change the institutions that supported them. Actual Frog Twitter in the early days was an extremely closed, hierarchical group led by 2 figures, Frogdad and Mina. They discussed all kinds of fringe intellectual projects. But once Trump takes office, the nature of Frog Twitter changes dramatically. Some members leave, some are banned from the platform. A schism occurs and a new leader emerges for Frog Twitter. None other than Bronze Age pervert himself. Under the reign of BAP, the nature of Frog Twitter completely changes. The original members of Frog Twitter were pushed out, and BAP used the community to promote himself, his book, his ideas, BAPism, and the right-wing esotericism associated with it. Frog Twitter became dominated by e-girls. Tradcat's semi-famous posters. It became mainstream. Even Elon Musk was a member of Frog Twitter. The Frog Twitter that
the crab dance. Hold on. Did she show that?
His ideas, BAPism, and the right-wing esotericism associated with it. Frog Twitter became dominated by e-girls.
I thought it was one of her doing like the crab walk.
Famous posters. It became mainstream. Even Elon Musk was a member of Frog Twitter. The Frog Twitter that started as a more intellectual debate meme rejection of Hillary Clinton morphed into a crypto-fueled e-girl run BAPfest. Why have I given you this incredibly dense history of Frog Twitter? The changes we see in Frog Twitter are the same changes we see between the two Trump administrations. The online mind willed the new administration into power, and the greatest centering of ever is a part of his administration. 2014, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's campaign manager, gave a speech at a Vatican function. People who are familiar with traditionalism.
I almost always resent Bannon being included in this because I feel like there is sort of this like great manism surrounding him as well as Roger Stone, that their impact is overstated. But I also have cited him at different points to kind of pick up like MAGA signals for like what's to come next. Like when he said that like after Charlie Kirk was killed, he was like, Nick Fuentes is like going to inherit that. And I mentioned that as an example of like even MAGA seeing the writing on the wall that like Kirk being gone has created a power vacuum that's probably going to be filled by Fuentes, and Bannon's the perfect guy to say that because he's actually, relegated to the margins enough that he can just openly say that. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, if they were to acknowledge that that might be the case, it could become self-fulfilling. So at different points, I do look to him to like see right-wing signals and to like see which way the wind is blowing, but a lot of times I think that like he kind of just be saying things, right? And like his impact is like overstated.
Roger Stone is like a mid-tier power broker. I don't think he's a great man. Bannon is a fucking channeler, and he can read the winds. Like he is very, very good at that. He was so far. I do think he's aging out, and that's one of the reasons why I do think he's pushing Fuentes to the fore. I do think that he knows that he is losing cultural cachet. He had a full understanding of everything 10 years ago, and now I think he realizes that he's slightly losing touch just by virtue of having been closer to the top for too long. So I do think that he's like looking for essentially a kind of successor. But no, I think Bannon is genuinely like a massive impact, and definitely a big understander. I think liberals overplay him in the wrong way. Sorry, I was going to complain about the video. There is one thing that she's getting wrong.
Yeah, I think that is a critical distinction. If you're saying as an understander, he's useful because that's how I see him. But they see him as like an operator, like you're saying, and it's like no, that's not like his function.
He's a channeler, which is sort of the same thing, but kind of different. Like an operator is like, I'm trying to think of like.
No, they see him as like a puppet, like pulling the strings on Trump. And just because there are examples where he was able to like dupe Trump a few times, it was never that intense.
It's not about that. He's not a puppet master. He's a channeler, right? Like he can see the vibes and he can shape and structure them, right? Like he knows where to. Or actually, he's a channeler. He's a very good he's good at drilling oil wells. He's good at finding the sort of fossil fuel reserves of libidinal liberal collapse, right? He knows where to find the gaps and the kind of latent waste energy that's available to be reshaped into like new movements. He was very good at that with the gamers.
Well, I was gonna say, as an understander, he says the quiet part out loud, which is that we should be looking to how ISIS recruits people. Right? That's one of the more notable examples of like his analysis being like useful and then weaponized by liberals to say that like they're plainly saying out loud the thing that we kind of all like we shouldn't be surprised by, but it is surprising to hear him just come out and say it. He said that? Holy shit. Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah. He's completely correct. Like you should, But again, how does ISIS recruit? They focus extremely heavily on disaffected areas. One famous way that ISIS recruits, especially in places like the UK, is they will maximize the antagonism between Muslim communities and the communities they reside in order to get Muslim communities to be oppressed, so that they can then recruit disaffected Muslim youth. They literally will they will do their best to trigger the circumstances that result in an oppressed minority they can then recruit and radicalize. So which again is kind of is what Bannon's done in a lot of respects.
I'll have to find the thing. Hold on.
And other forms of right-wing esoteric philosophy were shocked to hear him name drop Julius Evola. He did so while talking about how Vladimir Putin cultivates his personal political power. Bannon said he's got an advisor who harkens back to Julius Evola and different writers of the early 20th century who are really supporters of what's called the traditionalist movement, which really eventually metastasized into Italian fascism. A lot of people that are traditionalists are—
Did Smug say what he thought she got wrong?
Sorry, yes, I didn't. So I think that one thing that she's failing to do here, which is really important, is that throughout all of this is a historical review. I think a really important component of any project that looks at this has to look at the utility, the importance, and the value of doing this in a different way, right? Not following this, but like you can't just do a review of meme magic, this incredibly powerful system that has successfully hyperstitioned a president into the office that was thought unfathomable before, and then go, and that's the story of that how that happened. Goodbye. And then it's over. And I feel like we're too deep in the video for her to really pivot into demonstrating like what utility you can glean from this. And if it's 1 minute at the end, that's not enough. Everything here should be stolen. Everything here should be reformatted. Everything here should be reintroduced. You know, if you're a liberal, you should be looking at this so that you can form your next 10,000 years of liberal, dominance. If you're a leftist, and based, you should be looking at this and thinking about, oh, okay, well, the right wing were able to go from basically culturally irrelevant, fascists were culturally irrelevant, to using video games to hyperstition a god to help get their man into office, and then they nearly successfully did a fascist coup of America, one of the most powerful country in the world. And then when that fascist coup failed by the skin of its teeth, they were able to just kind of go ahead and win an election anyway, like every South American coup that's ever happened. And apparently they just have no consequences for that. Every leftist should be looking at that and fucking salivating. The most powerful country in the world you can do that with a radical movement. You should be fucking jealous, envious, and salivating that that you didn't have that opportunity because you were too poorly organized and too poorly equipped to make use of these tactics.
Attracted to that. I think that people, particularly in certain countries, want to see the sovereignty for their country. They want to see nationalism for their country. We, the Judeo-Christian West, really have to look at what he's talking about as far as traditionalism.
I don't make prescriptions ever. I just let people know what's happening and they can do that. A truth seeker, otherwise known as the arms dealer of the mimetic battlefield. I appreciate you supplying arms to both sides. That's great. Very useful. Thank you for that. Please force all of your information through a biased perspective like a fucking sieve. Please, I beg, seriously, unironically, please do that. I don't know you that well.
Goes, particularly the sense of where it supports the underpinnings of nationalism.
What's accurate?
The video. Sorry, I'm talking to the creator of this very fine piece of art.
Well, it's hard to know when you're talking about chatter versus the video sometimes.
I'm talking to the chatter who made this video, Aaron.
There you go. Oh, I didn't even see your chat. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm trying to find this bandit thing. Sorry, hi, silly serious.
Unbelievable. Hi, silly serious. But yeah, I think that if you don't force a perspective, then you just kind of leave stuff on the table for other people to use. You kind of need to toxify your message and signals. Well, no, we can't. You can't just look at both sides or yeah, someone else is just going to pick up these pieces and go, oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to use that for my fascist project. At least coat it in something yucky for fascists. Put some gay sprinkles, put some feminism or some bullshit that's like toxic for red pill freaks who want to, steal sex from women.
Think that the individual sovereignty of a country is a good thing and a strong thing.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Smug, this basically sounds like Granny Weatherwax's hedology, and if you don't know what that is, then shame. I don't know what that is, so I guess I'm facing shame.
Is that Terry Pratchett? What is that?
Because I believe the world, particularly the Judeo-Christian West, is in a crisis.
Hell yeah.
And I believe that
nerds in my chat and in this call.
Fuck you. Terry Pratchett, it ain't nerd shit, okay? All right, absolutely zero Riz. Absolutely fucking bullshit.
Hundreds of years from now when they look back, and we are children of that, we are children of that barbarity, that this will be looked at as almost a new dark age.
It was shocking.
Like 20 whole cents.
For someone so close to the president of the United States.
She's so ungrateful.
Isn't
what
that like how
that's like
bits like literally like a dime per 100 or something like that? It's like not expensive.
No, that's $2. That's $2.
Oh, I did realize that.
Yeah. Jesus
to
Christ.
Name
that's
and
like
discuss the ideas of man like Julius Evola. We also know that in 2018, Bannon had an 8-hour-long meeting with the most famous living supporter of Julius Evola, Alexander Dugin.
In Russia, we could... So many of these fucking conservatives at this point were like talking to Dugin for some reason, because Lauren Southern also talked to Dugin, or she met him.
He's the Russian esoteric fascist. Oh. Well, Lauren actually writes about the Dugin thing, and she said that she was basically like, she kind of bailed and fucked everything up because
there
she
were
realized...
like restrictions that she didn't realize, right? Like there were going to be like parameters of what she could say or write about it.
It was dodgy, yeah.
Use postmodernity in order to explain.
Dugin is like right-wing Zizek, isn't he? As soon as you put that easy mode in Twitch chat, I was like thinking, I was like, wow, he sounds like Zizek. I've never heard him speak.
To the West that if any truth is relative,
not enough sniffles.
We have our special Russian truth that you need to accept as something that maybe is not your truth, even if it's not true. But if the truth is relative.
Alexander Dugin, often referred to as the modern Rasputin, has called for a genuine, true...
I wish he'd finished that clip because I wanted to hear what he was going to say after he said, if the truth is relative.
Radical, revolutionary, and consistently fascist fascism. Conservatives do not want change. Traditionalists want lots of change very fast. They want to get the train to jump the tracks. But how do you get the train to jump the tracks? In 2018, Benjamin Teitelbaum interviewed Steve Bannon for his...
I think this is like my first point of disagreement, because I do think that these conservatives, I mean, they may call themselves conservatives, but when you actually hear what they're interested in, it is revolutionary in a particular sense. And they are interested in like an upheaval of the social order to instill what they believe is like, right, this mythic past or what they understand to be conservatism. But in so many ways, like they are fine with the radical reordering of society so long as it reifies the current hierarchy, like social, racial, economic, political, etc. But that means embracing, radical transformation to be able to achieve those ends. And so in some senses, it's like, it's not conservative. It's like, again, like it's almost like anarchistic or revolutionary, but I don't know that's completely divorced from conservatism.
I would really just call them anti-liberals at this point.
Post-liberal.
Well, post would imply moving through it while not dismantling it, whereas I think anti implies like a, it still maintains the reactionary tendency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His book, War on Eternity. And Teitelbaum was very brave. He asked Bannon point blank if he was a traditionalist. And Bannon's response was coy. It was neither a full-hearted confirmation or a flat-out denial. Instead, he hesitated and then said, it depends on what you mean. Teitelbaum is an expert in these more esoteric philosophies, so knowing that Bannon wasn't willing to come out and say it, Teitelbaum listened for clues in what Bannon was saying. At one point during the discussion, Bannon referred to Donald Trump as a man in time, a phrase that Teitelbaum clocked immediately as originating from a more obscure traditionalist text. This phrase comes from a French traditionalist known as Savitri Devi. She is the author of a book called The Lightning and the Sun, and she basically tried to turn the Third Reich into a religion, which she called esoteric Hitlerism. Like all traditionalists, this woman believed that time was cyclical and that violence and aggression would accelerate an age, which would lead to spiritual renewal. But she also believed that certain special individuals could play a role in the process of cycling through an age. And these special people come in three forms: a man in time, a man above time, and a man against time. It is interesting that Bannon would use the phrase a man in time to refer to Trump. They are exterminators without an ideology. They are not aware that they are such men. In fact, they are often not curious or prone to self-reflection. They pursue self-interest with such ruthlessness that they themselves become a harmful force. When asked, Bannon said he wasn't familiar with the work. But when the ideas were explained to him, he did say he found them very interesting. So if we believe Teitelbaum, that Bannon did say this phrase, we have two options. We can view it as a mere coincidence that the phrase was used. Or we can view it as an intentional invocation of a concept used in the foundational text of esoteric Nazism, which claims a person is actively trying to destroy society in the hopes of bringing a new age upon us. Whether or not Trump sees himself as some sort of chaos magician or spiritual warrior, it doesn't really matter. It is clear.
Accelerationism from the esoteric form, which accelerationism is pretty bound up in esotericism anyway. So I think Bannon views himself as an accelerationist, and I don't think he's too deep in the occult esoteric stuff. So it sounds like what happened was the esoteric Nazis were like, "Oh, do you believe in this like magical realignment acceleration thing?" And Bannon was like, "I don't know what the fuck that is." And they went, "But basically it's acceleration." And he was like, "Yeah, I'm an accelerationist. I think Trump is like a destroy everything guy. He's just a big sledgehammer that's going to break everything so I can make something new."
Yeah.
So I think it just sounds like two sides of the same ideology, just from two different lenses.
Clear that the people around him see him as more than just a politician. Without suggesting...
Okay, I do want to do a slight correction. Okay, so the analysis is... So Bannon never explicitly came out and said, we need to mirror ISIS. Like the recruitment. What he said is, we need to do the recruitment of these men, and then social scientists and other people that interpreted it obviously drew the ideological parallels to the way that ISIS engages in recruitment. So he did not come out that explicitly and say it. So what he did say was... This is a CNN transcript. The thing we're going to do with the movement is like in the United States before I took over the Trump campaign. We're actually going to provide the tools and the building blocks for victory. What is the movement? The movement was an idea to create more like a movement of separate nationalist political parties around Europe so they can all fight each other on the issues of common interest, common position, obviously with regard to illegal immigration. So this is what the goal is, right? And then this is the means that he's going to use to achieve this is outlined here. Single men are so lonely. One of the reasons they can't date, they don't know how to communicate. It's all communications problem. The buried lead at the end of the story was one of the reasons they can't communicate. They're so worried about their financial and economic condition, and women just don't find them attractive. For the simple reason is, hey, you don't really have a gig that's going to show me that you can actually have a family and children and support me in years ahead, or be an active economic partner. That's all because this is not the second law of thermodynamics. There's nothing in the physical world that says this has to happen. This is all policy decisions by the unit party and the apparatus to save themselves. Now, after COVID, where we are today, it's actually gotten worse. And then he goes on to describe like financial strife or whatever. But he is, I mean, fundamentally talking about, like taking these like lonely, isolated men in service of, again, this goal.
I mean, this was part of his like World of Warcraft Gamergate activism initially, right? That's where he first started deploying this in practice.
Yeah, so it's like all you have to do is like take these lonely men, and then they can build your, separate nationalist parties, and they can all fight each other in a civil war or something.
Oh, sorry, Silly Serious mentioned. No, he's into it. He's written forwards to esoteric work groupings. Yeah, sorry. So I like obviously Bannon is into esotericism, but I don't think it's quite the same flavor. Like, I think he's better linked to the sort of Nick Land line of esotericism, which is more like I don't know what you'd call it. Well, I guess the meltdown line, right? Like the idea of it being more technologically framed rather than like esoteric, spiritual framed. He's really into like the fourth turning, right? Like he likes that end of things, and that's more of a like faux anthropological kind of study version, whereas I think the esoteric Nazism is a bit more spiritual, like explicitly. I don't think Nick Land is spiritual in quite the same way, but I agree that like he is an esoteric. I guess I would have to find a way to like explain the deviation between these two paths. It's almost like this spiritual esotericism and then like technological esotericism, or like Landian esotericism. I don't really know how you describe the exact cut between those two lines, but I feel like he comes from one tradition and he was encountering another tradition in that quote in your video.
That any of this is done with any sort of intentionality. This might be why rational approaches to this administration seem to consistently fall short. In the same way that it is difficult to convince an anti-vaxxer that they are putting their child in danger, it is hard to explain to people that Donald Trump will not help them politically. A large section of the American population is engaged in magical thinking, and because his entire administration is justified using a completely different kind of thinking, it is difficult to rationally convince someone that Trump is not acting in the interest of the American people. His illuminated politics are destructive in a way that we've never really seen before, and we are experiencing our first truly irrational presidency. The only thing that gives me hope is that I know, whether half of America believes it or not, magic is not real. This is me trying to explain the magic trick. Enjoy the Kali Yuga.
No, fuck.
Dude, I'm muted. I'm saying this is where I would have disagreed, because a lot of people understand that in the 21st century, the way that magic exists and we understand it is largely theatrical. So we're not suspending too much, there is a suspension of disbelief, but it's not to the point that she's saying that, oh, it's like not real, right? And what are the reasons that your tears are being shed? Sorry to lose you, Magic Man. Use words, not tears.
Sorry, I'm just beating my head in with a brick until I stop believing in magic. It's fine. It's just like, hey, here's a whole history of how this extremely successful movement was able to manifest incredible things out of absolutely nothing. Here's all of the magical things that happened in order to help manifest this. Here's how they were able to structure everything into like an overwhelming success for their ideology. Anyway, magic's not real. Like, you just showed me magic was real. You just spent half an hour proving to me that magic is real, and then at the end you're like, so anyway, I'm a rationalist. I don't believe in any of this. They just got lucky, I guess. Okay, see you next time. So brutal.
And then after saying like, oh, how do you reach these people?
Yeah, right.
I feel like, yeah, like it's to me, it's the exact opposite conclusion that you would expect to reach.
I know.
This is like
really,
not where I would
thought...
like end the book, interestingly enough.
The solution
coming up with the answers.
Listen, I have 30 minutes to appeal to a wide audience. I get that, but the problem is that you can appeal to a wide audience. That's fair enough, and that's your that's your prerogative. Listen, I did not make a video.
We know that.
Okay?
We know that. We were laughing at the fact that less than 2 minutes and you are having to beg people, do not click off of this because I mentioned the words the occult. So that should not actually raise the red flag that it's raising in your head. Let me explain. Hear me out. Don't click away. Please don't be scared, liberals. We know.
Yeah. I think this warranted an attempt to move liberals, who I assume you're appealing to, like 10 or 20% closer to accepting these forms as like useful tools in their own ideology, depending on what your ideology is, right? Like appealing to the group that you want to move and getting them to understand the utility and value and magic of this system, why this is useful, why this is better than appealing to people with fucking stats and quants and Ezra Klein and abundance, you know?
Yeah, like deconstructing the narratives and like
I believe you.
The reasons why. Yeah, she is a magical thinker.
Look, of course she is. And look at her YouTube profile. It's very astro girly pop. Okay, I get it. All right, I'm on board. I just, I wish there was a little more silly to go with the serious. You know, that's all I'm asking for.
This for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do. He's got a lot of ideas, and so do I, and we're going to clean it up.
But I do love
someone who lived a lot of this. It was representative.
Wait, say that again. I couldn't hear you. Sorry, I was speaking over you. Go for it.
Sorry. I'm just saying this was a good video, good history. As someone who lived through all of this in the communities that you're citing, I don't know how deep you were in 4chan, but that was accurate. Like that was a good summing up of everything.
It is good to know though that when she's like, listen, I have 30 minutes to appeal to a wide audience, I feel like what you're saying is that we are correct, but that you cannot say it. Because liberals are engaged in their own mode of magical thinking, and it precludes the possibility of even allowing them to accept that conclusion. But I think it would have been radical for you to have like forced it anyway down their throats. Like, no, you will accept this because everything that I've argued up until this point, it follows from what I've argued. And if they're being, again, rational, as they love to think of themselves as being, even though it's not a way of being, it's a process that you engage in, they should be open to accepting that conclusion.
Ordinary man.
I think it might be worth considering that while you have to be careful to capture and keep their attention, I need to make money, okay? I know, but think about it, okay? You've already filtered out every other person who will have stopped watching by the 30-minute mark, and we all do YouTube, okay? So we know that that's like fucking 70% of people will have left by that point. So the only people who stuck around will be the 20% of people who watch the entire fucking video, and in that last 2 or 3 minutes, you will have enough goodwill built up with those people that I think you could probably push them in a direction of your choice, right? You've built up, that should be your sort of ideological reward for putting them in the work of putting in good content, is you get to tweak their position on something in the last few minutes. And if you're a, magical astrology girly, then you should be pushing them towards finding the utility of magic in their own lives. Fair enough. Addison Rae is a based poll. Fine.
Ever elected president of the United States. And that's pretty much true. But even an extraordinary man can do unusual things.
Wow. 10 of 10. 9 of 10, because I do think that I actually give your audience a little bit more credit, that I do think that you could have concluded with a thing that is based and true and red-pilled, as the kids say. And it would not have been kind of like, oh shoot, she fumbled it at the end for the liberal viewers. I think that even the
the liberal intelligentsia audience that you have courted would be able to be open to accepting that as like the obvious natural conclusion that follows.
By the way, I assumed you had made like 20 videos before this, so if this is your second video, that's pretty damn good.
It's not her second video in the entire world, it's the second video on this channel, but...
Fair enough.
All right, you guys are going to...
I do video essays.
I'm going to her channel to show you guys how... Look at it, look at this. Look at her other videos. 2.4 million views, a sleeper hit. Dark Gothic Maga, how tech billionaires plan to destroy America 11 months ago, and then just 12 hours ago. This MAGA magic that we're experiencing, and everybody is going to go check out Silly Serious, her YouTube channel, and you're going to subscribe.
Very strong.
I'm linking it in both chats. Everybody is required to go subscribe and watch the video and like the video and comment and do all these things. Even though obviously she's like dwarfing me in views. It's really good that you've already gotten 7.4 thousand views in just 12 hours. This is like really good.
Yep, hyperstition her channel into relevance once more.
Yeah. But
she used magic to get those views, by the way. That does count as botting. YouTube actually registers magic usage as botting. They do count that.
Did the Italian wife go to sleep or something? Because you're very quiet now.
The Italian wife went to sleep, so I'm very quiet now.
Okay. Well,
I can up my game. Hee.
I already upped your volume on my end, so don't even sweat it. But you guys, if you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me, you should be following me, especially because tomorrow I'm going to be doing another podcast episode of Just Press Play with Pisco at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Be there or be square. You don't want to miss this, obviously, because we took a week off or whatever, and now we're going to get back into it. And we're actually going to keep it to like 2 hours. It's going to be like a really tight runtime. And apparently we have assets or something to use. Oh my God. So you have to be there to see it live because I haven't even seen this shit. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to me, like the stream. It pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But the best way you can support me is subscribing to me on Twitch or gifting subs throughout the chat so people can have the lovely experience of no ads, as well as cute emotes that I don't see used nearly enough, but that's fine. I'll get unique emotes one day. Huh?
Yippee! Yippee! Cute emotes, yay!
Thank you for engaging properly, guys. I really appreciate you. Bedtime for me. Oh, good night, Silly Serious.
Bye. Hey, you should cite my funny schizo blog next time. Yippee!
I had it pulled up. See?
Oh my God.
And I linked it already. There's nothing to shout out for you guys.
Whoa. Yeah, you guys should all go to my blog. Sign up to the email thing.
All right, one more shell, you guys. Dropping that in
I'm an email guy.
YouTube chat and in Twitch chat because he is no longer a live streamer.
You should definitely read some of these, but not all of these. Some of these are good.
All right, what's your burning? Give me a second. Trying to see who is live. Okay, so you guys, if you're watching on Twitch, you guys are headed to Pisco. And why am I offline? What the fuck? I'm trying to see who's.
Why are you offline? What the fuck?
Like on my phone, it's being stupid. I'm trying to see who the fuck is live on YouTube. Let's see. And if you're watching on YouTube, you guys are headed to Radical Coder.
Oh my god, we're leaving. Gang, get ready. It's getting crazy out there.
Right, I'm really slow about this. Usually I do it beforehand, but it was being slow, so.
I think I'm building up speed the longer I'm here. You better hurry up. This is not going to go well.
I'm trying, okay? You're supposed to be vamping.
I'm vamping right now. I'm doing a little slapstick bit.
Okay.
I'm doing a hilarious little bit.
All right, raid starting. Bye.
Bye. You don't like the bit?
Love the bit.
What's wrong with the bit? Okay, it's a good bit. It's a good bit, Aaron. Aaron, it's a good bit.